Good morning. Good morning. We are going to begin the public hearing for today, March the 18th. We have a lot of folks signed up, so I want to be clear with people how we are going to operate today. We are going to stick very closely to the 3 minutes. I know a lot of folks are online. It is sometimes difficult to hear the bell. I will remind you that the bell has sounded. I will ask you to wrap up your testimony. We are trying to be fair to folks, so I'm going to be relatively strict about that because we have 189 folks signed up. Let me make sure you understand what that means. That means that without the transition time, without questioning, we have about 9.5 hours of hearing testimony without any of that. And so it would not be fair to folks if I said to you, your 3 minutes are up and you got 2 more minutes. So I'm not trying to stop you from testifying, but we will be very much adhering to the 3 minutes. Also, if you are online and it is your time to testify and we can see you're there but you're having technical difficulties, we will work with you. If you are not present, you will automatically go to the back of the line because of the number of folks we have. So a lot of people try to explain to us why they weren't present. We understand all of that, but we cannot, given the number of folks who are signed up, allow you to go at some other point without some seriously extenuating circumstances. One other thing before we begin. A lot of folks are testifying on the same bill. That is good, but it also means we're going to hear a lot of the same testimony. So simply reading your testimony, which hopefully we have, is not really necessary. Talking about the salient points of your testimony would be good. It would also help to expedite what we're doing here, okay? I will remind you of that periodically throughout the day so no one says they didn't have the opportunity to hear that. All right, let's begin. And on my list, number 1 is Jace Jones, who will be followed by Cyan Blackwell. Jace Jones. Jace Jones, followed by Cyan Blackwell, who will be followed by Jeremy Thomas. Cyan Blackwell.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We do.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair of Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Cyan Blackwell. I am a Yale Law student who supports SB 503. Today, I am reading testimony on behalf of David Hugh, who is currently incarcerated and supports SB 503. November 2011, I entered prison for the first time. I had no desire or ability even to contemplate what my life could be going forward. My life was over, rightfully so as far as I was concerned. The word rehabilitation never entered my brain. I knew I could never make right what I had done, but I was committed to imagining a life I could lead that would promote the healing of those I hurt. I imagined being a kinder, gentler person, though I hadn't the slightest idea how to do that. I certainly didn't imagine I would learn those qualities in prison, let alone be able to implement them. But I would go on to witness acts of kindness and gentleness on a regular basis, often between strangers. Cellmates sharing their last ramen soup, prisoner-led reading groups, men risking their life to prevent violent altercations, guys helping their friends cope with the loss of a loved one. All around me, I saw people who I thought, like me, were condemned to being this one thing, doing unbelievably selfless things for each other. I had to witness the transformation of my peers in order to believe in the potential of my own. The path I've chosen while incarcerated has given me insight into what led me here in the first place and how I can help others never make the mistake I did. I'm a semester away from earning a bachelor's degree through a program run by Yale and the University of New Haven. I've mentored peers, and I'm a certified nurse's assistant in the prison's medical unit. Is there a way to embrace one's own growth as it actively reminds you of a life that will never be afforded the same opportunity to transform, to grow up? We desire to continue living and transforming, but we desire this not just for ourselves, but for the healing of everyone impacted by the previous versions of ourselves. At some point, our continued absence harms the community we thought so deeply about for so long, more than our continued incarceration helps them. We have so much good to share with so many people, a good derived from a deep sense of remorse and the real possibility of redemption. Yes, if this bill passes, it will give a second chance to incarcerated people like me, as well as to our immediate circle of family and friends. But this bill is meant to uplift everyone who has been impacted by crime in the criminal justice system. The stories of those impacted by long sentences at a young age are just as important as the stories of those hurt by their actions. I believe those impacted by crime deserve grace and understanding for their desire to uphold the sentences given, but I also believe they desire to get the entire picture of the individual as they are today, in conjunction with the science on adolescent brain development. There's work to be done outside these walls by people like me to limit and prevent harm in the first place. Long sentences are not a deterrent. We are the deterrent. We have the knowledge and credibility to make the difference that the police, the prosecutor, and the courts cannot. Our insights benefit us all and make our community safer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Great timing. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today and providing us with your testimony. Jeremy Thomas, followed by Joelle Johnson. Jeremy Thomas. Good morning. Turn the microphone. Push it. It's on. Push it one more time. There you go.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jeremy Thomas. I'm a resident of New Haven and a student at Yale Law School, where I'm editor-in-chief of the Yale Law Journal. I'm here today to read testimony of Justin, who has been incarcerated in Connecticut for nearly 2 decades for an offense he committed at 19 in support of SB 503. From this point forward, I'll be reading Justin's testimony. Beginning in my late 20s, when science indicates our brains are fully developed, I realized I would have to rehabilitate myself. My growth has resulted from my own self-motivation and a community that embraces the path toward healing. When higher education was finally made available to us, I applied and got accepted to the program. Now I'm pursuing my bachelor's degree after having already received my associate's degree. I run community programs in the unit called the Prosperity Workshop, which focus on empathy, accountability, and remorse. Our conversations are grounded in our collective desire to prevent violence at all costs and de-escalate conflict through peer outreach, gang intervention, and identifying triggers or potentially tense encounters. As our collective community began to mature into an understanding, we were able to outgrow the violence. We have continuously evolved and adapted to serve our community. Now that I'm older, I know when I took another person's life, I had a lot of growing and learning to do. Despite the circumstances of my upbringing and the circumstances of the prison I've been in for nearly 2 decades, I believe everyone deserves the opportunity to showcase the people we have grown into as adults. As a 37-year-old man, reflecting on my own upbringing and the sources of harm I have caused, I share my story with you for contextual dialogue. Stories like mine only continue repeating themselves as we fail to acknowledge and engage with the underlying conditions that cause young people to carry out tragic, life-altering actions before they are mature enough to fully understand the consequences. As a teenager, lacking the resources that could have steered me toward a different path, I was once a threat to public safety. Now, as a grown man, I can be an asset to public safety. I can use all my reflections on my past behavior to build relationships with the next generation of potential poor decision makers before they make those life-taking and life-ending decisions. The skill sets and life experience I and many others from similar backgrounds who've committed to making positive change in our communities have make us invaluable agents of violence prevention and healing. We are the only people who can relate to the younger versions of ourselves and provide the kind of encouragement and support we so desperately needed as children. We are best positioned to help break the cycles that lead at-risk young people toward homicide and incarceration, and to replace them with positive futures, if only given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us, providing us with the testimony.
Thank you.
If you all keep this up, we'll do okay today. All right. Joelle Johnson, followed by A.J. Jackson. Joelle Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. You may
Can you hear
testify.
me okay?
We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. My name is Joelle Johnson. I'm a community member of the Greater Hartford area in support of SB 503. I'm also a mother and a taxpayer. My family, including my children, as well as close family and friends, are directly impacted by the sentencing lengths addressed in this bill. As a taxpayer, I'm also financially impacted by policies that result in individuals remaining incarcerated longer than necessary. At Yale University, I recently had the privilege of hearing from a panel of individuals who were formerly incarcerated and have since returned home. These men demonstrated remarkable passion and determination toward their own healing, while also dedicating themselves to positively impacting their communities. As a mother of 2 teenage children, I believe our communities need more leaders who can connect with our youth and help them understand that they have the power to make choices that lead to a better future for themselves and those around them. The sooner rehabilitated individuals are given the opportunity to rejoin society, the sooner they can contribute to the healing of families and the strengthening of our communities. When our family members and friends are allowed to return home in a more timely manner, they can resume their roles as parents, mentors, and community members. Their presence helps change the trajectory of young people growing up in our communities. Many become business owners, employers, mentors, mental and physical health advocates, and leaders who inspire positive change. Young adulthood is a critical time when individuals are deeply influenced by those around them. When supportive role models are absent from families and communities due to long periods of incarceration, that absence is felt deeply. Many families are waiting and hoping for the opportunity to welcome their loved ones home. Understand that passing this bill does not guarantee anyone's release. However, it would allow individuals to become eligible for parole sooner and provide them the opportunity to be heard by the board and demonstrate their rehabilitation. I ask that you consider not only the testimony shared here today, but also the many written testimonies submitted in support of this bill. Obviously, you have a lot today to hear in person, but many others written are just as important to be read. My sister, brother-in-law, several close family members and loved ones have taken the time to submit written testimony because they too are directly impacted and believe the importance of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, and you raise an important point. I should have said it earlier. I know the number of 189 and sitting around all day may be a daunting task for some. We do read and consider the written testimony, and so if that becomes an issue for you, do not fear. Submitting written testimony will count just as much as being here. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? There are none. A.J. Jackson, followed by Roberto Lugo. A.J. Jackson. A.J. Jackson. Roberto Lugo. Roberto Lugo. Followed by Antonio Padilla.
Correct, that's me.
Yes, you may testify.
Okay, this is testimony of Robert Bullock in favor of the SB 5013. My name is Robert Bullock. I've been incarcerated for 15 and a half years this upcoming March of 2026. When I committed the offense I'm currently incarcerated for, I was 18-year-old. At the time, I was a confused adolescent who really had no sense of direction or purpose in life. I was careless, immature, and thoughtless. Mentally, I was a 14, 15-year-old boy who thought he had life all figured out. I didn't aspire to be valuable in society because I didn't have a positive concept of myself. I would learn about this in depth later while being in a reflection program created by one of my mentors named Caesar. I was in and out of various juvenile facilities from the ages of 15 to 18. At the time, I truly struggled to take responsibility because I was enraged and angry at the world. I lived with my grandmother and her husband, who had kidney and liver issues from doing excessive drugs. Not once during this whole ordeal did anyone ask me why I was willing to pursue such a life of destruction. If they did, then I would have told them I felt like I've never had a chance, that the cards in my life were stacked against me, that I felt forgotten and overlooked, as though I've never had a chance since birth. Today, I'm a man who is remorseful for what he did wrong, not a boy who was angry at the world. Today, I understand that while I've been a victim of harm, that did not excuse the harm I caused. I put in the effort in prison to make a difference by participating in programs and educating myself so that I can be a positive contributor to society, rather than a nameless nobody wasting away in a cell. If this bill is passed, it would allow myself and a lot of other people the opportunity to be reevaluated as the person we have become, as our brains fully develop out of the inability to weigh positively the risk and reward of our choices. Most of us come from broken, trauma-infested homes. We were in our early years acting this trauma out. As young people, we saw people around us doing the same thing, and we didn't know we could choose a better life due to our lack of control and the stress we grew up enduring. This bill can also help repair the brokenness that our demographics faced in the 90s with the mass incarceration and school prison pipeline. This bill will help people like myself who committed my crimes at the age of 18 to be recognized as juveniles, to be viewed as someone whose brains hasn't fully developed yet, so that we can be evaluated based on the people we've become today. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Okay, we have Andrew Kornfield, followed by Joshua Levin. Andrew Kornfield.
Hi, yes. Hi, I'm reading testimony on behalf of a man currently incarcerated in Connecticut who would like to remain anonymous but is going under redeemable for the purpose of the testimony. The rest will be in his words. I'm currently serving a 70-plus year sentence for double homicide and have now spent half of my life in prison. As I repeat this to myself, I understand that the general public might read these facts and believe justice, in this case, has been properly served. I might even be inclined to agree with the sentiment had I been an older, deliberate career criminal. But I wasn't. Prior to this tragedy, my criminal record consisted of a single ticket issued for smoking in a non-smoking area. Otherwise, I had never been in trouble with the law. I did, however, long suffer from untreated mental and emotional health issues that, due to my financial limitations, went undiagnosed until I entered the system. Despite these issues being the primary contributor to my case, they were not mitigating factors in my sentencing. Neither were the stressors of my military service nor my youth. I don't minimize my actions. What I did was despicable and caused irreparable damage that I regret every day. Still, for justice to have been properly served, my mental health status, exasperated by my then recent deployment, and youth would have to have been figured into my sentence. Today, much more attention is paid to mental health, brain development, and other neurological factors at sentencing than in decades past. We now know that before the age of 26, human brains aren't fully developed and still susceptible to a lack of reliable foresight, dysregulation of emotion, and impulsivity. These conditions are exacerbated by mental health crises. It would be a miscarriage of justice for courts to continue ignoring the effects of these facts on youthful offenses, as well as their sentence mitigating value. The science is clear. People 25 years old and younger lack the cognitive capacity and capability of fully developed adults. I, in my very early 20s, did not have the emotional regulation skills or thought and decision-making processes I have now. I am not the same person I was decades ago. No one is. Courts must take this into serious consideration when sentencing. In light of pertinent neuroscience, excessive sentences for crimes committed by offenders aged 25 and under must stop, and parole eligibility should depend on the age at offense, not the date of sentencing. All lengthy sentences for youthful offenders must be reevaluated and reduced, including through sentence modifications and parole, regardless of when the original sentence was imposed. This is the only way justice will be properly served. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today. Joshua Levin, followed by Toby Phillips. Joshua Levin. Joshua Levin. Okay. Toby Phillips.
Hi, good morning. My name is Toby Phillips, a student at Yale Law School who supports SB 503. I will be reading on behalf of Shaquana Moore, an incarcerated individual who also supports this bill. Dear Senate Judicial Committee members, my name is Shaquana Moore, and I'm writing to ask you to give juveniles a second chance at life and parole in Connecticut. I was born in New Haven, Connecticut on November 18th, 1990, to a mother who was addicted to crack cocaine. By the age of 4, I had lost both of my parents only 6 months apart and was raised by my sister, who was only 20 years old and who had done her best. I can truly say I am not the same 20-year-old that thought it was cool to carry a gun that ended up taking someone's life. I don't think I will ever forget that terrible day, and nor would I want to, because I want to use my story to make a change in gun violence in Connecticut with the youths in this state that need our help. My time in prison has been an eye-opening journey of self-discovery and accountability. I have worked hard to take responsibility for my past actions and embrace every opportunity to grow into a better person. While I am not proud of the disciplinary tickets I've received, I see them as learning moments that have pushed me to address my behavior and understand the importance of personal accountability. This environment is a challenging place for transformation, but it has also allowed me to reconnect with my faith and focus on becoming the person God intended me to be. Reflecting on my sentence, I struggle with its weight because someone had lost their life. No length of time will ever equal the value of that loss. I don't take this reality lightly. However, I also believe in the power of redemption and second chances. I was 20 when this crime occurred, young, impulsive, and unaware of the consequences of my choices. Education has been a lifeline for me, giving me purpose and hope. Through classes with Quinnipiac University, I have been inspired to contribute meaningfully to society. A sociology class and a criminal justice program opened my eyes to systemic challenges and strengthened my desire to support my community. I am also proud to be pursuing my associate degree through a Pell Grant program, maintaining a 3.81 GPA. These achievements remind me that I can still make something of my life, even from where I stand now. I've also started my own clothing line called Saint Amour that aims to give back and spread love. By passing the juvenile bill, you would be uplifting young people in our communities and towns in Connecticut. Connecticut children deserve more leaders who can relate to their struggles and inspire them to make better choices. Thank you for considering my request. I'm deeply remorseful for my past actions and profoundly motivated to lead a life of purpose and service. Sincerely, Shaquana Moore.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us today. Corey Betts. Good morning. Welcome back. When you get up, hit the red button. You may begin testifying.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Stratson, and the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Corey Betts, and I serve as president of the Greater Hartford branch of the NAACP, and I am also chair of the Criminal Justice for the State Conference of the NAACP. I also work directly with individuals returning home from incarceration through recovery and reentry programs in our community. I am here today to strongly support Senate Bill 503. This bill recognizes something science, experience, and common sense have already shown us. Young adults are still developing. Modern neuroscience has confirmed that the human brain, especially the parts responsible for impulse control, judgment, and decision-making, continues developing well in early adulthood. That is why courts across the country, including the United States Supreme Court, have repeatedly acknowledged that young people are different when it comes to copeability and capacity for change. SB 503 brings Connecticut law into alignment with that reality by allowing courts and parole boards to consider the developmental differences between young adults and fully mature adults when determining sentencing and parole eligibility. Let me be clear about something. This bill does not excuse harm, and it does not automatically release anyone from prison. What it does is allow a second look. After someone has served a substantial portion of their sentence, the Board of Pardons and Paroles can evaluate whether that person has demonstrated true rehabilitation, whether they have taken responsibility, addressed addiction or trauma, participated in programs, and shown they can satisfy reentry society. If they have not done that work, they remain incarcerated. But if they have changed, this bill allows Connecticut to recognize that transformation. In my work with individuals returning home from incarceration, I have seen this transformation firsthand. I have sat across from men who have committed serious misconduct when they were young, often coming from environments filled with trauma, instability, and violence. But when you meet them years later, you are not meeting the same person. You meet someone who has educated himself, mentored others, overcomes addiction, and taken responsibility for the harm they cause. One man told me something that I will never forget. He says, I know I deserve the punishment for what I did when I was young, but I just hope someone will one day look at the man I became, not just the boy I was. That moment stayed with me because the truth is our justice system should be strong enough to hold people accountable and wise enough to recognize when someone has truly changed.
Mr. Betts,
I got you.
your time is elapsed.
Give me just one more minute. I'm gonna go
No, I can't give you. I can't give you another. I care about you. I can't give you another
Listen,
minute.
so you know this is very important to me trying to get through this, right?
Corey,
So, okay,
Corey.
I got you, Senator.
Everybody in here is going to try the same
I appreciate
thing.
you, Senator.
Thank you.
Just hear my voice,
Hold
please.
on. Hold on.
Thank you.
And I want to point out to folks, this is why I said just reading your testimony is not going to work for people. Because if I allow a minute to Corey Betts, who I know, someone's going to say you gave a minute to someone you know, and I'm going to deal with that all day, and we have 189 people, so I can't do that.
I got you.
So what I'm going to ask you is, without reading your paper, in a sentence or two, make whatever point you want to make.
Listen, so the real point is when individuals are young, as you know, when it comes to developing the brain, they say 26, but they don't put the factors in. Substance abuse plays a factor in that, and that has to be played when we're making these decisions on how these young individuals are acting right now.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Now, others, other comments or questions from any members of the committee? Comments or questions? And you know I love to give you the time, and I'll give you the time in my personal, but we don't have that time today. I know you're going to call me.
I'm going to call you, Senator.
It's okay. All right. Thank you for joining us. And Corey, thank you for all the work you keep doing.
Thank you.
All right. Keeber Smith-Balden. Just a word to others, try to figure out what the salient points are and make sure they get in before the end of the 3 minutes.
Okay. Well,
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Winfield from New Haven, Connecticut, Representative Stastrom, ranking members, and members of the committee, Judiciary Committee. My name is Keeber Smith-Balden. I'm a registered nurse, a business owner, and founder of Lit New Haven, and I spent over 20 years caring for people in New Haven, especially in communities that have been over-policed, under-resourced, and overlooked. I'm here today in strong support of SB 503, alongside with the Coalition for Healing and Justice, because I've seen firsthand what happens when systems fail our young people. I ran here from the parking lot, so I'm still out of breath a little bit. But let me be clear, the sentencing cutoff is not neutral. It locks in racial disparities that begin in childhood and follow people for decades. In Connecticut, Black youth are 13.5 times more likely to be incarcerated than white youth, and more than 70% of those excluded from early parole eligibility by this cutoff are Black in a state where Black residents make up only 13% of the population. This is not a coincidence, this is consequence. What this means is that young people from communities like mine in New Haven who have made mistakes before their brains were fully developed are being told that growth doesn't matter. But we know better. As a nurse, I understand brain development. As a mother, I understand growth. And as a community leader, I have seen transformation. People change. The Supreme Court has already recognized that young people are different, and science tells us that the development continues into the mid-20s. Yet our laws rely on an arbitrary date to decide who gets a second chance and who does not. Two people can commit the same act at the same age, and one gets a chance at review while the other is excluded for decades simply because of timing. That is not justice, and it is costing us. Connecticut spends over $62,000 per year to incarcerate one person, yet the data shows that people released after long sentences for crimes committed as young people have very low recidivism rates. Here in Connecticut, the majority are returning home, working, rebuilding their families, and reconnecting with their families, not reoffending. So the question becomes, what are we really holding on to? Because what I see is the continued removal of fathers, sons, brothers, and caregivers from Black and Latino families long after they've matured and paid their debt. That creates generational trauma, it destabilizes families, and it weakens our communities. SB 503 is not about being soft on crime, it's about being smart, fair, and honest about who people are today. And for communities like mine in New Haven, it is about equity, real equity. I urge you to pass SB 503 and stand with the Coalition for Healing and Justice, because second chances should not depend on calendar dates, they should depend on growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. I want to thank you for joining. Good to see you. I want to thank you for joining us, and you did good in running here.
Thank you.
So. All right. Tiffany Taylor, followed by Nell Shrenneth. Tiffany Taylor. Tiffany Taylor. Nell Shrenneth. Nell Shrenneth. To be followed by Rose Brooks and Andre Holland. One more time for Nell Shrenneth. Rose Brooks. Rose Brooks, followed by Andre Holland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Andre Holland. And I'm here to speak on behalf of John Claudio. These are his words, who's currently incarcerated and has been so since the age of 20. As early as I can remember, my mom struggled working to support the 3 kids she had. We didn't have the best life. We was raised in the projects and were very familiar with government assistance. My mom had different men in our lives, but none ever stayed other than my youngest sibling's dad. He's probably the closest thing to a dad I had. Because my biological dad was non-existent, my mother's mom pretty much helped with raising us, but she was in every sense the devil, the worst influence to set me on a path of bad habits. Our grandmother often taught us to steal, change barcodes on products, and groomed us to follow orders that if we didn't, we was punished. My mom didn't want that life for us and attempted to move us away from her family, but way too soon before her time, she one day just didn't wake up. See, we had missed the school bus, and my sister came into my room and told me to wake mommy up because we needed a ride to school. And I rolled her over to see her lifeless blue face. From that day, I was filled with so much guilt and shame because I felt like it was my fault. I was only 11 at the time, so trying to cope and deal with all this was difficult. I'd often find myself in a daze. It seemed like every other week I was in trouble in school. I was lost, trying to fit in, trying to find acceptance. When my mom passed, I decided to stay with my brother's father only because my brother's dad and his family were the only family I'd ever known outside of my mom's family. I felt safe, but that safety didn't last. Dealing with my trauma and having my outbursts that resulted in my constant behavior issues, I was often beat and punished for my actions. I never felt heard. I felt like Cinderella and often thought of running away. At age 14, I finally had the courage to leave, and my journey took me through some experiences that to this day are still baffling. I was placed in a foster home after the next, group home after another, and felt so lost and removed from reality. I sought friendship in all the wrong people, often doing things to gain approval from my peers. I thought that if I had their respect, I would finally have a place where I belonged. All I ended up becoming was more damaged. Prison was the only path I was headed towards. I've been molested, abused, misused, and mistreated, treated like damaged goods. The system that was supposed to protect me failed me. When I was 18, I was basically put out on my own due to the lack of support the system provided me. And all my trauma and pain, it only made it harder for me. I was all alone. I never got to experience life, do things kids did. My life was full of horror. Truth is, the person I become, this strong, well-educated man, I had to morph into while I was in prison. I was only 20 when I entered these walls with a 20-year sentence. And since then, I've accomplished so much. I made the dean's list at his Nantucket Community College with a 3.7 GPA in human services and business administration. I became a prison hospice volunteer, an alternative to violence group facilitator, a CCAR.
Mr. Holland.
Y'all. Yeah.
The time has elapsed. I'll give
we had one more sentence. Can I finish the last sentence and now I'll be out?
Yeah, one sentence. Go ahead.
Here it is. I've done domestic violence programs. I've basically rebuilt myself to be the best version of me I could be. Coming in broken, I had so much to fix, so much I still had to heal from. Today, Mr. Claudio is asking for a second chance, and I just say, imagine if he had a first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, hold on. Some of you have been here before, so y'all know better. But we don't do that. You can do these things and all of that, but we don't do that. All right, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andre, thank you so much for testifying. I'm always got to give people their roses. Congratulations on all your success, especially one of my favorite movies I reverence to as Moonlight that you played in. Just a quick question. I realize that you read someone's testimony, and I truly appreciate that. My question to you is, what does this bill mean to you, though?
Oh man, it means a lot. I've been following the work of Elizabeth Hinton and Elizabeth Ross and other people for quite some time. My family personally has been impacted by this bill, and it means a lot to me. I think that's why I'm here, because I want to speak on behalf of the organization, and I want to see this happen for personal reasons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? I don't see any. I will just say thank you for stopping by and delivering what is powerful testimony in a powerful way. Have a great afternoon. Nancy Billings, followed by Kate Mazzata. Nancy Billings.
Hi, everyone. My name's Nancy, and I'm here today in support of SB 503. I will now read the testimony on behalf of Michael Marks. I came to prison at 22 after making a terrible mistake that I'm deeply remorseful for. I am now 37. Not a day goes by that I don't carry the weight of that night. I know I cannot undo what happened. What I can do and what I've committed myself to doing is being better and using whatever I have left to touch lives in a positive way. I didn't come from a broken home. I came from a family that loved me, even when things were hard. My mother worked to keep the peace. My father worked hard for the state, so hard that I rarely saw him. The gap that created left me looking for belonging in the wrong places, with older people making poor choices who made me feel included and wanted. I know now that they weren't people I should have been around, but I made that choice and I own it. What I also know now from lived experience, not textbook, is that my brain was not fully developed at 22. I was impulsive. I was easily influenced. I put little to no thought into my actions. The way I process the world today is fundamentally different from who I was then. That's not an excuse, that's the truth. In the years since, I've done the work. I completed the Quinnipiac University Inside Out Exchange Program, Yukon People Empowering People, a paralegal study certificate through Blackstone Career Institute, Serve Safe, Alternatives to Violence, Anger Management, Embracing Fatherhood, the Living in the Balance Tier 2 program, auto detailing, theater arts, and more. I'm currently enrolled at CT State pursuing an associate's degree in business administration with a 4.0 GPA. I have also been invited to join the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society. I am employed at Correctional Enterprises of Connecticut, where I do data entry, inventory management, and administrative work using Microsoft Office tools daily. I am not my crime. I am 15 years of consistent, documented growth. I am not asking to walk out of here tomorrow. I am asking for the opportunity to stand before the parole board and be seen for who I am today, not frozen in place as the 22-year-old who made the worst decision of his life. That is what SB 503 makes possible, and that's why I'm asking for your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Kate Mazzata. Kate Mazzata. Okay. Shannon Sierra. You're Shannon.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shannon. At the age of 19, I was sentenced to 25 years in prison with no possibility of parole. That was back in the 90s when nobody was talking about science behind mental development and behavior. Before the studies came out, I actually lived the experience, as you can clearly see through all my disciplinary reports. From the day of intake all the way until the age of around 25, I have a multitude of disciplinary infractions attesting to the scientific data. is truth very shortly after that I received no disciplinary reports. I started to think different. I actually grew up. The decisions I made were different. I couldn't even comprehend who I was 5 to 6 years prior to that when I committed my crime. But as I still have 20 more years to serve in a correctional institution, I exhausted all groups, all educational pathways, and everything that I could to better myself. I made the right choices, the right decisions, because as science shows, my brain had fully developed. So my decision-making process is going to be different. There was no set chance for me to get out. I had no parole board to go up against. To show what I had done for myself, I had nothing but a max date. I had no good time. It was not like I was doing things to reduce time off my sentence. I was doing things because I grew up. I was a different person now. Even though all the good decisions I could make for myself while incarcerated, the prison system does not, for the most part, create healthy interactions or relationships. I engulfed myself in school and work, and that became the routine for about 20 years until I got closer to my release. I thought I was doing well. I thought I was prepared to come home, but I realized growing up in prison affects the subconscious in the ways that you interact with people. The last 3 years of my sentence, I went to the Worth program to be a mentor to younger peers. While I was there, I realized how separated from interpersonal relationships I was. I lost the humanist part of being human. I remembered I had accomplished something, and a CO stuck his hand out to shake my hand, and I froze. Because the only thing that I know is you don't touch them and they don't touch you, because either way you're going to segregation. Or when I'd come home from work, the officers would ask how my day was, and I didn't even know how to respond back to them because I couldn't understand why they were asking me how I was doing, because in 22 years, no one had. So locking up children has long-lasting effects on their mental development when they're forced to behave less than human. Prison environments do not prepare you for the normal everyday life that one day we are going to return to. I have been home now for about 3 years, and even though I have changed my entire life around, the hardest thing for me is human connection. I work in aerospace. I graduated Wesleyan University. I have a bachelor's degree in social science with a concentration in philosophy. I work with Full Citizens Coalition, and we are creating a prison-to-career pipeline for newly released people to get trained in machining and obtain gainful employment upon release. My growth began when my brain fully developed, so to lock children up and think that we can never change, I think goes against what we as society should stand for when we say it takes a village or no child should be left behind.
Thank you very much. All right, comment or question from members of the committee, comment or question? Yeah. No, it's fine, there aren't any, but we would have just called you back.
Okay.
All right, there aren't any questions. Thank you very much for providing us with your testimony. I think it's Lelle Johnston.
Hi, yes. My name is Lelle Johnston. I'm a student at Yale College in support of SB 503, and I'm reading testimony today on behalf of Andre White. I would first like to thank this Judiciary Committee and every legislator individually for hearing and considering my testimony. My name is Andre D. White, and I'm a 32-year-old black male. I've been incarcerated since I was 20 years old. I was raised in Hartford in a single-parent household by my mother and 2 male siblings. Being exposed to ample negativity and violence in my youth only started to make me a product of my environment. The older I became, the more risks I began to take. Thinking in retrospect, I now realize how my juvenile mindset was the catalyst to the harm I caused. I wasn't thinking, I involved myself with the wrong people and chose to follow instead of lead, falling into peer pressure. I am very apologetic and empathetic for my actions and behavior. I never meant to cause any form of trauma to anyone. I am very ashamed of myself for allowing my juvenile mindset to outweigh my values for the community. There's no justification for what I did. In my youth, I didn't understand the impact of my actions. It wasn't until I found myself in my own solitude at the hands of the splendor that I realized the gravity of what I had done. Sometimes as a youth or young adult, we never know the actual depth of our actions. I sincerely apologize to the victim of my crime as well as to the community affected by my transgression. After so much self-reflecting, I've dedicated myself to personal growth and development. I began to distance myself from all negative crowds that didn't want to change or see growth in their near future. I made being disciplinary report-free an objective of mine. I also decided that I would dedicate my time to being productive by educating myself and learning new skills and sharing those skills with others. I began to complete programs and committed myself towards higher education. One of my most proud accomplishments was making the Dean's List, maintaining a 3.95 GPA. I plan to finish obtaining my associate's degree in business administration. I'll be the first in my immediate family to do so. I also run programs to teach other incarcerated people how to process their feelings and emotions in a healthier and more productive way, and how to express yourself without resorting to violence. I help people learn how to write books to show people that you don't have to go back to old habits or behaviors to make money or have an impact on your community. I've also learned how to train service dogs as one of the first dog handlers in the American Vet Dog Program. I want to say that I am not the same immature young kid that made that mistake. I'm a man with purpose, a man that has spent all of his youth in prison, and I'm not proud of it. I changed and created a way for myself to be successful. I'm determined to rectify all of my shortcomings. I support this bill in its entirety, and it would be a major blessing to see it passed because I contend before this committee that I am one of the many rare cases that is fully deserving of an opportunity to see the parole board early. I also believe that passing this bill doesn't guarantee anyone a get-out-of-jail-free card by receiving an earlier hearing. Each incarcerated person must put in the work into themselves in order to obtain this relief from the Board of Pardons and Parole. In closing, I would like to thank the Judiciary Committee for hearing and considering my testimony here today. I pray it's taken into deep consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for providing us with the testimony you did this morning. Okay, we're going to hear from Roberto Lugo next. And while Roberto's coming up, I'll just remind folks that except for maybe the first 3 or 4 people we're trying to get in the room and parking here, unless there's a serious issue, if you miss your turn, you will go towards the end because we have a lot of folks signed up today, about 189, and we will cut you off at your 3 minutes. So please try to stay within the 3 minutes, and if you can summarize, that will help you to do so. Mr. Lugo, your time to testify.
Do I gotta press this? Hello?
We can hear you.
Sorry about, I had to walk all the way from McDonald's on Washington Street to get here.
We understand how
Freezing
it works,
cold,
yeah.
and it's freezing. So I'm here. I'm testifying in favor of Senate Bill 503. I'm here today as living evidence that the decisions made in rooms like this can either destroy a young life or allow that life the chance to change. Good afternoon, senators, representatives. Some of you may remember me from the Wesleyan graduation in Cheshire, where I spoke as a student, completing my education while in prison. You saw me then, and now you see me here, home, working, contributing, and continuing my education. This is not theory, this is a life transformed. My name is Roberto Lugo. I spent 24 years in prison for a crime that happened 6 weeks after my 19th birthday. I was sentenced to 60 years in the state of Connecticut, and after decades of rehabilitation, I was granted a commutation by the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. But my story in the system didn't start at 19. It started when I was 12. At 12 years old, Connecticut sent me to juvenile detention for baseball cards, for stealing baseball cards. From that moment, I was pulled into a system that felt as absurd and impossible to navigate as one of Franz Kafka's stories. Every step I took, every decision I made, felt trapped in rules that didn't account for who I was or who I would become. From 12 to 19, I was caught in that pipeline. By the time I stood in court as a teenager, the system no longer saw me as a child who had grown up inside it. It saw a criminal. And let's be honest, many of the people in this room, your colleagues, the lawmakers who were here 20 or 30 years ago, helped make the decisions that trap kids like me in a system who didn't see who we would become. Those decisions have consequences. I am one of those consequences. And now, decades later, some of you are seeing that impact with your own eyes. Senate Bill 503 gives us a chance to correct some of those mistakes, to recognize that young people can grow, that they can change, and that justice must reflect that reality. For decades, our laws treated teenagers and very young adults as if they were fully mature adults. But science and common sense tell us the human brain is still developing well into the mid-20s. Judgment develops, impulse control develops, people develop. Yet we sentence teenagers to decades in prison. I know this because I lived it. I entered prison as a teenager and spent 24 years inside. During that time, I watched people who went in at 18, 19, and 20 years old grow into completely different human beings. Many of them have spent 20 to 30 years proving they changed, but many are still sitting in prison today, not because they are the same people they were as teenagers, but because the law has not caught up with what we now know about youth and human development. During my incarceration, I refused to let prison define who I would become. Programs like the Wesleyan Center for Prison Education were the gasoline that fueled me. They believed in me when the system did not. I want to give a special thank you to the director.
How much more do you have to go?
A few sentences.
Okay.
Here's the truth. I'm living proof of what happens when the law treats young people as if they cannot change. I spent 24 years paying for choices I made as a teenager, and every day I was in prison, the system treated me as the same person I was at 19. This bill is not charity. It is justice catching up with reality. At 12 years old, Connecticut locked up a kid over baseball cards. At 19, it buried that same kid under a 60-year sentence. 24 years later, I'm standing here as proof that people change.
Thank you, Mr. Lugo. Listen, I understand, but I'm going to ask you one more time not to do that. And if you continue to do that, I'm trying to keep the rules the same for everybody. I'm going to have to ask you to leave the room. I don't want to do that. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Mr. Lugo, I want to thank you, one, for the long walk you had, but also for coming in and providing very strong testimony that hopefully people listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Concepcion Pacheco. Mary Concepcion Pacheco, followed by Brian Reyes. Brian Reyes. Brian Reyes to be followed by Commissioner Ucalo. Good morning. You may testify when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, Senator Kissel, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Garrett Ucalo, Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I have submitted written testimony, so I'll summarize quickly. I know you have a long agenda. I'm here to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 484, an act concerning distracted driving and the safe operation of a motor vehicle in a highway work zone. I appreciate the committee raising this for a hearing. Connecticut's current hands-free driving laws were passed in 2005. Since then, technology has advanced very quickly in the space of cellular technology as well as vehicle technology. At the time, concerns were about portable DVD players and texting with push buttons. Now we are concerned about video-based smartphones that stream infotainment, video entertainment, and app-based video games at all times. This legislation would close a loophole for video converters, which are sold to allow streaming video to play on a vehicle's dashboard while driving. Current federal motor vehicle safety standards prohibit the use of moving images, but these new technologies that are being sold online allow this technology to basically jailbreak the vehicle to get around the safeguards that are put in place by NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. In 2023, distracted driving caused over 5,200 crashes in Connecticut, including 12 deaths and more than 730 injuries. 49 of these crashes occurred in work zones. The reason the bill also makes using a prohibited device in a work zone a reckless driving violation. This is intended to reflect the seriousness of the behavior, as work zones are often the most dangerous places for both workers as well as drivers passing through, as is unfamiliar territory, unfamiliar lane markings, and unfamiliar movements of vehicles. Most of the crashes that occur in work zones and the fatalities that occur in work zones are actually drivers as well as injuries and deaths to the workers. This law would bring Connecticut in line with other states and address modern technology safely and effectively. So given the significant risks faced in a highway work zone, use of a prohibited and distracted driving while driving in a work zone, we believe should be appropriately punished for what it is, which is reckless. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Commissioner Ucalo, thank you for coming and testifying in person. I always think it's great when commissioners come before various committees and testify on behalf of bills themselves personally. And I also would like to hope that we have a good working relationship. I think that your testimony today is on firm ground. Love to see these bills pass the finish line. And if there's anything that's occurring in my district, I hope that I could avail myself of being able to reach out to you personally and maybe setting up a meeting. I know there's some concerns in Enfield about taking over some roads for eminent domain, and there's some mix-up regarding that. And so I think we can just cut to the chase on that offline. So thank you, sir, for coming and testifying.
Thank you, Senator. Yep, we had a great meeting with Newtown leadership.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Stastrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, good to see you. Just a quick process question. I was reading the newspaper this morning, and I know the Transportation Committee voted out a whole bunch of bills yesterday. Is any of this language also in bills coming out of the Transportation Committee?
The Transportation Committee did JF out a similar measure. It's structured differently than what's before this committee, but it would address the same causes. It attempts to address the video converter issue, as well as it does have the same language for reckless.
Okay. So in terms of the language, I mean, obviously we can't pass both of those into law. Is it this language or the transportation language that you would like to see become law?
I think they both achieve the same goal. We'd want to work with the chairs of both committees to see what all four of you and the rankings are amenable to.
Okay. Yeah, because at least the article I read this morning seemed like we may have a few referrals coming to us from the Transportation Committee, so we will deal with those when we get to that point. But good seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us. No. Alicia Strong. Alicia Strong, followed by Jason Casiano.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Stratford, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jason Casiano. I must first acknowledge and thank those whose work often goes unmentioned in shaping a more just and equitable society. Director Marisol Garcia of Prison to Public Policy, Director James Jetter of the Full Citizens Coalition, Dr. Emily Wang, Dr. Lisa Polisi at the Transitions Clinic, and the Higher Education and Prison Programs at Wesleyan University, CPE, and Yale. In 2015, the Connecticut Supreme Court in my case advanced reforms that harmonized juvenile neuroscientific data with the law, Connecticut General Statutes 54-124A. My audit of these claims back in 2009, while monitoring the work of California Senator Leland Yee, whose Senate Bill 9 proved that aligning law with juvenile brain science makes society safer and more equitable. Before my transition, I co-founded the Honor Unit in Cheshire Prison, a unique civic engagement hub, alongside two remarkable people, Sharif and John Yates. Working with Captain Boyd's administration in the maximum prison, we led a campaign for self-empowerment through civic engagement, which remains a resounding success today. Today, I testify as a scholar at Wesleyan University, a member of the advisory board at Sage Center at Yale, a logistics business owner, and a co-founder of a media company to uplift shared human experiences with my business partner, Mr. Torello, a formerly incarcerated Wesleyan graduate and reentry coordinator. It is unfortunate that in 2026, we still seek the removal of arbitrary elements that undercut these scientific decisions. In logistics, an artificial cutoff is simply a costly bottleneck. The Department of Corrections, a state entity, through the TRUE program at Cheshire and York prisons, has already adopted the juvenile science up to the age of 25 years old, based on their heightened capacity to change. We must now ensure that internal consistency between the laws governing custody and those governing the division of parole harmonize. Senate Bill 503 will assure that consistency. This is a smart and economical process involving vigorous vetting. I personally had 3 layers of parole vetting and meetings with forensic psychologists before I could even be considered for release. Yet if I had not been afforded this opportunity in 2022, I wouldn't have had the time required to build my meaningful life of contribution. Today, collectively, you will continue to hear from young offenders who embody the meaningful opportunity rationale. However, still within the Department of Corrections, Among young offenders, you will find mentors, academic scholars, journalists, engineers, case managers, and service sector workers who have the talent, the ethics, and the compassion to add real value to society's fabric. Please adopt the Juvenile Justice Initiative package and continue the historic advances Connecticut has made in humane laws governing juvenile justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Let's see. Now we have Elliot Prescott.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, other distinguished members of the committee. I'm Elliot Prescott, the State Inspector General. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill, number 5428. This proposal makes certain clarifying and limited changes to the statute that governs the jurisdiction and processes of my office. Just by way of example, with respect to one amendment, I have jurisdiction to investigate all in-custody deaths occurring within law enforcement agencies or the Department of Corrections. The statute does not say whether or not that involves both physical custody or legal custody. I think the original intent of the legislation establishing my office was to have our office investigate issues where individuals die within the physical custody of the law enforcement agency. You could have an instance, for example, with an individual who's out on parole, who's not in the physical custody of the Department of Corrections, and they pass away, and I don't think the legislature wanted to use the resources of my office to investigate that type of circumstance. So if the members of the committee has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions from members of the committee? Actually, there are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us today. Okay, Tommy Battle, followed by Amanda Wallwin. Sorry about that. Tommy Battle. Amanda Wallwin.
Good morning, Senator Winfield and Representative Strastrom and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Tommy Battle. I'm here before you as someone who committed crimes before my brain was fully developed, who spent years incarcerated, and who now dedicates my life to giving back to the community through the Full Citizens Coalition, an organization founded and led by formerly incarcerated individuals. I am here today to speak about eliminating the arbitrary October 1st, 2005 cutoff date for the parole eligibility and raising the eligible age to 26. I want to start off by saying when I was young, also I thought I had found power. The streets offered something that felt like autonomy. When schools failed, when jobs disappeared, when hope became scarce, the streets offered an alternative. I brought into the illusion that being in control meant I was free. But here is what I have come to understand. That was never power. That was the design. When I was going in and out of prison, I went in and out of prison thinking that I'll change one day. So what I continued to do was continue to play into this design. And then what I did was one day I decided when I was 35, I'm never going back to prison while being incarcerated. What I used to do was go in and out of prison, seeing individuals who were incarcerated with long amounts of time. I watched them change while they were incarcerated because I would see their change. They would talk to me about not coming back, what they would do if they had that opportunity that I continued to get, because I would come in with 2 years while they were still serving their 25-year sentence or their 40-year sentence. And understanding that I didn't have the opportunity they had to grow and change when they did. They changed faster than me. Like I said, I grew up when I was 35 and decided not to go back to prison. And when I came home, I made that decision to never go back. And I started working with the Full Citizens Coalition. But in that same time, I understood that since my release, like I said, I have worked with the Full Citizens Coalition, mentoring people at risk, helping returning citizens find their footing, and advocating for policies that actually reduce crime. I have watched men and women written off by society become leaders, fathers, business owners, and pillars of their communities. The current law is arbitrary and cruel. This bill would do two things. First, eliminate the 2005 cutoff. Everyone under 26 at the time of their offense would be evaluated based on who they are today, not who they were when their brain was still developing. Second, it will raise the eligibility age from 21 to 26, aligning our law with brain science. This is not about automatic release. This is about a chance to go before the parole board and demonstrate change. The board retains full discretion.
Your time has elapsed. If you could.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry.
No,
I was
fine.
just.
It's hard
all
to
right.
let it go. If you could just summarize very quickly for us.
Okay, so I urge you to support this bill. Eliminate the arbitrary cutoff date. Raise the age to 26, and give people the chance to prove that science is right, that people can change, and redemption is real. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and telling your story. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are no comments or questions. Thank you again for joining us this morning. Amanda Wallwin. Amanda Wallwin. Devon Ward. Welcome back.
Thank you, Senator. Joining me is Amy Zift, who's a correction ombudsman in my office. Thank you to the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm going to run through all of the bills that are before the committee today that are cognizant to my office. SB 503 is a positive step. Connecticut has seen an uptick in its prison population following a historic low in 2021. Expanding parole eligibility provides a mechanism for individualized review while helping manage long-term incarceration costs, particularly as populations ages and medical needs increase. On SB 391, I support the bill. Access to timely cancer screenings is not optional in a custodial setting. It is a basic obligation of care. On SB 507, I support this bill as well. I would encourage the committee to also consider several updates to my office recommended to Section 18-81QQ of the Connecticut General Statutes, which governs the Ombudsman's Office. We developed these proposals, but they unfortunately couldn't be drafted into a separate bill. Those provisions include codifying the ability of the Ombudsman's Office to bring state-issued electronic devices within the correctional facilities. I would also support a provision to add an attendance requirement to the Correction Advisory Committee. There's members on that committee who have not attended meetings for extended periods of time, including critical proceedings like the conditions of confinement public hearing. I'd also encourage the committee to revisit the current structure of legal access within facilities. The Inmate Legal Assistance Program has long served as a substitute for meaningful law library access, and access to the court should not depend on access to a program. It should be a system guarantee. Finally, I'd recommend clarifying the subpoena provisions for the Ombudsman's Office so that the office does not bear the responsibility for cost of compliance when issuing subpoenas. I also would like to touch on SB 467, which I support the intent of the visitation provisions. However, I'd encourage the committee to ensure that these protections extend to individuals classified under the security risk group designation. These individuals often face significantly more restrictive visitation and programming conditions based on past or alleged gang affiliation, even when others in general population may have more serious or recent disciplinary histories. And then I'd like to focus the rest of my testimony on HB 5567. I support the bill and appreciate the committee's continued focus on correctional health care. I would note that the challenge facing correctional health care is not a lack of analysis. The legislature has already required detailed reports and plans identifying the system's needs. The issue is that those findings have not been implemented. In 2022, Public Act 2022-133, the department produced a detailed report of staffing needs. In Public Act 25-168, the department was required to submit a comprehensive health plan as well.
Taken together, these reflect a pattern of analysis without implementation. At this point, the question is not what the system needs, it's whether we are prepared to ensure that those needs are actually met. I support the inclusion of electronic sick call requests as a good example of that. Same is true with reporting. I also support the inclusion of an independent nutrition audit. In closing, these bills reflect a strong understanding of the issues. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. Really good on timing, having to testify on all those bills. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Lamarck Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be really brief. Good morning. Thank you for your testimony. I want to ask you a question about 5567. I agree with your statement that what we really need more is a strategy for healthcare, not necessarily looking at individual cases and advocating for them. Do you have any, are you involved in any of the work to develop a strategy, a new strategy for DOC healthcare?
My office has not been privy to those conversations, no.
No. Do you have suggestions, or would you have input?
I have numerous suggestions, and I have a lot of input.
Yeah.
I could suggest, prior to being the ombuds, I litigated against the Department of Correction for 10 years,
Right, I understand that.
specifically on the healthcare issue. Amy Ziff, who's in my office, comes to us from the University of Connecticut Health Center. So we have a tremendous amount of insight to offer, and so we'd welcome being invited into that process.
So just in terms of this bill that creates a whole new structure within your department, some requiring some significant experience in healthcare and advocating for individual cases, rather than create that framework, would it be more important, do you think, to create a strategy to provide the healthcare and then back into something like this?
No, I think we can do both. I think, look, our office got over 1,000 complaints in our first year. I imagine we're going to do significantly more than that, and that requires somebody in our office that can look at these cases on an individual basis and be able to opine on them with the same clinical expertise as folks in DOC. So if we're having an instance with medical care, to be able to have a doctor in our office be able to opine on that with the same credentials is invaluable. Same thing on the mental health side, to be able to have a psychologist or someone with the mental health background be able to look at specifically the administration of psychotropic medications, I think is a huge value add to the office. So to answer your question, I think we can do both.
Right, but without a significant improvement to the system of providing healthcare in the DOC, it's just a circle.
Well, respectfully, it's going to take some time to ramp up that implementation. And in the meantime, we're still going to have, my office is still going to receive these individual complaints that need to be resolved, right, in advocating for individuals to get care. So
Okay.
I think I'd like to respectfully do both.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And as a matter of fact, you and I are currently in a conversation about an individual case. So,
Right.
Yeah, that is something that is unfortunately always ongoing. I just want to afford you the opportunity, should you want it, to talk a little bit more about the legal access piece of your testimony and or the subpoena provision piece.
Sure, I appreciate that. With respect to the inmate legal assistance program, the DOC, and not actually the DOC, the state of Connecticut is obligated to provide access to the courts for folks who are incarcerated. That's a constitutional mandate. The way the Department of Correction in the state of Connecticut has been fulfilling that responsibility has been contracting with a private law firm that essentially mails in forms to folks who are incarcerated at an expense of $800,000 a year. My office has received significant complaints from folks who are incarcerated about the effectiveness of that service. To put that into more context, we do not have law libraries in all of our 13 operational facilities. And that's particularly troubling, particularly for our women's prison, York. It's our only women's prison in the state, and it does not have a law library. To me, that raises a significant equal protection issue. But that aside, the fact that DOC, the Department of Correction, is managing the contract, overseeing the contract for provision of legal services and contracting with a law firm for essentially claims related to the conditions of confinement that they're holding folks in, I think is an inherent conflict of interest in this nature of providing access to the courts. And I also believe that we can provide access to the courts in a way more cost-efficient way, in a more efficient manner, by providing some of those same materials on the tablets, Connecticut general statutes on the tablets, and also providing actual law libraries in all 13 of our correctional facilities for far less than $800,000 a year. When I talked to UConn Law Library about this issue, a budget of that size would be able to provide significant legal resources. And so an $800,000 budget to one law firm to essentially send out forms, I don't think is an efficient way of doing this. And so that's on that particular issue. With respect to the subpoena power, my office has unfortunately had to issue a subpoena this year. Whenever we issue those subpoenas, we have to pay for marshal service, and we also, we're exempt from court filing fees, but we do have to pay for marshal service. For that particular subpoena that we issued, the objection to that subpoena was ultimately overruled by the court. And so essentially, my office bore the expense of service, the $200 it cost to serve that, essentially to have the court say my office was right in issuing the subpoena and to have it enforced. And so what I'm essentially asking for is that when that happens, when we issue a subpoena and the court upholds that subpoena, I shouldn't be charged, or the office shouldn't be charged for making folks comply with the lawful subpoena. They should then, the folks who we issued the subpoena to should bear that cost, that we had to take the extraordinary step of going to the court to get compliance.
Okay, thank you for that. We should talk further about that. On the medical issue, I know that there are multiple conversations in this building right now, and there have been, but multiple serious conversations. So I'm going kind of in line with the discussion you were having with the representative. I'm going to have some conversation with folks who are in these conversations to find a way that you are at least pulled in some way to those conversations, whether it be directly involved or at least consulted. I think if your office is in these prisons doing this work, that's probably something that we should do. And then just, I've had some conversation, although not as much as I normally do, with Stop Solitary about some of the things that they've worked on, including the time out of cell. And since you're in the prison seeing what's happening, I just wonder, since you're in front of us now, do you have any comment on that? They have some concern about using things like lunchtime and other things as part of that time. You have any comment on that?
I do. I will say each facility is tracking compliance with the Protect Act differently. There's not, to my knowledge, a systematic way that the central office is tracking compliance with the Protect Time. It's usually left to individual wardens to track compliance with that. Some facilities, do better jobs than others, but what that process entails is going through the logbooks and essentially matching that up with what's on video, right? If they're saying they're letting people out of their cells at 2:30, and then matching that up with, what's on the video, seeing if they're out of their cells at 2:30. And so compliance is scattered. We have noted instances in the past year where facilities are not in compliance with provisions of the Protect Act, even aside from periods of lockdown. I do know facilities do include in that 5 hours out of cell time eating and time showering. So that is something that, to my understanding, is universal across the correctional system. But I've had conversations with Stop Solitary about the Protect Act, and I do think there are some flaws in drafting. I think it's important to state that in the Protect Act, it explicitly says that when the facility is on lockdown or in some type of modified status, that they do not have to comply with the Protect Act. And so, in the past year where you had over 300, almost 400 lockdowns, that meant that the facilities didn't have to comply with it and did not have to give folks out of cell time, and that is enshrined in the law. I also think another flaw in the drafting of the bill is that it talks about out of cell time, but it does not recognize that there are many facilities in the state of Connecticut that do not have cells. Carl Robinson is a facility that does not have cells. There are portions of York that do not have cells. So when you're talking about out of cell time, what does that mean to someone who's incarcerated in a dormitory setting? And so I think those are some issues that we can certainly address, but largely I think compliance, checking compliance is scattered. I do know facilities do use showering and eating time in that figure of the 5 hours out of cell time, and I do know just because of the lockdowns, it hasn't been adhered to mostly.
Thank you for that. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, just the one question that I haven't, knowing your testimony, you talked about
state-issued devices being able to be brought into the facilities. Could you touch on that a little bit more?
Sure, and I appreciate that question. My office, the folks in my office, staff in my office, we have state-issued cell phones. And the current practice is DOC has allowed us to bring those into facilities. That's how we've captured a lot of the images that you see in the conditions of confinement report through our state-issued devices, taking pictures in the facility. Essentially, what I'm asking for is to codify that into practice. You know, the current commissioner's been a partner in working on that and allowing my staff to bring those in, but it is not enshrined anywhere in law. And so I just want to make sure that, should leadership change, either at the gubernatorial level or at the commissioner level, that the office is still allowed to bring those devices in and capture the meaningful images that we can show to the public and show to you all in our oversight role.
All right, thank you so much. And your testimony, we have it in writing, I would assume, or we will.
No, you did. I did submit my testimony in writing. And in there's a breakdown of the nutritional guidelines. I know that was a big piece of this bill too. You can see DOC's actual nutritional breakdown for their current their common fare menu. So I just encourage the committee members to take a look at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? There are no more comments or questions. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be talking in the next couple of days. All right. So Donald McKim, followed by Ariel Baskin-Summers. Donald McKim. Donald McKim, followed by Ariel Baskin-Summers. Ariel Baskin-Summers.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm here to talk a little bit about the current state of psychological science as it relates to the topics brought up in the current bill. So over the past 2 decades, psychological science and neuroscience have really significantly advanced our understanding of adolescence and emerging adulthood. Research is consistently showing that brain development does not stop at age 18. In fact, in particular, brain structure, which is a really important indicator of overall brain health and efficiency, continues to refine well into the mid-20s. And during this period, there are certain regions of the brain involved in planning, impulse control, and long-term decision-making that are still maturing and becoming more integrated with other brain systems. Now, consistent with these structural changes, we know that there are certain brain functions that support controlled and deliberate behavior, such as planning, weighing long-term consequences, and resisting immediate temptations that also continue to develop beyond age 18 into the early to mid-20s. Now, this doesn't mean that adolescents or young adults are incapable of making responsible decisions. In many situations, they reason and perform similarly to adults. However, what research very clearly shows is that there are particular contexts, notably ones that relate to criminal acts, in which younger individuals are more likely than adults to make poor decisions. These contexts often involved heightened emotional arousal, engaging in behaviors in the presence of peers, or situations that offer immediate rewards. Importantly, these developmental dynamics don't actually occur in a vacuum. Young people who have experienced high levels of adversity, such as trauma, chronic stress, unstable environments, or significant mental health challenges, often face additional neurobiological burdens. And research shows that these experiences can affect brain development, emotion regulation, and stress reactivity, potentially amplifying vulnerabilities that already are present during this important developmental period of emerging adulthood. At the same time, it's also super important for me to emphasize that these vulnerabilities are not deterministic. Developmental science suggests that it is equally clear that adolescence and emerging adulthood are periods of remarkable plasticity. The brain during these years remains highly responsive to experience, showing strong evidence that when young people are provided with supportive environments, stable relationships, appropriate interventions, and access to effective mental health treatment, behaviors can change and developmental trajectories can improve. In other words, the same developmental plasticity that creates vulnerability also creates opportunity. With the right supports and contexts, young people have a significant capacity for growth, learning, and positive behavioral change. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? All right, there are none. Appreciate you spending your time with us today. Have a great day. Christina Quantham.
Good morning, everyone. Senator
morning.
Winfield, Representative Safstrom. It looks like Senator Kissel is there. I'm happy to come before you today to introduce myself as Christina Quantham, the Executive Director of the Connecticut Justice Alliance. I am going to be reading testimony from Sean Bodemer. He is a person who is currently incarcerated, but wanted to express the Connecticut Justice Alliance's support for Senate Bill 503 and our opposition to House Bill 5429. So this is the testimony of Sean Bodemer. My name is Sean Bodemer. I've been locked up since December 2nd, 2006. I was 19 when I came to prison and have been in prison for 19 years now. I would like all to know that I'm truly sorry for my actions that took place that night. If I could take it back, I would, and I would like the family and community to know that I'm truly sorry for the pain and suffering that I have caused them. When I first came to jail, I didn't know how to act in this environment. But as time went on, I started realizing what happened wasn't anyone's fault but my own. I know in prison you can go two ways. You can let it turn you into something worse, or you can use the structure to follow the rules and become a better person. So, what did I choose to do? I started doing programs. I got my high school diploma to become a better person for myself. I got my healthcare aide diploma, veterinary assistant diploma, and my drug and alcohol treatment specialist diploma, all through the Stratford Career Institute. I also have my barbering certifications. I was asked to help start the American Vet Dog program, which is so rewarding. It gives me a purpose which I feel like I haven't had in such a long time. We train 8-week-old puppies to become service dogs for veterans. Just knowing that what I'm doing is going to change someone's life that fought for our country is an amazing opportunity, and it's my way of giving back. This is no longer the person, this is the person I am today, wanting to help those in need and give back any way that I can. I am no longer the boy that made the worst mistake of his life. I've worked hard to become the man that I am today, and I will keep working on it. I have given myself trades, so upon release, I will not be lost. I can be a barber or a dog trainer. I have a plan and goals. I just need a second chance to act on them. I'm ready to start this new life if given the chance that I have worked so hard for. Thank you for your time and your help. Sincerely, Sean Bodemer. And he was writing that in response to Senate Bill 503. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us again. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, Christina, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Biola Cloon, and I am aware that Amanda Wallwin showed up just as the ombuds was testifying, so she was here. We'll let her go after Viola Cloon.
Good morning to the co-chair, Senator Winfield and Representative Safstrom, and to the distinguished members of this committee. My name is Viola Cloon. I am a resident of New Haven, and I speak today in support of Senate Bill 503. I'd like to use my time today to not only speak on behalf of the Coalition for Communal Healing Through Justice Reform, which you see represented in many of today's testimonies, but on behalf of a group that this conversation too often leaves behind, women. Since 2020, Connecticut has incarcerated more women than men, which I'd like to let that sink in for a moment. More women, and yet when we gather in rooms like this one to talk about justice reform, about parole eligibility, and about who deserves a second chance, women are rarely mentioned, let alone centered in that conversation. They are too often treated as a footnote in a story that is very much their own. What makes this silence even harder to accept is that it is often women who are the ones holding everything together on the outside. They are our primary caregivers. They are the mothers managing households, the daughters navigating visitation schedules, the partners absorbing the financial and emotional weight of a loved one's incarceration, all while quietly disappearing into the system themselves. They are our daughters who grow up in homes fractured by incarceration. They are our mothers who lost children to a pipeline that offered no off-ramp. They are partners who waited, sacrificed, and were never once asked how they were doing. SB 503 is about emerging adults, young people sentenced before their brains were fully developed, before science and the law had caught up with each other. But this bill reaches far further than any one individual. Because behind every person affected by an arbitrary October 1st, 2005 cutoff date is also a woman who has been living that sentence too, without recognition and without relief. When we talk about who this bill will impact, we cannot afford to only count those behind prison walls. When we talk about impact, the conversation is wholly incomplete if we don't count women who have been invisible in this fight, even as they have been the backbone of it. We ask this committee then to see them, to say their names, and to factor their reality into your vote. Passing SB 503 doesn't just give a couple hundred individuals an opportunity to be seen for who they are today. It gives endless women who have been waiting, some of them, many of them, for decades, a chance to finally stop carrying this burden alone. They've carried it long enough. We urge your full support of SB 503. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us today and providing us with an important perspective on the issue. We'll now go to Amanda Wallwin, followed by Tamira Brown. So after Ms. Wallwin, we'll have Tamira Brown.
All right. Thank you so much to the committee, to Chair Winfield, to Chair Safstrom for allowing me to testify today. My name is Amanda Wallwin, and I'm a state policy advocate with the Innocence Project. The Innocence Project is a national organization that represents wrongfully convicted clients across the country. We also work to enact state-level policy reforms that prevent and reveal wrongful convictions. Post-conviction DNA testing can prove innocence, but it can also identify the actual perpetrator of a crime, thereby delivering justice not only to the wrongly convicted, but also to the crime victim and to the public. Of the first 375 exonerations based on DNA evidence, the true perpetrators were subsequently detected in 50% of these cases. These 165 people committed an additional 154 violent crimes while an innocent person took their place in prison. We support House Bill 5308, which expands eligibility for post-conviction DNA testing to people who've been released from incarceration and are on parole, probation, or another type of supervision. It also adds an explicit right to appeal the denial of a motion for post-conviction DNA testing. This bill was introduced in a slightly more expanded form last year and has been amended to address the concerns that arose. Often, people who are wrongfully convicted are not able to demonstrate their innocence while they remain incarcerated. Luis Figueroa spent 11 years in prison for a 1995 rape that he didn't commit. In 2007, Mr. Figueroa was released on probation. Because he was no longer incarcerated, he could not petition the court for post-conviction DNA testing. However, he filed a FOIA request seeking evidence in his case. An assistant state's attorney reviewed his files and discovered an unseen report that excluded Mr. Figueroa as a contributor to the DNA evidence found from the attack. The state's attorney cooperated in Mr. Figueroa's exoneration, and their motion to vacate his conviction and dismiss the charges was granted in 2014, 19 years after he was convicted. Mr. Figueroa's exoneration happened in the face of systemic failures. Had the state's attorney who reviewed his files not noticed the report, recognized its exculpatory nature, and shared it with him, Mr. Figueroa may never have been exonerated, since even if a judge had believed that he may be innocent, that judge would not have been able to order the testing of any remaining DNA evidence. With this statutory change, judges will still serve as gatekeepers to post-conviction DNA testing, ensuring that frivolous requests for testing are denied. This bill will simply permit them to grant testing in cases when they believe it could have probative value in a potential wrongful conviction. Additionally, while Connecticut currently has a practice of permitting an appeal of the denial of a motion for post-conviction DNA testing, we recommend codifying that practice into statute, ensuring that these motions are heard on the merits. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I urge the committee to report this bill out favorably, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee members.
Thank you for your testimony. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, Tamira Brown.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm here to support my son, Robert Bullock, who's been incarcerated ever since he was 18 years old. He's now 34 years old, still incarcerated. So I'm here in support of the Senate Bill 503. I'm here today speaking for other loved ones who's also currently incarcerated. They made a mistake when they were young, but they are not the same person today. I've seen growth, I've seen pain, the accountability, and the work they put in to become better. While the world only sees the worst moment, I had to watch them fight every day to become more than that. And the hardest part is knowing that no matter how much they change, they may never get the chance to prove it. The Senate Bill 503 does not guarantee freedom, but it gives a chance to be seen, to be heard, and to be elevated for who they are today. Please support this bill. People grow, people change, and people deserve hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Well, if not, Ms. Brown, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for advocating on behalf of your loved one, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carlos. Welcome. Congratulations, by the way.
Good morning, Senators Winfield and Kissel, Representative Stastrom and Fishbein, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. As mentioned, my name is Sharonda Carlos, Deputy Commissioner of Administration for the Department of Correction. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 391, an act concerning the availability of breast cancer screening, diagnosis, and treatment services for women who are in the custody of the Department of Correction, and Senate Bill 476, an act concerning visitation policies of the Department of Correction and the transfer of funds held in trust by the DOC. Senate Bill number 391 authorizes the Commissioner to arrange for breast cancer screening, diagnostic, and treatment for women in the custody at a licensed healthcare institution. So we are grateful that this bill will allow for screenings to be done outside of UConn Health Center, and the bill also allows for on-site mammography or referral to a nearby institution. The department has already begun utilizing mobile mammography programs at your correctional institution, which they come twice a month to do 2D and 3D mammography. Also, because I'm moving quickly because I don't want you to cut me off. Also, Senate Bill 476 addresses, this is moving on to the second bill, 2 areas establishing in-person visitation. We do support this bill. However, we want to acknowledge that there may be there are some logistical issues that we would like to further discuss pertaining to spacing. We do understand, and research does show, that in-person visitation produces significant psychological and social benefits for those who are in the custody of DOC, reducing depression and anxiety, and also promoting healthier child and family relationships. So while we again are cognizant of this importance, we want to have further discussion on that. The next portion of the bill, inmate trust fund disbursement. Just a little bit of background, we do have administrative directives that speak to our structure. However, we do have some concerns pertaining to those who may discharge, and we do not have an accurate home mailing address for those individuals. Sometimes individuals may have charges such as commissary, fines, and fees and penalties that need to be addressed prior to releasing the funds. And then lastly, there was one more thing, the time of their discharge. And then also we have some checks that were undeliverable and returned back to us. So we did implement in 2018 on our website where individuals are able to go. There is an inmate number and also unclaimed funds. We did that to mimic also what the Treasury's office does. However, we thank you for the opportunity to testify on these bills, in support of these bills, and we look forward to further discussion.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning and congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Regarding the inmate accounts, is the department looking at other avenues to get that money out other than the paper checks? I mean, I appreciate the problems with that, but there are states that have used federal credit unions and debit cards, things like that. Are you looking at all at that program?
Yes, we are, and I will introduce Director Michael Regan of our fiscal office.
Thank you.
We've been actively exploring the use of debit cards. We did do a pilot a few years ago. We had some issues, technical issues around that process. One of the biggest issues we run into are fee structures, because you have to work with banking institutions or people that do the debit card programs, and they require fees. And the question is, who's going to pay those fees? Is it going to be the individual who gets the card, or is it going to be the state? And in some cases, those fees can be significant. And we have yet to come up with a means to make that happen, so that the individual isn't burdened. I mean, the average amount that is in an unclaimed account is about $50. And if every time they use a debit card, they got to pay $3 to a debit card company, it doesn't take long to eat up that money, and that's not really fair to that individual. You know, they need every penny that they have. But at the same time, the agency can't bear that expense either. So we continue to explore that. The biggest issue about the paper check system is not is not the use of the check. It's getting the check to the individual. And a lot of times when people discharge, they don't have an address, or they can't provide us with an address, so we don't have a mailing address. And we don't have the ability to have, in every case, have a check ready for them upon discharge. As the Commissioner mentioned, there is a process that has to go through to make sure that all outstanding charges that are pending against their balance are reconciled prior to the release of those funds. Those may include commissary charges, fines, fees, and PLRA. So those things have to be figured out before they leave, or the agency would have to pay for those, will have to eat those charges. And again, these things add up over time. So this right now, we move to a system that is similar to what the treasurer does with regard to unclaimed property. Every inmate in their handbook should have directions on how to go about claiming those funds. It is on our website. We are working to make that more prominent on our website to make it easier. One of the challenges that the Department of Correction faces is technology, and right now it's a paper process. A lot of our processes are paper processes. We would like to move to more automation, both on our website as well as throughout our facilities, but that's going to be a process that has to play out over the next few years.
Yeah, that just seems problematic given the technology that's available to most people, and the fact that not only not having mailing address, but many people discharging from prison are unbanked. So where do they go for a check, again, without paying significant fees to just get that check cashed? So I would think that this is an area where technology could definitely help the department. But Commissioner, I just have one other question. In terms of the mammography and the breast screenings, it sort of speaks to the larger issue of healthcare in the department. And I know you didn't testify on House Bill 5567 because that deals with the ombudsman, but it does touch on improving healthcare in the department. Can you talk a little bit about what strategies that you are working on or preparing to implement? Are you working with other agencies to develop a better strategy? I mean, this is a long-term, this is a decades-long problem in the Department of Correction, improving quality health care. So I'm just wondering, I know I'm asking you to hit the ground running here, but can you just briefly talk a little bit about what your plans are?
Appreciate the question, and I want to make sure I can sit in the seat May 1st, so I'll say this. Testimony was submitted by OPM, and we do support that testimony. However, yes, we are already in conversation with sister agencies and with OPM on strategies how to enhance the healthcare services that are provided to those who are in the custody of the Department of Corrections, so I can tell you that.
Okay, so you're not committed to just recreating the same wheel that we've been doing the last 40 years. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And again, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And OPM is up in 1 or 2 people, so we'll have questions for them on that. And I know they're trying to shift what we've been doing. So, Commissioner, good to see you. I have a question for you. If you are able to or care to comment on my exchange with the ombuds as it relates to the work of Stop Solitary to bring us to the moment we are, and their concerns about the way in which time is allowed for folks. I think you were in the room at that point, so would you care to comment?
We did not submit testimony, but I will say this to you, specific to the ombudsman's testimony, there is opportunity for consistency. As he mentioned, the way that we're tracking, there's an opportunity to track consistently across the board. We do count, yes, when they eat, when they shower as out of cell time, but we look forward to continued discussion on language that will be submitted to how we can implement more effectively to where we don't allow it to appear as if we are not in compliance with the bill. So our understanding is that time, shower time, out of the cell time to eat is a part of the out of cell time, but if the interpretation is different, we look forward to continued discussion.
Okay, and I have to say another part of the conversation that I have with the ombudsperson, and an unfortunately ongoing conversation that I'm having with the ombudsperson is about those individual medical issues, and I have, before your time, but even now, and I know you haven't had a lot of time, I have been struggling to get folks who are inside heard, and I have oversight. I have oversight over DOC, so that feels very much problematic. I don't know that you can comment anything that's going to help in the moment. What I would say is, to your point about being here, my hope is that you, myself, and others can kind of sit down and figure it out so that we don't show up next session with bills that battle with each other, but bills that are kind of walking in the same direction. I would say the same for the concerns of those that Stop Solitary. My hope is that in the interim, and I don't really take vacations, part of my problem, but in the interim, that we can do some work that would bring us to a point where we're already moving in a direction and we can actually get some things to help folks done. I won't just end it there. I'll give you the opportunity to comment should you want to.
Thank you so much for that opportunity. And I'm looking forward to that commitment, to the continued commitment for the Department of Correction. We have individuals, especially in our healthcare services system, and also those providing services on the custodial side that are committed to providing professional services to these individuals that are incarcerated. Unfortunately, what hits the news are those individuals that we could have done better. So with that, there is a continued commitment by the Department of Correction to provide community standard healthcare services. I'm looking forward to the conversations on how we can collaboratively work together, what is needed, and how do we get there. So I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. And my office will reach out to your office right after we JF bills here.
Yes, sir.
So don't waste much time. All right.
Thank
well,
you.
With that, doesn't appear to be any more questions or comments. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Again, congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
Hope my good hopes for your long tenure. All right. Let's see. We have Fred Hodges. Fred Hodges. Okay. Dan Carpowitz, you are up. Good morning. Good to see you. Good to be able to say good morning at number 37.
Good morning, Senator. Likewise, and thank you. Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, respected members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to join you today to submit testimony on House Bill 5567 concerning health care in the Department of Correction Facilities. We are taking measures to improve the existing structure. We will continue to litigate, for better or for worse, the existing structure. But in addition to that, we do believe we have an opportunity to rethink and redesign that structure so that we have a new one that sets us on a different path. Indeed, the administration believes that a new paradigm is possible for the approach to medical care delivered to people while they're incarcerated in the state of Connecticut. We've submitted multiple pages to you today for your extended consideration on our strategic vision and to speak to the questions from yourself and from Representative Lamarck Muir earlier. Rather than envisioning a static population of a set number of offenders, if I may use that expression, who need a static delivery of medical care. We, in fact, want us to see this as a flow of patients in Connecticut. There are roughly 5,000 sentenced individuals going into the DOC a year, 5,000 coming out every year. Indeed, according to our most recent estimates, the median length of stay among the unsentenced population is 4 months. The median length of stay for such patients who are sentenced is 26 months. So the challenge for us is to rethink and remanage a flow of patients in Connecticut who move into and spend a certain period of time in and overwhelmingly return home. And so that is the foundation for our strategy and for a new vision for managing this population and flow of patients into, for some period of time, and out of corrections. Obviously, the governor's budget includes $1 million because we think further analysis under a new vision is needed. That also is supposed to drive potential clinical enhancements. Our colleagues from the Department of Corrections mentioned the mobile mammography. Coming out of our interagency approach to this work, we have a number of clinical improvements that we are vetting with healthcare providers, the DOC, leadership at state Medicaid, and leadership of our anchor institutions for healthcare, both in the DOC, in health services, and in the community. That includes targeted staffing based on shifts, and the second and third shift in particular, centrally coordinated management of inpatient services when an incarcerated person has to be admitted to a hospital off-site, and on-site mobile delivery modeled on the successes we've had with mammography, but extending to a whole potential range of clinical things that are both timely and efficient. Also telemedicine, which we have small amounts of, but is the frontier of clinical delivery, both in diagnostic and primary care, but also in mental and behavioral health. We think there are great opportunities there. One of the benefits of taking a strategic approach is that we can believe this benefits not only the continuity of care for people passing through the prison system who are incarcerated, but also for the men and women who work there. We want to explore their access to primary care. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Representative Lamar Muir.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. I just want to say for the record that I have been in talks with your office about working on healthcare strategy in the department. So I appreciate you being here today. In terms of the bills that we have before us, like specifically Bill 5567,
yes.
It seems to me we're sort of jumping the gun a little bit in terms of we have to develop the strategy. We have to change the way healthcare is delivered in the facilities before we start reporting out on improvements. So can you talk a little bit about what steps your division is going to take in terms of, one, creating that strategy, and then two, actually implementing it? I mean, as you know, the department, this has been a long-standing, at least 4 decades, and we've tried different things. It's been run by DOC, then we put it in UConn Healthcare, and then we bounced it back to DOC, and we spent hundreds of billions of dollars and effectively didn't change anything. So can you talk a little bit about how you're going to get in there and change that system?
For sure. Thanks for the opportunity to speak more to that. I also want to just begin by saying this is not a problem unique to Connecticut. This is not a feature of some idiosyncratic set of issues facing our Department of Corrections or our health services. When Congress created Medicaid, it excluded everybody who's incarcerated from eligibility. That creates a huge challenge to every state and every healthcare system and every Department of Corrections to manage a population flow which is overwhelmingly Medicaid eligible. So I just want to sort of acknowledge that this is not a weird Connecticut phenomenon. This is a national problem with this subset of the population that spends some time in prison. So I want to be respectful of that, the challenge that presents us financially, fiscally, managerially, and in terms of course, providing primary care. That is the beginning of our strategy, Representative, for thinking about it, is to reconceptualize what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with patient flows, and hence in medicine, in medical care, we talk about the continuity of care. Incarceration makes that a challenge. Removing and revoking Medicaid eligibility makes that a problem. Now, I want to also signal one of the ways we're thinking strategically is that the federal government has signaled changes to this tradition of exiling people to prison. President Trump signed into law the restoration of Pell rights for people in prison. that was a signal that we should start to re-include those citizens in post-secondary and higher educational opportunity, okay? Congress is doing the same thing with Medicaid. We have submitted as a state a JI waiver. People in this room have likely worked on that effort. That's to end the exclusion 90 days earlier. That means to start to incorporate people in prison, patients who are incarcerated, in state Medicaid and the attending services 3 months prior to release. They're testing us to see, are we ready to include people, these citizens, in Medicaid, just like they've tested us to see if we're ready to include them in our community colleges and our public and private university systems. So workforce Pell is similar, which has just passed, right? So I think these are opportunities to end this, but we need to think that strategically. This is not a localized, just behind the bars problem. It's about integrating these people in Connecticut as patients, as workers, as students, as family members, as we heard earlier in testimony today. So how are we doing this? We're making an interagency strategy. So back in 2025, we created out of OPM's initiative an interagency working group. It's chaired by myself, Bill Halsey, your state director of Medicaid. It involves leadership, including Commissioner Carlos and representatives from the DOC Health Services. We all meet now, about 20 of us, every single week. And we are, for the first time, creating visible data on beginning with hospital utilization. Then we'll be pivoting to specialized care utilization. So there's an enormous amount of data. We look forward to opportunities to share that with you all, with the ombudsman that was discussed earlier by the senator. And so what we're first doing is shedding light on the entire utilization of healthcare, but using the administrative organization that supports all of state medical, right? So it's not a carceral intervention study. It's not a correctional study. It's the public healthcare systems and providers of healthcare writ large in Connecticut, and how do we work together? So that's the first thing. It's interagency, it's weekly, it's at a senior level, and it looks at all the healthcare outcomes and utilization. So that's really the beginning. We hope, and I know I've discussed this with the chairs of this committee earlier, to spin off quickly immediate clinical interventions of the sort that we talked about, mobile healthcare, increased targeting shifts, coordinating inpatient care. But over time, what we're looking to is to actually build out a new system that simply looks at this as system-wide. And we hope to carry on, as the senator suggested, in between sessions and meet you here next session, ready to stand up those new entities based on, I think, hopefully, this interagency working group that you all now have 20 folks working on every week.
Thank you.
I welcome further questions.
And just being cognizant of the committee's time and what we have to do today. In terms of legislation, though, it seems like we're still trying to figure out ways to address the issue by creating oversight, and that's the oversight isn't really the problem. Would it be helpful to have a pilot to statutorily require a pilot program and then reporting back on what it is you're working on now, or is it best to just let you proceed?
Look, I will say that the administration remains committed across state government to establishing and maintaining ombudsman, neutral party role. We're concerned about the senator's concerns about ongoing challenges to have access and to have effective advocacy. That said, I would agree with you, Representative. What we do not need more of, I think, to solve the problem is advocacy or litigation. That is essential, but it's necessary, but it's not sufficient. So I would agree with you there. Right. In terms of piloting, I think as soon as our providers in the healthcare community can propose for us programs to stand up and pilot to address the immediate clinical needs, but as steps in a coherent vision, I do think that could be timely.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, this is a much longer discussion, but again, cognizant of the committee's work today. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Deputy, I just want to say, you don't come before this committee enough, and I find your views and observations and great intellectual background to be refreshing. You have an awful lot that you could share with us, and so please don't make yourself bashful in the future. We need you, because I was just telling Chairman Winfield that back years ago when Chairman Lawler was the head of chair of this committee, I mean, at that time, pre-pandemic, I was taking trips various parts of the country. I remember going to John Jay University in Manhattan. And my little panel was, well, actually, my portion of the panel was, how can a law and order Republican be in favor of reintegration? And I can be as tough on crime as I want, and I am. If you get a sentence, that's what the judge or the jury decided was the appropriate penalty for the crime caused. Nonetheless, over 90% of inmates get reintegrated back into our communities. And I need happy, law-abiding, productive, tax-paying citizens. And so to the extent we just focus on one side of the paradigm and not the other, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So thank you for your testimony. And again, I'm looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I deeply appreciate that, Senator. And if I may, Chair, I'm working on a study now to establish for this committee and for the governor the millions of dollars in taxes paid by people who have come out of our prisons and are fully employed. And that's a benchmark for us. That's a sign of ownership, car ownership, house rentals, childcare. That's a number we should begin as a baseline and say, how do we double that? And just measure ourselves, I think, in the spirit of what you're saying. That's what
and you're singing my song, because so much of what I've been lucky enough to be on this committee for 32 out of my 34 years, lucky enough to be a state senator in this state. And one of the things that I've noticed over those decades is we've become much more metric oriented. Again, what you're saying, benchmarking, creating a baseline, where do we want to go from here? Is this working? Is this not working? Some of these things are philosophical, I get that, but a lot of these things, if we think abstractly a little bit, we can come up with creative ways to measure outcomes and then say, is this the outcome we want? And that's why, like, when we came to raise the age and things like that, to the extent we can keep our young people from having to bump into the criminal justice system to access support programs in the state, then they don't get entangled in that web that so many people in this room are talking about, that once you get stuck into that web, it's really hard to disentangle yourself. And so, people would say, well, Senator, you're a Republican, you're law and order, why are you for raise the age? Because we can do so much more with those young people, not destining them to go into the criminal justice system. And I think that's borne fruit over the last couple of decades that we've moved on that. And a lot of people get credit for that. Representative Walker, back then, State Senator Tony Harp and others really pushed hard on those initiatives. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. And so what you're about working on right now, I'd love to be alive 10 or 20 years from now so that we can say, remember back then? Now that baseline has doubled. That would signal so many other wonderful things are happening. So keep on working, and again, I look forward to a good collaborative relationship with the leadership of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, don't leave. I'm not. I just want to say to you, Mr. Carpowitz, that after our conversation about the $1 million, I'm on the other side controlling the budgetary portion of this. I have suggested that I believe that what you're doing makes a lot of sense and we should expend that. I think that the committee had some concerns about doing another study. I believe you all will be reached out to by the chairs of the actual committee itself to have some conversation about what it is you're doing. I explained some, but I think you are better equipped to explain in a more in-depth way. So please make sure you take advantage of that so that you can get the $1 million to move forward. I will say to the conversation about which way we move on this, I don't think it's the type of conversation where you have a choice here. I think you have to do both. I've been in this building, it's amazing to think of this, but quite a while now. And I have seen ideas take off hot and run and then fizzle out. And at the same time, I'm currently dealing with several folks who have immediate issues right now that no matter how successful you are, what you do won't deal with those issues because they are immediate, right? So I think there are multiple ways in which we have to deal with this, and I hope that folks are open to those conversations. And then one question. In my conversation with the corrections ombudsperson, I suggested that we should in some way link them in. I would assume that you are fine with finding a way to link them in. I won't tell you how that is, but I would suggest to you it would make me happier if you do.
100%. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Chair, and I have spoken with the ombuds, and I think we have a great open line of communication, but taking this next step towards integrating both immediate solutions, but also this vision of a better structure, 100%.
Okay, good. Hope you get the $1 million. All right. So any further comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Chairman.
Well, it was morning. Okay. We have tipped over into the afternoon, so let's see if we can get going again. Anna Turwel, followed by Lauren Manping.
Wonderful. Can I start speaking?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Anna Turwel. I'm here today to express my strong support for Senate Bill 503. I'm a political science professor at Trinity College in Hartford. My research focuses on crime, punishment, and conceptions of justice. I also co-direct Trinity's Prison Education Project, which offers credit-bearing classes to incarcerated people at Hartford Correctional Center, the county jail, and at York Correctional Institution, the state's jail and prison for women. As a scholar of punishment, I support SB 503 because long prison sentences without opportunities for early parole do not support public safety. The US incarcerates a greater percentage of its population than any developed democracy, and most incarcerated people are poor and are people of color. This extremely high incarceration rate stems in part from the extremely long sentences imposed, combined with limited or non-existent opportunities for early release. These punitive policies are often defended as necessary for public safety, but they do not diminish crime. Instead, they break up families and communities, cost large amounts of taxpayer money, and fail to address the root causes of crime. SB 503 would make Connecticut's crime policy more effective and more just because it would give a second chance to incarcerated people who were convicted of crimes when they were young and who are ready to make a positive contribution to society. It would allow the state to spend less on incarceration and more on interventions and resources that prevent crime, affordable housing, after-school programs, employment support, access to healthcare, strong schools. As co-director of Trinity's Prison Education Project, I support this bill because I know that people convicted of crimes can change and grow. Teaching college classes at York Correctional Institution and other carceral facilities, I have seen that people who committed serious harm in the past can become highly motivated college students, brilliant thinkers and writers, and overall caring and responsible adults. It's an injustice, in my view, to define people only by the worst thing they did in their lives and to refuse to recognize the remarkable transformation and growth that they and we are capable of. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us. Lauren Manping. Lauren Manping. Followed by Kyle Gonzalez. Is Kyle Gonzalez around? Okay.
Good morning, well, good afternoon. My name is Kyle Gonzalez. I'm the founder of Beyond the Bars. I'm here to support
So it's like promote or something?
503 for several reasons, and one of them is it might be selfish. I was 20 years old when I was incarcerated for 15 years, and because of the 2005 date, I was not eligible for juvenile parole. But I also watched many people around me who suffered and stood in prison longer than
So
they
next.
maybe should have at least been acknowledged, you know, at least given a second chance, second look. They were suffering and their family suffering because of it. My mother came to visit me every week for that 13 years I was incarcerated. Every single week she drove up and she visited me. An hour in the visiting room, but driving for 2 hours just to do that. She was She walked through metal detectors. She had to take off her shoes at times, and she sat in that room and we talked. While we were discussing, things outside of the walls, one of the things that she has told me was, if you had a second opportunity, what would you do? I came home in August of 2025, and I showed everybody what I could do with a second opportunity. This isn't just unique to me. This is unique. This is for everybody inside still right now. If they're given a second shot, I know what they'll do. I work with several individuals who are incarcerated right now serving life sentences, but still they commit to community outreach projects in areas where they come from. They're dedicated to their communities, and they're dedicated to showing the world that they, if given a second opportunity, they're going to continue to do the right thing. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you guys listening to everybody. And one last thing I will say is, when I came home, I was struggling mentally a little bit about what I was going to do and how I was going to do it. How can I get there? And somebody had told me, give yourself grace, right? Give yourself grace. We all make mistakes, and we can all move forward from those mistakes. Just give yourself grace. Well, the current bill right now is a mistake, how we see it. This is our opportunity to give ourselves grace and rectify that wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hold on, sir. I think we got a quick question for you from Senator Kissel.
Actually, Chairman Staffstrom, just a quick statement. If your mom's still alive, you should call her today and tell her you love her. And if she's not, you should put flowers on her grave, because that woman was dedicated. And look how good it all turned out. So I hear you. I hear where the advocates are going with this bill proposal. It's just there's one other element, though. I just hope people realize there's the victims that are not here on this planet anymore because they were murdered. There's the families of those victims, or the families of the people that have victimized in other ways that are not in this room. And so I believe in second chances, but there's also an element of justice that has to be achieved as well to try to make sure that people do not misbehave in the first instance. And I've been here for a long time, and we've had information regarding brain development for well over 20 years. And I've heard that testimony, and I understand that testimony. And yet, some people don't make the terrible decisions that others do. And so we're trying to balance all that. But your testimony has not been lost on me, and I love the way that you articulated in terms of grace. And we're trying to make the system better. So thank you for your time and effort. But really, what you said about your mom visiting day in and day out, or week in and week out, that's amazing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I say something to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, my mother's still alive, and I still see her every Sunday. And so that's going to continue on, but I'm also trying to bring other people's mothers to the prisons for them, because rides are difficult. So I appreciate what you said. Accountability is a true thing. Responsibility is a true thing as well. But we have a responsibility to the laws and the policies that are created, us that are out here right now. And so when these policies and laws are created and they harm a select few of individuals rather than being universal, we must address that immediately, not 5 years later.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being with us. All right, next will be Fred Hodges.
Good afternoon, Chair Strassum, committee members, Kissel. My name is Fred Hodges, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I have an opportunity to work directly with the men who have spent many years in the custody of the Department of Corrections and have returned home. What I have seen through the work that I do, that people can change and do change. Many individuals who were sentenced at a very young age of 26 years old before have now spent decades working on themselves. They have taken advantage of programs inside DOC, have developed some form of introspective skills, and have taken responsibilities for their past actions. The question before us today is not excusing the crime. The question is about whether the legislators should recognize growth, maturity, and rehabilitation. A person who committed the crime at 18, 20, or 26 is not often the same person standing before us decades later. Well, what this proposal is not another guaranteed release, but simply a meaningful opportunity for a review, a chance, a system to evaluate whether someone has demonstrated real change, deserves a second chance. From the perspective of someone who has spent on frontline direct services for the past 18 years, I can remember coming up here when reentry programs weren't fashionable, and our community somewhat frowned upon it. We have come a long way. Crime is down, and prison population is also down. Experience and rehabilitation is real. When people are given opportunity to return to society, better individuals, our communities are safer. I came to prison in my 30s. You would have thought that I was 20 years old when where I acted and decisions I made. Much of that has shaped by my environment. Circumstances dictated the path I took as a person. But when I was incarcerated, I began the processing to transforming my life. I started working on myself, taking responsibility for my actions. It's been 20 years. I've been home next month in April. I received a modification that brought me home 3 years early. The victim's family forgave me and was willing to give me a second chance. Now I serve as a city council member in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I work for Family Reentry Resources, Community Research for Justice, and helping others who build their lives after incarceration. I share that not to focus on myself, but to show that change is real. I'm living proof when people are given an opportunity to grow, contribute in meaningful ways. The question before us is not whether you should be held accountable for what you have done. It's whether our justice system believes in human beings can truly change. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. No, we got to hold the applause, but I share my thanks, and Councilman, you really have been an inspiration for me, and I know so many in Bridgeport for your advocacy and for your story. So, thanks for taking the time to be up here with us today. Quick question from Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Councilman. Quick question. So I'm so supportive of everything that you testified on, but I also seen a lot of written testimonies today, and some opposes. Since you're in the reentry field, it was said in one of the testimonies that I read, there is not a lot of services. So can you please elaborate on some services for those that do come out of prison pipeline, since you're actually doing the work?
I think there can always be more services. Let's put that on the table. However, a lot of people got to understand the process of reentry and what it takes. It's not an overnight success. It's about the process and being engaged in the process. The state, I think, can do a lot more as far as vocational skill training for our individuals who's coming home. We have the largest entity that hires people, Department of Transportation. There's things like that people can learn inside while they're in on pre-release side, that when they come on post-release side, it can help them better integrate back into society with employment. As far as the cognitive stuff, as far as the trauma that individuals has faced before they went in, we do have programs out there, but to be honest with you, there's a lot more that we need.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? If not, appreciate being with us, Councilman. All right, Jennifer Saunders will be next. Just as long as the red light's on. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Staffstrom and Representative Roberts. My name is Jennifer Saunders, and I'm here with the Coalition for Communal Healing through Justice Reform, and I am in strong support of Senate Bill 503. This bill recognizes what science, experience, and common sense have shown us about young adults and why they deserve a fair, evidence-based second look. I'm also here as a mother, someone who has watched a young person I love navigate the justice system during some of the most formative years of his life. And let me be clear, we are not shying away from any form of accountability. We understand the weight of it, but I am hopeful that accountability can one day also include the opportunity for growth. Connecticut's previous youth parole bill limited eligibility only to people whose crimes occurred before an arbitrary date. A single date on a calendar, something no one can control, determined whether a young person deserved a second look. That cutoff had nothing to do with science or safety. It simply shut the door on hope for so many families. Senate Bill 503 finally aligns our justice system with what we know about young adults. Young people are not finished becoming themselves. They are capable of profound changes, especially when given the tools, structure, and support to grow. There is also a human and economic truth we cannot ignore. It costs Connecticut roughly $60,000 a year to incarcerate one person. An independent analysis shows the true cost is even higher when medical and cross-agency expenses are included. Over decades, a single long sentence can cost taxpayers well over $1 million. Meanwhile, every year a young person is incarcerated is a year they pay no taxes and they contribute nothing to our social security system. National research shows that incarceration leads to an average lifetime earnings loss of about $500,000, money that could have gone to support families, strengthen communities, and contributed to our state's future. When rehabilitation is acknowledged and people can return home after proving accountability and growth, they come back as workers, taxpayers, parents, and community members who strengthen rather than drain our shared future. Young people can change, they do mature, they learn, they can grow if we let them. And I'll end with this. Even when you think you've done everything right as a parent, when you've guided your child, you love them, you've protected them, catastrophe can still come knocking at your door. None of us are immune to life's hardest moments. What happens with this bill truly affects every family and every community in our state. I ask you to support Senate Bill 503 so that accountability allows space for remorse, healing, and real change, the kind of change that strengthens families and communities. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for being with us. Brianna Payton?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senate Judiciary Committee, and thank you for your time. My name is Brianna Payton. I'm a student at Yale Law School, appearing in support of SB 503. I'm testifying on behalf of Zachary Cody Franklin, who is incarcerated. First, I want to say thank you for trying to help those of us behind these walls. Being in here slowly breaks your mental health and makes you want to give up, especially when so many of us do not deserve the amount of time we've been given. The way we are treated in here and in the courts often makes it feel like we aren't even human. I was sentenced on my first case at 22 and my second at 23. At the time of the offenses, I was 17, 20, and 21 years old. I'm not going to pretend I was a perfect person, because I wasn't. To the families I've hurt, I'm truly sorry. I know that no amount of apologies can bring back their loved ones, but I pray they can one day see how deeply remorseful I am. I chose to hang with the wrong people. That choice came from the fact that the streets were all I ever knew growing up. Both my mother and father were in and out of jail. When my mother was home, she struggled with drug addiction. My grandmother took me and my brothers in, but she was dealing with addiction too. We didn't have much. I was the oldest, and I felt responsible to make sure we were okay. By 13, I turned to the streets, and by 14, I was selling drugs to meet our basic needs. I'm not saying this was right, but it was all I knew. I never felt like I had a real fighting chance in life. I wish I had chosen a better path for myself and for my brothers. I wanted more for us. Now I have a son, and I'm in here. His mother has passed away, and my biggest fear is that he might choose the same path I did. I do everything I can to make sure he knows I love him and that I'm here for him, but it's not the same as being there physically. That scares me deeply because I know what it feels like to grow up having no one truly there for you. I will never give up on my son the way that some people gave up on me when I was a child. My son and wife are the reason my mental health is still holding on. This place can drive you crazy, especially with how we're treated. Sometimes it feels like animals are treated better than we are. None of us are perfect, but we're still human beings. I see on the news how white kids make similar mistakes and don't receive anywhere near the same sentences. At one point, I started acting like the monster they painted me to be, just getting in trouble just to feel something, anything. But once I realized my son needed me and my wife told me not to let them define me, my eyes opened and everything changed. Since then, I work every day to prove I am not the person that they think I am. While incarcerated, I've completed the fatherhood program, good intentions and bad choices, anger management, and earned my GED. I have CEOs who can speak to the positive changes I've made. Some days are harder than others, but I don't let anything stand in my way. If I could take everything back, I would. God willing, I will spend the rest of my life mentoring kids of all ages, starting with my son, so they don't choose this path. When I come home, I will speak out, advocate for change, and help others make better choices. Most of all, I want to build the family and life I always dreamed of with my wife. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Marisol Garcia.
As anybody knows, it takes a lot to get me out of retirement. It's only my family that brings me here. So I'm Marisol Garcia. I'm the Executive Director of Prison and Public Policy. I'm also the former co-chair of the Connecticut Advisory Committee, Correctional Advisory Committee. I bring not only lived experience, but I want to start with something personal. I live with someone who came home after a decade and a half of incarceration. I have watched firsthand that invisible work of reentry, the hypervigilance, the fear of making a mistake, the exhaustion of having to live in a world that has moved on without them. But I've also watched the transformation, the accountability, the emotional maturity that only comes with age. The fact that their brain, their judgment, their entire sense of self has grown into adulthood. That's why Ray's Bill 503 is what matters. You've already been inundated with the neuroscience. I'm not going to go into that because it's not advocacy, right? The National Academy of Sciences, the American Psychological Association, and the MacArthur Foundation of Research of Adolescent Development has already given you. The Supreme Court gave you Miller versus Alabama, Graham, and Roper. We know that the youth have diminished culpability and extraordinary capacity, but the vulnerability isn't just biological, it's structural. This group is the exact reason the Equal Protection Clause was designed to protect people whose vulnerabilities the law has ignored for far too long. Now I want to speak to something directly that I know that has been brought up not only before this committee and the Judiciary, not only this year, but years prior. The DOC and parole are overwhelmed. They're not ready for this at this time. The data tells us this. People who have served more than 10 years in prison, more than 25 years in prison, or who have been released after long sentences have some of the lowest rearrest rates and recidivism rates in the country on a national average. These are not the people overwhelming DOC or parole. These are people who are stabilizing, mentoring young people, reducing violence not only inside but also outside. This room is full of legal scholars, advocate, policy people, who they're the living embodiment, lived experience. And more importantly, administrative strain is not a constitutional standard. We would never say that the courts are busy, so let's skip trials. You can't deny a vulnerable class a meaningful review because an agency is stretched too thin. Ray's Bill 503 doesn't guarantee release. It guarantees individualized review, a chance for the board to consider who the person is now, not who they were at 18 or 20. It ensures that the emerging adult who share the same diminished culpability and heightened capacity that are recognized in Miller are treated with the constitutional care their vulnerability demands. I live with the transformation. When I got involved in the criminal legal system, I was one of these emerging adults at the age of 24. I want to leave you with this last bit. This bill recognizes the truth that emerging adults are a vulnerable class deserving of a meaningful review, and that public safety cannot be strengthened. It needs to be strengthened, not weakened, when we align our laws with science and fairness.
Thank you. Questions or comments, Senator Winfield?
Not a question, just a comment. I just want to thank you for the work that you have been doing in your former capacity, your recently former capacity, and the work you've continued to do to help us as a state to move forward in a way that makes a lot more sense than the way we've operated in the past. And maybe you're retired, but I'm sure we'll see you again.
I will leave you with this. Knowing about the ambiguity is what leaves and allows room for the lack of compliance.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
Maurice Blackwell.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Stafstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Maurice Blackwell, Director of Community Outreach for the Justice for Everybody movement at Yale. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 503. Around this room, you can see that this issue is not abstract, it's personal. All of us represent a story, a family, and a hope for something better. I was 19 years old when I made the worst decision of my life, and ultimately sentenced to 60 years without the possibility of parole. I sit before you today as part of a larger community, a collective of individuals who were once incarcerated and have made it our duty to give back. We provide transitional housing. We are working as violence interrupters. We are restorative justice practitioners. We are founding child literacy programs. We are business owners. We are employers. We are proof of what is possible when people are given the opportunity to change. I was fortunate. Because of timing, I became eligible for parole. Others who were the same age as me when they committed their offenses, who have done the same work to change, are still excluded. The difference between us is not who we are today. It is a date on paper. And many of us shared more than just our sentences. We shared similar beginnings. What does it mean to attend more funerals than you can count on one hand before the age of 18? All because of gun violence. What does that do to a young person's sense of safety, of normalcy, of the future? For many of us, that was our reality. We grew up in an environment shaped by trauma, instability, and loss. Many of us were victims long before we became defendants. That does not excuse the devastating harm I have caused. However, it does matter when we are talking about young people who had not yet fully developed and who, given time and opportunity, have demonstrated real change. I think often about the men I grew up with inside, men who have done the same work I have. When I found out I was eligible for parole and they were not, it was one of the hardest moments of my incarceration. They were happy for me, but I could see it in their eyes. The quiet realization that I would be given a chance they were denied, and I had no real answer for them, only the belief that their time should come too. That is what this bill addresses. I understand there are concerns about public safety and accountability. Those concerns are valid, but parole is not automatic. It is a rigorous process that asks who a person is today, not just who they were decades ago. This bill does not remove accountability. It creates the opportunity for review. Because when people have done the work of rehabilitation, are given the chance to return home, they don't come back the same. They come back with perspective, accountability, and a commitment to contribute. And when they return, they don't do it alone. When I came home, some of the most meaningful support I received came from people who had once been incarcerated themselves. There is a level of understanding and trust that cannot be replicated because it comes from lived experience.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Roberts.
Thank you for your testimony. I do believe, and I think I've heard your story before, you actually came home on the bill that was passed originally in 2023, correct?
That's correct.
So can you please explain to just our body and just me as well the process? Because once we, God willing, pass this, there will be people eligible. But in other testimonies given to me and to my colleagues, it made it clear that there would be an influx of people and it would cost. So I just want to know the process of what you went through. Is it a yearly process, 5 years? Just explain to me, please.
I mean, at the minimum, it's a year, at the minimum. process, you're assigned an attorney, you're assigned a social worker, and then you will receive a parole hearing date. So for me, it took a little over a year before I was able to see the board, once I found out that I was eligible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us. Luz Bueno.
Hi, my name is Luz Elena Bueno. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to address a persistent potential violation of the civil rights of Black and Hispanic students occurring in Connecticut public schools. Connecticut ranks as the state with the second highest level of racial inequality in education outcomes across the nation. Black and Hispanic students are 3 times more likely than their peers to have their absences marked as unexcused. And recently we heard African American students testify for the Education Committee that they are suspended for incidents for which other students are not suspended. Most cases, such as those described by those students, are concentrated in troubled school districts, making it easy to dismiss these statistics. However, these issues are not limited to certain districts. They occur statewide, from Middletown to Darien. As a senior at Darien High School, my daughter was honored to be invited to the United Nations Biodiversity Conference of the Parties. Despite granting authorization, the Darien School District initially classified this extraordinary education opportunity as truancy and then revised her records to reflect chronic absenteeism. My daughter was a straight A student with a 1550 SAT score, attending the 4th best school district in Connecticut, and yet her credits were withheld and she was required to file an appeal for her absences in order to graduate, as the school imposed disciplinary actions for a district-approved trip to the United Nations. I have advocated for my daughter for 17 months, seeking the correction of her educational records. In January, we participated in a FERPA hearing granted to correct the inaccuracies. Prior to the hearing officer Patrick Kennedy, who was paid by Darien School District, restricted the scope, excluding inaccuracies. Surprisingly, during the 7-hour hearing, as troubling information emerged, Officer Kennedy further narrowed the scope, potentially incurring in a violation of due process.
Excuse me, ma'am. Which bill are you testifying on?
5565. Attendance records are manipulated to discriminate and students don't have any protection. Many of these victims end up in the criminal justice system. Since sharing this story publicly, other Hispanics with similar experiences have approached me to share their stories. I would like to ask the studies on Bill 5565 to focus on discrimination in education, to expand the statewide attendance laws, among other things. I am not a lawyer, and English is not my first language, but I believe unless changes are made to protect Black and Hispanic students from school district administrators in Connecticut, the state must prepare for a series of cases in federal court or a class action lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next will be Yasen Eldick.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Dear members of the committee, thank you for your time today and for the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Yasin Eldick. I am a member of the New Haven community and a taxpayer in the state of Connecticut. I am here in strong support of SB 503, which expands sentencing reform and parole eligibility for individuals who committed offenses before the age of 26, creating a meaningful second chance policy grounded in justice and human development. As a lawyer, educator, and practitioner in the fields of restorative justice, community building, and dignity in the law, I believe that a just legal system must attend to the circumstances that shape human behavior while also recognizing the capacity for transformation and repair. I support this bill because no young person should be reduced for life to the worst act of their youth. Accountability does not exclude rehabilitation. People are capable of reflection, growth, and change. A just legal system must recognize culpability and the possibility of reform. Research shows consistently that people under 26 are still developing in judgment and decision making. Growth does not end at conviction, and a just system should recognize demonstrated change. SB 503 does that. I also want to respond respectfully to Senator Kissel, who wisely reminds us of the victims of these crimes. He is right to do so. But we cannot assign assumptions or generalizations to the victims or their families. Forgiveness, mercy, and moral judgment belong to them alone. They may extend them, withhold them, or refuse them altogether. Nothing in this testimony and nothing in this bill should be taken to speak on their behalf. At the same time, the state bears a separate responsibility to ask what justice requires of public policy. Personal forgiveness belongs to victims and families. Civic mercy belongs to the law. That distinction matters. A legal system may honor harm, preserve accountability, and still make room for review when a person has shown genuine change. Incarceration alone does not always provide all that is needed for a person's full and successful return to society. If we want safer communities, our laws must recognize that there is still essential work to be done upon release, the work of accountability, of restoration, of growth, and reintegration into community life. Maurice, the speaker just before me, really proves and reinforces the importance of that. True justice is not measured by punishment alone. It must also be proportionate, restorative, and forward-looking. People must be held accountable, but they must not be denied the possibility of becoming more than the worst thing they have done. SB 503 advances that principle with care, with seriousness, and with humanity. Thank you for your consideration.
Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Darren Mack.
Yes. Good afternoon, Representative Strafstrom and members of the committee. My name is Darren Mack, co-director of Freedom Agenda, which is a grassroots member-led organization dedicated to organizing people and communities directly impacted by mass incarceration here in New York City. I'm here because of the powerful words written by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in a jail cell that, quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere," unquote. I, like most people, believe in justice, accountability, and second chances as well. At the age of 17, I was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison for being an accomplice to a robbery, and I will be on my 34th year of incarceration had I not been paroled at my very first parole board hearing. So I support SB 503 and understand that this does not guarantee release. Instead, it provides a meaningful opportunity to demonstrate people's growth to the parole board and impacts approximately 300 people. You know, right now there's advocacy and organizing in New York State for the Youth Justice Opportunity Act that would establish a YA, young adult status to people 18 to 25. It's basically raise the age 2.0. And this moment in Connecticut reminds me of that campaign, you know, the campaign to raise the age when New York State and North Carolina were the only two states in the country that charged 16 and 17-year-olds as adults. So, you know, our neighbors in Connecticut could lead the way in taking this small step for youth justice and pass SB 503. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Danielle Cooper. Danielle Cooper. Okay. How about Eddie Kanikin Tuzi?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for your time today and for the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Edie Connican-Toos. I'm a student at Yale Law School, and I'm speaking today in support of SB 503. I will use my time to read a statement from Ulysses Collazo Rivera, an incarcerated person in Connecticut. Hi, my name is Ulysses Collazo Rivera. I've been in prison since November 20th, 2005. I was born in Puerto Rico on July 26, 1979. Growing up, I saw a lot of things, including people doing drugs and my friends getting killed. I also was shot at the age of 18. This was very traumatic for me. I came to live in Connecticut in 1997, and it was very hard for me because I did not speak English. It was either come to Connecticut and start a new life or get killed in Puerto Rico. After being in Connecticut for 2 years, I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life by getting involved with a gang. I wish I could turn the time back and do things differently, but that is not the way that life is. There is one thing that I can do. If I have the opportunity to come home, I would like to go to schools and talk to this new generation to make sure that they don't make the same mistakes that I did, because I feel like I did not have someone giving me that talk I needed growing up. If I were given a second chance at freedom, I can be that voice for them. The man that I am today is not that young man who came to prison to serve 51 years. Today, I'm only serving 36 years because a few years ago, I did a sentence modification. And because of my good behavior in prison, a judge took 15 years off my sentence. That was a blessing that recognized all the good I have tried to do while in prison. These past few years have been very hard for me, though, because I lost my dad, my mom, and my grandparents. I was able to make it because of the support of my living family members that keeps me grounded. I do regret my choices. The thing that I regret most is the pain that my action cost the victims and their families. I wish I could take it all back, but I can't. All I can do from here on out is to be the best human being I can be, and I pray to God that you can pass this juvenile bill so we can come home and live life like regular human beings, work and give back to the community. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Thank you. Rosanna Ferraro. Rosanna Ferraro. Okay. Emma Magliato.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Emmy Magliato, and I am a New Haven resident testifying in support of SB 503. I am also the program coordinator of the Yale Prison Education Initiative, a college and prison program that offers rigorous credit-bearing college classes and degrees for incarcerated students in Connecticut through a partnership with the University of New Haven. I've committed my life and career to the fundamental truth that people change. In the early and mid-1900s, our state played a profound role in the eugenics movement, advocating for forced sterilizations, restricted immigration, and a harsh crackdown on so-called juvenile delinquency. Yale professors declared that they could identify a, quote, criminal as far back as the tender age of 4 years, end quote. This condemned children and young people to an inevitable fate, that they were born to be a burden on society without the hope or possibility of redemption. This would later be used to fuel long-term incarceration across our state and country. Since Connecticut played this role in expanding and exporting these false ideas, we have an obligation to course correct and stop this systemic injustice. With this bill, we can right a moral and scientific wrong in our state. Today, scientists agree that the brain continues developing through our late 20s, and yet many young people who commit harm are sent to grow old in prison without a meaningful opportunity for release. We know that those released through Connecticut's 18 and under parole bill are reintegrating into their families and communities, contributing to society, and are significantly less likely to return to prison, with only 11% recidivating as compared to our 50% state average. Those released through California's under 26 youth offender law that was enacted back in 2018 have a 3.1% recidivism rate. It's time for us to follow suit. This bill would impact about 420 people, but it wouldn't grant anyone immediate release. Instead, it provides an opportunity to demonstrate their lifelong commitments to transformation and true accountability to the parole board. These are people who have grown up in prison and against all odds participated in years and sometimes decades of life-changing programming, including higher education, vocational classes, and even created their own mentorship, tutoring, community service, and mental health programs. People released through these bills make our communities safer, as we see here today, leveraging their skills and experiences to prevent future harm from happening in the first place. I have the privilege to work with currently and formerly incarcerated people across our state, and these students and alumni are deeply dedicated to building a better future for us all. Those individuals have moved me here today to testify to the work that is happening behind bars and the contributive possibilities of people in prison who could be made eligible for release through this bill. SB 503 is our next logical, evidence-based step towards decarceration, saving our state millions of dollars and investing in hope, transformation, and prevention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very, very much for joining us, providing us with your testimony, and for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Let's see. Brandon Arbunu,
Yes, I'm here.
you may testify.
Wonderful. To the chair, ranking member, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of proposed bill SB 503. My name is Brandon Obunu. I'm an associate professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at Yale University, a professor of complexity science at the Santa Fe Institute, and the founding director of the Yale Initiative for Science and Society. My research focuses on how living systems evolve and develop using a range of techniques. This work extends to questions of human behavior, early childhood development, and social inequalities. I also stand here as a director of one of the nation's only National Science Foundation-supported programs that educate formerly incarcerated individuals in computational biology. Our alumni are now pursuing graduate training in fields like neuroscience at leading research institutions. I have also taught mathematics and genetics in prison systems in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. I support this bill because it reflects something both simple and profound. Young adults are organisms that are still very much in development. This is not a metaphor. This is not even politics. It is contemporary biology. Modern brain science shows that systems involved in judgment, impulse control, long-term planning, and emotion regulation are still maturing well into the 20s. In the landmark 2017 book, Behave, Stanford neurobiologist Robert Sapolsky makes this point very clearly. The frontal cortex, and especially the prefrontal cortex, is the last major region to mature. This is the part of the brain that helps us regulate impulses, weigh consequences, and choose the harder thing when it is the right thing to do. Sapolsky also emphasizes that key parts of the brain are deeply shaped by experience. I am currently teaching evolutionary biology at Yale this semester. One of the central themes of the course is that development does not happen in a vacuum. Environment matters, stress matters, trauma matters, instability matters. So when emerging adults enter the justice system, especially those from under-resourced communities, we often judge them as though they had the same maturity, the same supports, and the same margin for error as fully developed adults. Note that I am not arguing that science suggests that one should be free from responsibility or accountability. In fact, my politics are moderate on these issues, especially relative to my academic peers. My own community in New York City was under-resourced and ravaged by violence during the crack epidemic. This harm shrunk my own sense of possibility and took the lives of childhood friends. I'm an advocate for victims, but I also recognize that my own trajectory, which now includes enormous privilege, was the product of empathy, understanding, and luck. So while my testimony is unambiguously in support of SB 503, I emphasize that I speak from an unofficial scientific oath to always follow the evidence, no matter where it takes me, and this evidence has led me here. What the bill proposes is not soft, it is disciplined, evidence-based, and humane. This bill allows the legal system to evaluate who's a person now and not who they were when they made a terrible decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Not. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and providing us with your testimony. Anna Lucy.
Good afternoon, chairs and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Anna Lucy, and I represent the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association. Our members provide broadband, video, mobile, and voice services across Connecticut and New England. I am here in support of Senate Bill 506, which seeks to strengthen Connecticut's criminal mischief statutes to address the growing problem of metal theft and damage to critical infrastructure. Across the country, organized metal theft and infrastructure sabotage are escalating in scope and impact. While vandalism and theft on communications networks are not new problems, their frequency has steadily risen as daily life increasingly requires reliable connectivity. What was once viewed as opportunistic property crime now poses a direct and growing threat to public safety, emergency response capabilities, and economic stability. These crimes are not victimless property offenses. When communications infrastructure is damaged, the consequences ripple across entire communities and directly affect E911 dispatch centers, hospitals, police and fire departments, schools, in addition to the now thousands of your constituents who work from home. These worst-case scenarios are already happening. Nationally, nearly 16,000 incidents of communications infrastructure theft and vandalism were reported over the course of a single year from 2024 to 2025. One of the most serious incidents being a fiber cut at the Sacramento International Airport, resulting in major flight delays for several hours. In light of these threats to infrastructure, communications providers have taken a proactive approach to working with state legislatures and municipalities to strengthen and enhance their state statutes related to vandalism and metal theft. Under Connecticut's existing criminal mischief statute, the most serious charge for damaging utility infrastructure requires proof that a defendant intended not only to damage the property, but specifically intended to impair the public service. This would not cover damage done to communications property that was motivated by, say, resale value of copper or scrap metal. In the indiscriminate search for copper, unfortunately, bad actors often damage modern communications facilities that contain little or no copper, including fiber optic transmission lines. Even when essential services are disrupted, prosecutors may face difficulty establishing the offender's purpose with service impairment rather than theft. Connecticut has made significant investments in broadband expansion, network modernization, and infrastructure resilience. Stronger statutory tools are necessary to protect those investments and ensure uninterrupted service to residents and businesses. Therefore, we urge the committee to favorably recommend the bill. Thank you, and I'll pause for questions.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Yeah, Senator Ciccarella.
Thank you. And I just have a couple quick questions. About a year ago, we had some issues with our 911 system. I think it was maybe the router or something along those lines. But if someone cut those accidentally or intentionally, could it interfere with our 911 communication system?
Oh, yes, 100%. Most definitely. Any serious fiber cuts, which are now, Connecticut is a fiber-rich state. So if someone, again, for any reason, though it is mostly now theft, just cut through that line, it could absolutely disrupt 911 services for several hours, too. Fiber lines are tricky to repair.
Got it. Yeah, I understand that there's a lot of peers running through there to match them all up could take a lot of time, especially in a situation like that with their 911 system. That's something that's concerning. Do you have any examples in Connecticut or surrounding states that this has been a problem besides the one that you mentioned with the airport? Is this like an increasing problem?
It has. Nationally, we've seen, unfortunately, a huge surge, even just the last 6 months of 2025. More regionally, in that same time period, we saw 12 fiber cuts in Connecticut that were due to vandalism, 12 in Massachusetts, 57 in New York. One of probably the most concerning ones was in 2023, Fairfield County. There was 2 persons entered the state, later found out to be from North Carolina. They severed several fiber lines, causing, it was 40,000 outages. Households went dark for several hours. And it was due to copper theft. They actually left the fiber lines right on the ground where they cut them once they discovered there was no copper in them.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment from other members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Michael Brown.
afternoon, Senator Winfield, Senator Stafford, Senator Ciccarello. My name is Michael Graham. I'm currently a 2L at UConn Law. I'm one of the few, or very few, owner-occupants living in the North End of Hartford. And I'm the owner-operator of home improvement landscaping business, local business. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 503. This bill is not about being soft on crime, nor is it a get-out-of-jail-free card. This bill is about a second chance opportunity for men and women who were involved in serious crimes before the cognitive and emotional center of their brains fully developed. The majority of these individuals have already served decades in prison. I was once one of those individuals, and I'm here today as an example of what a second chance looks like. I went to prison when I was 21, and I came home when I was 46. And like some of the individuals' testimony that you heard read, I made goals and plans while I was incarcerated. And in less than 5 years, many of those goals I've achieved. Like I said, I'm a homeowner, I'm in law school, I started a business. And I guess, what I would say in response to those individuals who say that we don't have the infrastructure, pardons and paroles is not ready for an influx of individuals coming out if given an opportunity at a second chance. I say that the money is already in the budget. Just think about what it costs to house a person till the end of their sentence. If some of that money was diverted towards reentry, successful reentry is possible. Perfect example, a tiny fraction of that money I could use for workers' comp insurance and employ many of these guys or men and women that are doing the same work inside the prison. That's my statement.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for being here again. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none, but it's always good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you as well.
Let's see. We have Jeffrey Perry.
Good morning to the Judicial Committee. My name is Jason Perry. I'm a Hartford area resident. I'm a co-founder and vice president of Guided by Purpose Initiative. I'm also a representative of the Coalition for Community Healing Through Justice Reform, a partnership between Guided by Purpose, Full Citizen Coalition, and the Yale Institute of Incarceration and Public Safety. I'm here today in support of SB 503, Emerging Adults Parole Eligibility Bill. As a returning citizen and a mentor, I have witnessed firsthand positive impact of a second chance can have. Today's returning citizens are not of those of the past. We are college students, community advocates, presidents and vice presidents of organizations. We're also rebuilding our communities. Today we fight for the science and the understanding that you are not the same person as you were when you was 25. If we believe as human beings that we are not capable of change, then we are truly lost. I hope that the Judicial Committee will join us in this fight to pass SB 501, 503. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Comment or question? No, there's no one there. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you.
Pablo Andrades Ramos. Pablo Andrades Ramos. Is that you? Okay. I'll just take this time to remind folks, because we spent a little bit of time here, that there are 189 folks signed up. So if it's possible for you to summarize testimony, that is great. It helps with the time. If not, you have a maximum of 3 minutes, and I will gently remind you at the 3 minutes, and then less gently the longer you go on. Mr. Ramos, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Winfield. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Pablo Andrades Ramos. I'm a Hartford resident, a former juvenile offender who served 26 and a half years in prison, and someone who personally benefited from Connecticut Public Act 1584. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I come before you not just as someone who once faced a 50-year prison sentence, but as living proof that people are capable of real change when they are given time, accountability, and the opportunity to grow. I was a teenager offender. I was 16 years old when I entered the criminal justice system and was tried as an adult. Like many young people at that age, I did not have the maturity, judgment, and life experience that only time can bring. Yet the consequences I faced were those imposed on fully developed adults. When I entered prison, I was 16 years old. When I came home 26 and a half years later, I was a grown man who had spent more of my life behind prison walls than outside of them. During those years, I was forced to confront my past, rebuild myself from the inside out. Prison can either break a person or transform them. I chose transformation. I committed myself to discipline, personal growth, accountability, and preparing for the day I might have the opportunity to return home. I was fortunate to benefit from Public Act 1584, which recognized an important truth. Juveniles are different from adults, even when they are tried as an adult. The law created an opportunity for parole review that acknowledged the signs of youth development, at the reality that young people have the unique capacity for change. Because of that act, I was granted parole after serving 26 and a half years. That opportunity allowed me to return home and demonstrate that transformation is real. Re-entering society after such a long sentence is not easy. The world changes, technology changes, and society moves forward. But what I brought home with me was the determination to live responsibly, contribute to my community, and serve as a voice of hope for others who are still behind prison walls. Today, I am a law-abiding citizen who works, pays taxes, and contributes positively to society. My journey demonstrates something important. People are not the same individuals at 45 years old as they were when they were teenagers or young adults. This issue is also personal for me. My brother, Juan Alexis Perez, is currently serving a lengthy sentence. Because I lived through decades of incarceration myself, I understand the challenges he faces. I have committed to being his mentor, his guide, and his voice of hope that he can prepare for a better future. Our stories reflect a lot of good truth. People can change when given the opportunity, guidance, and believe that their lives still have value. This is why I support the emerging bill, Senate 503, which extend parole eligibility for individuals who committed their offenses under the age of 26 and provide meaningful opportunity for review. This bill builds upon the progress Connecticut has already made and move our justice system towards that recognize both accountability and capacity for rehabilitation.
Thank you.
One more thing. Providing meaningful opportunity for review and reentry, preparation, strange family, strange community, and ultimately our states safer. Because when we're giving up the people the opportunity to prove they have changed, we strengthen justice, strengthen family, and strengthen Connecticut. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right. Comment. Let's see if there might be somebody. Comment or question from members of the committee. Comment or question. There isn't, but I want to thank you for joining us, providing your testimony, and I could tell it really hit you in the middle there. So it's not that easy. I get it. Thank you.
Have it's not. I'm going through all over again, my little brother.
Yeah.
So
well, we're going to try to help.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Brian Jordan.
morning, Senator Winfield and members of the committee. My name is Brian Jordan. I am a founding member of the Coalition for Communal Healing Through Justice Reform. And through that work, I have spent a lot of time examining the policies of Senate Bill 503, which I'm here to talk in support of today, and also traveling throughout the state to meet with victims, community members, returning citizens, probation, parole, to see how these policies rest in community. With 88% of people that have been excluded from 23-169 being people of color, how 5013 can impact it was big for us to understand what happened in return to the community. There's one individual I want to speak of personally. His name is Brian Ebron. On November 18, 2003, Mr. Ebron was 20 years old. The very group that this legislature later recognized as developmentally distinct and deserving of parole consideration. He was ultimately sentenced to 32 years in prison, but he remained incarcerated on bond until March 27, 2007. While waiting to be sentenced, he eroded the October 1st, 2005 cutoff date. What that meant in practice is that Mr. Ebron was no longer eligible for parole. A counterpart of his was arrested in the same month as Mr. Ebron, received a comparable sentence, but he was sentenced before October 1st, 2005. That gentleman is amongst us today. He was released in 2024 on juvenile parole. Mr. Ebron, like I said, remains incarcerated today. These two distinct outcomes not only defies common sense, it has nothing to do with culpability, rehabilitation, or public safety. It's a matter of timing. It has nothing to do with victims or their voices or who Mr. Ebron is. It's a matter of timing. Right now, the arbitrary date prevents 174 people from any opportunity of being released. And I want to emphasize opportunity. This bill does not call for a guaranteed release. It calls for people to be seen, evaluated in a long one-year process, and then parole board will make a determination. From a constitutional perspective, it raises two concerns. Obviously, the equal protection, like you heard today. Two individuals similarly situated committed same offenses, same age group, same situations, but oddly treated radically different. From a second is proportionality. Connecticut courts have recognized that these statutes and that these individuals have a right to these hearings. Not a right to be released, but a right to be eligible. That remedy was supposed to ensure some protections for the very group Mr. Ebron is in. But October 1st, 2005 defies the intent and the spirit of the law, and I think the intent of this body. 90% of those people are people of color. They are victims, they are defendants, they call them convicts. They are a mass of people, but they are human beings. So we are not talking about chance. We can't talk about happenstance. We can't talk about timing. We have to get familiar with science, fairness, equal opportunity, and rehabilitation. I thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Okay, comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you for joining us, and thank you for pointing out the inconsistencies. David Steed. David Steed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is David Steed. Thank you for having me this afternoon. If children are the future, and they most certainly are, then neither we nor the systems we build can afford to leave any of them behind. This is why I stand before you, or sit before you today, in support of Senate Bill 503. This bill seeks to, as you know, fix Connecticut's unfair, two-tiered system by judging young people based on who they are today and the progress they have made, rather than an arbitrary date on a calendar. Children aren't just the future, they are the priority. No one understands this the way we do. I'm talking about the men and women who come before you today. We have spent decades examining and reflecting on every poor decision we made, decisions that adversely affected other lives. We entered prison as young boys and girls while our brains were still in a developmental stage. Yet, in that darkness, we began the difficult work of educating ourselves. We matured out of selfishness, worked on our mental health, and realized that our own worth is inextricably connected to every part of humanity. I sit here today as a representative of others with whom I did some of this awesome transformation with. We are here to ask for their second chance, a chance you can provide by passing this bill to raise the age for early parole eligibility from under 21 to under 26. The people who would benefit from this are not the same young people they were at 18, 19, 21, or 26. By aligning our laws with science and focusing on redemption, we can break trauma cycles and strengthen Connecticut. I urge you humbly to support Senate Bill 503 and give these individuals the opportunity to demonstrate, as we have, that change is not just possible, it is already happening. Thank you for your time and your leadership. Appreciate it.
And thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for providing us with your testimony.
Sir, thank you.
Barbara Fair.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee and distinguished members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify on 3 bills. Raise Bill 476, SB 503, and RB 5567. I'm going to submit written testimony, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time up here. On 476, that talks about visiting. People incarcerated should have at least 3 days of in-person visiting. Until we address lockdowns, this is like a waste of even putting this bill together. The part about the funds, people when they leave prison should have the money that they left on the book should be sent to them. I'm definitely supporting that. On SB 5567, I will continue until people find out for themselves. To state that all these medical oversight is not going to make a big dent when we put all these people in under our buds positions until we can at least get the infrastructure that we already have asked about until that's in place. For instance, simple things like getting boxes for people to send their complaints, phone line for people to call in. There's little things like that. Those things need to be fixed before we start building more and more and more, because it reminds me of DOC when DOC comes and just asks for money and positions and we just throw it at them and look at the system we have. So I'm going to leave it there. So you can continue doing that. That's okay. SB 503, it's just, I don't understand. So many people have talked about this legislation for years. They've given you all the information about the brain science, the arbitrary date of October 2005, which I don't even know if anybody can explain why that date and not some other date. And I feel like instead of these people continually come back, because it's frustrating when I see all these people come up here year after year after year, and have to give you the same information. Everybody should have the information. All we need now is the political will to do what's right for people and to respect brain science. We always want to respect science unless it doesn't go along with what's something we want to do. And I just want to say, I just want you guys to do the right thing. I want you in 2026 to pass this bill and allow people to come out and have another chance at life. Like so many people before said, they've already spent decades behind prison. I mean, how much more do we punish someone, especially when they were children? I look at the adults, what adults are doing today, and some of them sit on some of these committees and all the crimes they're committing, and none of them are going to jail. So I just want to say, do the right thing. I'm tired of the cha-cha-cha year after year of this legislation. Just do the right thing. When we look at a 15-year-old, we're ready to punish them, punish those 30 and 40-year-olds that are up here committing crimes and still in positions of power. Just make it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, don't go yet. Don't go yet, Barbara. Barbara, don't go. You of all people should know not to jump out of the seat.
I tell you, I'm just so tired of being here.
So one, you're correct on the brain science. We at least 11 or 12 years, probably more. This body has understood the brain science. So you're correct. That is not about how many people come out today or any other day to talk about the brain science. Although I'm happy folks are here. 187, but I'm happy folks are here. Because I think it does help in some ways. Maybe not to this point the way you and I might want it to, but it does help. I sincerely hope that this year we move forward with this one. There's no reason not to do it.
I hope so too. I'm tired.
I'm tired too, right? Were you here when Commissioner Carlos was here?
No, I actually was at another event.
So
that's why I don't have my shirt on, but I proudly stand with 503.
Okay. So I talked to her about some of the work that you've been doing, and you and I had a call 2 weeks ago or so. I brought up some of the stuff to her that we're trying to work on, but I don't know where we're going to go. And I suggested to her that it makes a lot of sense to me that there is a conversation, regardless of what happens here, so we can figure out, before we get to next session, what it is we can figure out in the interim. So maybe there's a way in which there's a bill that where there's agreement, it could go into their bill, and whatever you don't agree on could be a separate bill, but at least some of that could be built into their bill. So I wanted you to know that conversation is going on. And then I actually talked to her afterwards. So there is some work, and I will have, once we put that in place, I will have a reach out to you so that that occurs. And I wanted you to know that before you left there, because I didn't know if you were in the room when that happened.
No, I wasn't.
All right. So
I want this to be the office of our buds. I want it to be a very powerful office. I put a lot into it. A lot of us put a lot into it. So I really want it to work.
Yep.
But until it's working, I'm just waiting.
Yeah, it's unfortunately one of those building a plane as you're flying a plane kind of situations, and I understand your point. But there are conversations that haven't happened before about making this stuff work in a way that it has not happened before, and you will
That's
be.
good to hear.
I'm tired too. As you know, some years before I was here, I was outside doing similar things. So, is there comment or question with members of the committee? Comment or question? All right. If
I
not,
just need them to say we're passing it this year, and I'm set.
I would be set too, but I'm gonna try and get us there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks for joining us again. You have been a long time recurring figure on this committee and in this movement. Norman Gaines, followed by Madhav Bardwaj. Norman Gaines, how are you today? All right, you may testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Norman Gaines, Jr., and I spent more than 25 years in prison for being sentenced as a child to life without the possibility of release. For those of us who don't know, that means I had letters and not numbers. I'm here today in support of SB 503. But I want to be honest from the beginning. To me, this bill is not the finish line. It is a patch covering a gap in a much larger problem, because I know what it means to fall inside that gap. I entered this system as a child. At that time, the law had already decided who I would be for the rest of my life. It assumed that whatever mistakes or circumstances led me there would define me forever. There was no expectation that a child could grow, mature, or become something different. SB 503 begins to challenge that assumption. If my case had not been overturned, earlier reforms allowing some individuals who committed crimes under the age of 18 to receive parole consideration after decades in prison would not have helped me. I would have remained buried under a sentence that assumed redemption was impossible. My freedom did not come because the system worked the way it should. It came after years of legal battles, including successful habeas corpus petition and 2 appeals before the Connecticut Supreme Court in Gaines versus Commissioner of Correction. In the memorandum of my decision, the judge found that my court-appointed attorney failed to provide the effective assistance of counsel guaranteed by the United States Constitution. Even more troubling, the record showed that he had not even read the entire case file involving a juvenile facing life without the possibility of release. That fact alone should make us all pause before assuming our justice system always gets it right. Even after proving those constitutional violations and winning my appeals, I was forced to return to trial and face an impossible choice: risk another sentence of life without release, or accept a plea under the Alford Doctrine, allowing me to maintain my innocence while still accepting punishment. I accepted a 30-year sentence not because it was justice, but because after decades inside it was the only way to end the cruelty of endless uncertainty. So when I speak about second chances, I'm not speaking about theory. I'm speaking about survival inside a system where justice sometimes depends more on timing, resources, or luck than on truth. There's another reality we must acknowledge. No system run by human beings is perfect, and research has shown that wrongful convictions do occur. Children are especially vulnerable to coercion, false confessions, and decisions made before their minds are fully developed. At the same time, the evidence also shows that second look policies work. In Connecticut, 123 individuals have been released under early reform juvenile bills, and only 14 have recidivated, far lower than the broader prison population. They show that when people who enter prison as young people are given the opportunity to demonstrate growth after decades of incarceration, the overwhelming majority return to society successfully. In many ways, I stand before you today as proof of that. During my time incarcerated, I worked to transform my life. I studied psychology. I just got like 15 seconds. I worked to transform my life. I studied psychology and social sciences, participated in programs focused on violence prevention and accountability, and began using my experience to help others. Today, I work with communities, youth, just impacting individuals to help break the cycles of trauma and violence that once shaped my own life. I also want to acknowledge something important. The voices of victims' families matter. Their pain is real, and their grief deserves respect. Their voices carry weight in these conversations, and they should. But today, I ask you to hear another voice.
Okay, Mr. Gaines.
Just a few lines.
Mr. Gaines,
This is the last line. I'm serious.
I understand,
Just one line.
but listen. I have a lot of people who are going to be saying a few more lines,
And I thank you for your time.
And we understand where you're getting at. And also, I want to thank you for coming back, because we've seen you before. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? And I don't want to cut people off, but
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I did post
You did?
I did post it online.
Okay.
For those of us who want to read the rest of it,
Yeah.
I suggest you should. For those of us who are suffering the same type of circumstances.
And again, I really want to thank you for coming back, because you were helpful with the pardon stuff and commutations and all of those things. So I remember everybody, actually. All right. So thank you very much. There are no comments and questions, and hopefully we get it right and we don't have to see you on this issue in the future.
Thank you so much.
All right. Madhav Bhardwaj,
Yeah.
you may testify.
Good afternoon, respected chairs and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Madhav Bhardwaj, and I'm an 8th grade student from Wilton and a participant on the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities 2026 Kids Court Academy. I am here to speak in support of Raise Bill number 503. I support this bill because it requires courts to consider the science of brain development when sentencing people under 26. I have ADHD and ASD, so I know firsthand that not every brain works at the same way or develops at the same pace. For people with ADHD, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for planning, impulse control, and thinking ahead, can take significantly longer to reach full maturity compared to neurotypical individuals. This means we may struggle with long-term decision-making well into our 20s. For people on the autism spectrum, the way different parts of the brain communicate with each other is unique. This can make it harder to understand social rules or quickly read situations, especially at a younger age. Even a neurotypical brain does not fully finish developing until the mid-20s. This bill recognizes that difference and helps ensure young adults are treated fairly. I also appreciate that this bill creates a rebuttable presumption for parole. In simple terms, it means that if someone has worked hard to change, continued their education, and overcame challenges while incarcerated, the parole board starts by considering them ready to return to the community unless there's strong evidence otherwise. It also requires judges to explain their reasoning for very long sentences, encouraging greater accountability and the consideration of brain science. While I strongly support this bill, I believe it could be strengthened in a few ways. First, the age limit is set at 26, but according to the University of Cambridge research, brain development can continue into the late 20s or even early 30s. It may be worth considering whether the age should better reflect current science. Second, the required wait time, 12 years or 60% of a sentence, can overlook real rehabilitation. If someone shows meaningful growth earlier, there should be flexibility for earlier review. Third, the bill does not clearly allow for appeals of parole decisions. Adding a limited appeal process would help ensure fairness. In conclusion, I strongly support SB 503 because it recognizes the importance of brain development and gives young people a fair chance to show they have changed. I respectfully encourage you to continue refining it. Thank you for listening to my testimony and for listening to the voices of young people.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. I do want to thank you for giving us a young voice to listen to. You did it amazing. I kind of joked after you started that I have to tell my kids they have to step up, but they're only in the 2nd grade, so they have a little bit of time. Not much, but thank you so much. Your testimony was amazing. Zelda Rowland, followed by Shakira Collins. Zelda Rowland.
Can't believe I have to follow that, but thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Zelda Rowland, and for 10 years, I have served as the founding director of the Yale Prison Education Initiative. Since 2021, I have also served as the founding director of the University of New Haven Prison Education Program. It is through a partnership between these two universities that we offer access to a rigorous credit-bearing, degree-granting college and prison program in partnership with CTDOC. In addition to the college program, YPEI also operates a fellowship program for formerly incarcerated alumni of higher ed in prison, where we provide professional development, mentorship, and funding opportunities for alumni and support students who are returning home from prison. For students released from state prisons, our recidivism rate is under 3%, and our alumni are completing undergraduate and graduate degrees at Yale, University of New Haven, NYU, Howard, and Northeastern Law School. I am testifying today in support of HB 503. For over a decade, I have worked closely with hundreds of incarcerated and formerly incarcerated men and women across Connecticut, across facilities, and across programs. Many of the people providing testimony here in support of the bill and people who have powerfully led and organized advocacy around this bill are themselves current students or alumni of higher ed and prison programs. One of the great privileges of my life has been to bear witness to the growth, transformation, and success of people like them who are given a second or in many cases a first chance. And I have been greatly honored to have been able to invest in them and their leadership in our state and to support alumni post-release through our networks. I'm here today inspired by them, their transformations, the work they do in our communities to make our world better and safer and more just. These alumni, these formerly incarcerated people, could simply enjoy their freedom and not spend the rest of their lives dwelling on injustice or thinking about the years they lost. Instead, they are here in the middle of the day on a Wednesday waiting for their turn to help others who they know could be contributing members of society if given the chance, who were locked up as young people, to earn their chance at giving back. This bill is not a radical reform. It doesn't sidestep victims. It's not a systems change. It simply removes an arbitrary cutoff date, ensuring that parole eligibility is determined based on the age at time of offense, not the date of sentencing, and it raises the age threshold for early parole eligibility to align with research on brain development. SB 503 replaces an accident that, frankly, I think it's upsetting. It takes so much energy to correct, and it allows a second look, not automatic release, but meaningful review by our state parole board. It ensures that people are not permanently denied even the possibility of review by the board because of an arbitrary date. It puts faith in the parole board. It is truly the least we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day. Shakur Collins.
Not here right now.
Let's see. Delvon, or is it Devon? I can't. Yes. Come on down, Mr. Tanksley.
All right. First, I just want to say thank you to members of the committee and thank you to everybody that went before me, and especially to everything that Ms. Barber spoke on, because it does get to the point where it's like, what are we doing? But today, I'm not just here as a community leader. I am the co-chair of the Community Expertise Work Group in partnership of the Juvenile Justice Committee. I'm the founder of New Britain Legacies, and I'm here today to speak from lived experience. When we talk about crime, a lot of times we focus on moments that sometimes happen, but we don't really stop and ask what led up to that moment. What environment created that decision? I grew up in a place where survival wasn't a choice, it was normal. I remember being 13 years old. A drug dealer beat my older brother because he didn't sell everything he was supposed to. They brought him back to our house. There were men standing in the living room, guns in their hands, my brother bleeding, and my mother crying. They told her, call whoever you need, your church, your family, what we need our money. And I remember sitting there with my little brother, 11 and 12 years old, watching this all unfold. And the crazy part, we didn't even feel scared. It felt normal. That's the kind of environments a lot of these kids are still growing up in today. The kind of life that puts you in a constant fight or flight. Poverty, trauma, violence, instability. That's not just words. That's actually shaped how the brain develops and how we react to the world. And the truth is, it's not just a young people thing. This is a human issue. When some of us is raised in pressure, fear, and survival mode, the brain adapts to that. And over time, what's been put out in the mind, you start to see in the outside world. Because every effect we see starts with a cause. So when we see the outcome, we also have to understand what was the place and environment that created it. And I know that personally. At 12 years old, I was in detention center. At 15 years old, I was sent to a residential home. At 17 years old, I was in MYI. And at 20 years old, I was in Northern CI. So when I speak about young people in the system, I'm not speaking from a book. I'm speaking from lived experience. And today, we're still seeing the results. Right now, there are teenagers doing 30 to 40 years for killing another teenager. 2 lives gone, 1 in the grave, 1 behind bars. And when people hear that, the first thing they ask is, how could they do that? But the real question is, what created that? Thank you.
Thank you. Really good testimony. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? If not, thank you for joining us, Mr. Tanksley. Brennan Klein, followed by Linda Casiano. Brennan Klein.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Brennan Klein. I'm a professor in the Department of Physics and faculty at the Network Science Institute at Northeastern University. And just a note, the kind of physics that I do is really statistics and data science. I study complex systems using quantitative tools, which is what I'm basing my testimony on today. I support SB 503 on the merits. It aligns Connecticut's parole framework with established science on human development, and it replaces an arbitrary sentencing date cutoff with a more principled, individualized hearing process. But in my testimony today, I want to speak from the perspective that I know best, which is what the quantitative evidence shows. So using publicly available data from the Connecticut Department of Correction, data that anyone can download from data.ct.gov, I conducted a fiscal impact analysis of this bill. As of data downloaded today, there are 7,331 people incarcerated in Connecticut. Under a kind of conservative proxy analysis that's consistent with the bill's provisions, I'm estimating that around 250 people currently incarcerated, around 3% of the total population, would become eligible for a parole hearing under SB 503. Not release, a hearing. It creates an opportunity for individualized review by the Board of Pardons and Paroles after substantial time has already been served. To me, this reflects not just a question of fairness, but of public spending as well. The official fiscal note originally estimated that around $3,300 per person per year would be saved in this bill based on short-run variable costs over a 2-year window, which I think is fine for narrow budgeting, but it dramatically understates the costs of incarceration. I took a very conservative estimate around the annual cost of incarcerating one person in Connecticut, $62,000 per year, which is an estimate from 2015. A more recent estimate from the Connecticut Auditors of Public Accounts puts the figure closer to around $118,000. But even let's say using the $62,000 estimate, that would put the estimated long-run avoided costs across this eligible group around over $100 million. I'm happy to submit a full fiscal impact report and the underlying data analysis as written testimony so that these numbers can be independently verified. The data also show that this is not race neutral. For instance, Black people make up 13% of Connecticut's population, 42% of its incarcerated population, and around 55% of the group that this bill would make eligible. Among that, 78% are Black or Latino. The current rules concentrate their impact on people of color. This bill does not open prison doors. It offers the possibility of hearings, and the data suggests that it's fiscally responsible, consistent with the evidence, and long overdue. I urge the committee to pass SB 503. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us today. Linda Casiano, and that Linda Casiano will be followed by Jocelyn Pineda. Linda Casiano, you may testify.
Good afternoon, senators and representatives. My name is Linda Casiano, and as the mother of a son,
Take your time.
who was incarcerated at the age of 18, I sit before you in support of SB 503 and specifically eliminating the October 1st, 2005 cutoff date for parole eligibility. He has now been incarcerated for 20 years. When my son was charged and incarcerated in 2006, he was an 18-year-old teenager. He fell in with the wrong older crowd, and drugs and money were a big part in the situation. He made some bad decisions, and not a day goes by that he does not live with the weight of those decisions. Over the past 2 decades, I have watched him grow from an impulsive 18-year-old into a thoughtful, mature young man. For 20 years, my son has worked to better himself by working full-time He has just completed his associate's degree through Wesleyan with a 4.0 GPA and has been admitted into Phi Theta Kappa. He tries to be someone who contributes positively even while he's incarcerated through the honor group at Cheshire, and frequently helps others using his paralegal certificate, which he acquired through the mail with a school in Colorado. All I'm asking is for fairness, the chance for his case to be evaluated on who he is now, not just who he was at 18. The October 1st, 2005 deadline in this bill creates an extra unnecessary set of prison bars to the possibility of freedom for my son and many other individuals. I'm not asking for a guarantee of release. I'm only asking for the opportunity for my son to be reviewed by the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and for them to review his record, his growth, his rehabilitation, and determine his safety to contribute to society. The board will still have full discretion. Victims will still have a voice. Public safety would remain the top priority. Young people can grow, they can change, they can mature in ways that are hard to imagine at 18 years old. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to testify. Good.
I'm Ron Casano. I'm Linda's husband, and I had testimony, but it was number 178.
Okay.
So I'm just going to briefly say I support everything she said, and I'm looking for the removal of the October 1st, 2005 date.
And you're the father, or your husband? Stepfather? Okay. I do the same with my wife. All right. I'm no dummy. All right. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? There are none. Thank you again for coming to provide your testimony. It's important. All right. Let's see. So now we have Jocelyn Panetta, followed by James Jeter.
Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Jocelyn Pineda, and I'm a resident of Waterbury. I'm also the Program Associate at Emerge Connecticut, Inc., a New Haven and Bridgeport reentry organization working with people returning home from incarceration. I'm here in support of SB 503, an act concerning sentencing of and parole eligibility for individuals whose offenses was committed when an individual was under the age of 26 years old. As stated before, I am the Program Associate at Emerge Connecticut for over 4 years. Through my work at Emerge, I have worked with hundreds of men and women returning home from incarceration. I am able to see firsthand what rehabilitation looks like. Many of the people I work with entered the prison system at a very young age and then were released after their lengthy sentences. They've made decisions when they were in their early 20s that further cost them years in their adult life. Yet I have seen that the people who've come home years later are not the same people who went in. Many have reflected on their actions and completed rehabilitative programs to show for it. They are committed to becoming productive members within their community. A consistent pattern I have noticed is growth over time. Individuals who have entered the system at 18, 19, 20, or even 24 years old often describe how different their thinking is today compared to when they were younger. With age comes perspective, accountability, and a genuine desire to contribute positively to society. I have seen this transformation firsthand as many of my clients went off to be entrepreneurs, community advocates, law students, and so many other opportunities. This is why I fully support this bill, SB 503, because by raising the age of parole eligibility to under 26, it would fully align with modern neuroscience about brain development, further showing us that the brain doesn't fully develop until a person is well within their late 20s. Expanding parole eligibility to individuals who committed offenses under the age of 26 does not guarantee release. It simply allows a second look by the parole board after a person has served a substantial portion of their sentence and demonstrated meaningful rehabilitation. It would also correct a racially biased system by potentially allowing many long sentence incarcerated people who've committed crimes before age 26 to then receive an earlier parole hearing. From my experience working with returning citizens, providing that opportunity for review encourages personal growth and accountability. It gives people a reason to invest in their rehabilitation, education, and personal development while incarcerated. With that being said, there's still much more that needs to be done and accountability to be held in all areas of the Connecticut prison system. But this bill specifically gives Connecticut the ability to set a precedent in criminal justice reform and create a more just and equitable system for all. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for your time. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. James Jetter. Welcome back.
Okay. To the chair, Senator Winfield, and Rep. Staffstrom, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is James Jetter. I'm the co-founder and executive director of the Full Citizens Coalition and one of the founding members of the Community Coalition for Healing Through Justice Reform. I came home under 1584 legislation. I was the 9th person to go to parole, the 6th person to be released. That was in 2016. In 2023, I was given a modification. I was resentenced to 25 years and discharged from the system. I am technically done serving my time, but I'll never be done with the harm that sits at my feet and on my hands. My recent decision was based on the resume I built between 2017 and 2023 doing community work. But I didn't do that work looking for a modification. I sought the modification because it was a waste of state tax dollars to have me supervise reporting once a year, and the judge agreed with me. What few people know is that when I came back to the prison from my parole hearing, I had no celebratory feelings about getting out. In fact, I was prepared to turn down parole and discharge. That same sentiment hit me when I received the modification. There was not joyous occasions. These were difficult things for me to accept because I carry my harm. It motivates me every day. It is the reason that I do the work that I do, because there is something that I can't repair. There is a breach that I cannot close. All of the work that I do and the man that I've become do not negate the harm that I've caused in my youth. Likewise, the harm that I caused does not negate the change I've undergone and the work that I do, nor the man that I am. There is a duality here, and the idea that we have to choose between the two is wrong. We have to carry them both, examine them both, and honor them both. The people you see here testifying today are doing that. Under the Community Coalition for Healing Through Justice Reform, we hold statewide conversations around ideals of justice, healing, and forgiveness, because we're trying to find ways to fix the breaches that the system and incarceration have failed, the breaches that we have contributed to. We're trying to find ways to make our neighborhoods safer, to make far more mediation in the community, to shift the culture because we don't want the harm to continue. And we, those who have caused harm and been harmed, are the ones to do it. We are the ones that fill the room in a way that no one else can. We are the ones that have these conversations in community with those who are just like we were, lost, living in what the world we know has shown us to be zero-sum realities, emotionally unstable, and finding very little support. There is a thought process around here that somehow victims aren't considered in this advocacy. That couldn't be less true. Victims are not only considered in this work, they are at the helm of this movement. The line between victim and perpetrator can be thinner than most would have you believe, but those of us who have caused harm are the most dedicated to honoring those who we have hurt. If I had turned down parole, I would have been discharged in June 2027. But instead, I spent the last 7.5 years building, saving lives, changing the culture, changing laws, supporting people, spending every day trying to bridge what I caused, knowing that I can't, but determined to find a way. This bill is not negation of anyone. It simply means that we honor everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions for you, Mr. Jetter. I think you kind of got into it, but it kind of ended, your time lapsed. Why did you decide to accept parole, period?
Dwayne Betts. I came back from, literally, I had walked in I got transferred to Carl Robbins for my hearing, and when I came back to Cheshire, I was in the Wesleyan CPE program, and I wanted to step into the class and just grab my work. And Dwayne was holding a workshop. He was teaching, and everybody was like, "Did you make it?" And I was like, "Yeah," but and he was like, "Sit down for a minute." And I broke down, and I was like, "I don't think I'm taking it." And that duality was something that he had to explain to me. Like, you can't negate that, but you've earned this. And I need you to trust me in this moment and just go home. You're going to do great things. Just go home. And I wrestled with that for 10 months before I was released. But I don't regret it. But you know, and it doesn't make it any easier.
And through you, Mr. Chair, everybody that told me the story, you came home on the 15-84, correct? As you said. I need to find answers to what resources were available to you upon release. Like, what was the structure in place for you? I would love to know, because from a bunch of testimonies that I've received from other people that oppose this bill, they say that there's a lack of resources.
Well, there's never been resources. What I appreciate is the actual process of parole that was structured. You know, we had to go through a battery of psychological stuff. We got appointed a lawyer and a social worker, and there's a reentry plan, right? But that plan is mostly family. The parole board gave me a 1-year dent to be released to my mother's house. So my release was actually 2 years from the passing of the bill, right? And I had to fight to get to a halfway house. I was like, there's no way you can just release me to my mother's house after doing 20 years in prison. I don't know the world. I need something in between. And Warden Urfy, you know, I had a good relationship being in the Lifers program. He made sure I was able to get to a halfway house 6 months before I came home. But as far as resources, family, you know, and really just a heart to honor the opportunity and the second chance. There wasn't housing, there wasn't job security, there was none of those things. And the work we do address, we try to stand in that gap and fill some of those things for people who are returning and for just young people in the community who are heading in that way, and cut that off. But it's not because of resources, it's really just because of ingenuity in your heart. Like, we find ways to make it happen. It's not a structure. It's never been a structure. And so the idea to hold up people because there's a lack of structure, well, there's never been a structure. People are figuring it out, and they're honoring the opportunity given to them, right? The same way the opportunity honors the work they put in to get there. You know?
So safe to say, you did your time, accepted the responsibility, came home, changed your life, created a pipeline to start a process to give people the resources, and you're here today testifying on the bill.
I want to take one step back. I did the most with my time, right? Which is the reason why they opened those doors. Like, I did the most of my time, and that preparation is what undergirded me leaving, you know, and what sustained me in my transition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'll just say to you and to some of the other folks who, with appreciation for all the folks who are testifying today, the folks who return year after year and are doing this work continually between the times that we see them here, thank you very much. Like you all say to me sometimes, it helps me to continue doing the work on this side. It's really important, so thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Anna Goyette. It's Anna Goyette, followed by Maurice Blackwell.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
My name is Anna Goyette, and I am a research fellow at the Justice Collaboratory at Yale Law School, which is a research organization dedicated to advancing social justice by bridging the gap between science, law, and policy. We believe in empirically informed policies that support safer and healthier communities. I am here today in strong support of Senate Bill 503 concerning emerging adult parole eligibility. This bill is an important opportunity to align Connecticut parole policies with modern developmental neuroscience, while strengthening the health and safety of our communities by reuniting families and giving young adults a meaningful second chance. As part of my work with the Justice for Everybody movement, I analyzed over 90 written testimonies from currently incarcerated individuals and their loved ones, describing their lives, the circumstances that led to their incarceration, and their hopes for the future. Through thematic analysis and quantization, 4 key themes emerged: early life adversity, developmental risk pathways, personal growth during incarceration, and carceral conditions as barriers to growth and successful reentry. So first, early life adversity was overwhelmingly common, with 85% of individuals reporting at least one major adverse event during childhood or adolescence, such as abuse, neglect, household instability, or chronic community violence. Second, developmental risk pathways, including substance use, mental health challenges, and negative peer environments, were also widespread. Over 90% reported engaging in at least one of these risk pathways during adolescence. However, the most important finding was the extent of personal growth during incarceration. Nearly every individual described meaningful personal change that would support successful reentry. Many pursued higher education, vocational training, and rehabilitative programming. Others spoke about deep reflection, remorse, and a commitment to repairing harm. And many expressed a strong desire to mentor young people in their communities so they do not repeat the same mistakes. At the same time, individuals consistently described carceral conditions as barriers to continued growth. Rather than consistently supporting rehabilitation, incarceration was often described as harming their mental and physical health, straining family relationships, and limiting access to opportunities that support successful reentry. When I reflect on these testimonies, what stands out to me is not past adversity or mistakes, but the extraordinary capacity for growth. I read each testimony more than 15 times and feel like I know these individuals and their life stories very personally. These are people who want to reconnect with their families, continue their education, build careers, and contribute positively to their communities. And I want to remind you, every statistic I shared today represents a real person, many of whom's testimonies you've already heard. It's someone's son, daughter, parent, or neighbor who is hoping for a second chance. And Senate Bill 503 recognizes that. It recognizes what research and lived experience both tell us, that people grow, mature, and change. And by creating opportunities for emerging adult parole, this bill allows that growth to benefit the community, strengthening families, supporting rehabilitation, and ultimately improving the health and well-being of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm reminded that Mr. Blackwell was number 44, so we will go to Sarah Kwan, to be followed by Pranv Dawan. Sarah Kwan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Kwan. I'm a student at Yale Law School. Over the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to work directly with over 200 people accused of federal crimes, including people from Connecticut. And among these, I've been able to work with many young people whose resilience in the face of family and community instability, violence, and poverty have left a very lasting impression on me. I support Senate Bill 503 because it creates a second opportunity for many young people who never had fair first chances, and it recognizes their capacity for change. Senate Bill 503 recognizes that people sentenced as youth can be and are valuable members of our community. They're important mentors, advocates, and family members. I also want to recognize, again, like others have said, that even if this bill passes, the ultimate decision to release individuals from custody remains in the power of a parole board who will consider factors like victims and victims' family. I would also like to share a testimony written by Devin J. Quirk, who's currently incarcerated in Connecticut. This is what he writes. I support this bill even though it does not directly affect me because I feel that more needs to be done for our youthful offenders. I came into prison for my first time at the age of 17 with a 9-month sentence. I was subjected to adult laws in the carceral system. My first cellie had a sentence of 333 years. He was a peer mentor and tried to look out for me and guide me to a better life, but I was simply too young to understand the carceral system and the impact not only on my life, but the life of my family, friends, and those who surrounded me inside the Corrigan Correctional Institution in 1997. My experiences, the lack of knowledge I had, and the lack of realization of how life really is led me to bad choices and bad decisions, one after another. I have been in and out of the revolving door of prison since 1997. I am not proud of that fact, nor do I minimize my own actions. However, after reaching 46 years of age, I finally understand and can see how youthful offenders should be handled and managed differently when it comes to incarceration, sentencing, and overall care for them. There is no programming in place to help prevent our youthful offenders or to assist them in the maturing process only obtained by life experience. They are simply left to their own devices. If I had had family support, not money for commissary, but actual support, and if counselors and staff had been trained to handle youthful offenders differently, instead of locking them up and throwing away the key, I feel that my life may have gone down a different path. But this is only speculation, as I can never know, as I didn't have these valuable tools in place at the most crucial and important time. Youth. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today. Pranv Dwan. Pranv Dwan, followed by Gaylord Salters. Pranv Dwan. Gaylord Salters. I see you on it. There we go.
Oh, okay. There we are. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Gaylord L.O.R.D. Salters. I'm here to advocate for critical improvements to Senate Bill 503, changes that will make this legislation more just, more consistent, and aligned with what we know from science. I come before you not just as someone impacted by the system, but as someone living the power of second chances. While incarcerated, I began nonprofit work with Dope Inc. Since my release in 2022, I've become a board member for Next Level Empowerment Reentry Program. I do work with the Full Citizens Coalition. I'm the director of the Break and Change Project for Dope Inc. And I advocate for nationally with the Sentencing Project in Washington, D.C. My life today is proof of what happens when people are given the opportunity to grow. There are two issues I ask you to address. First, October 1st, 2005 sentencing cutoff date. This date is arbitrary. It does not reflect behavior, culpability, or any meaningful legal distinction. Two individuals who committed the same offense at the same age should not be treated differently because of an artificial deadline. That is not justice. Second, eligibility must be expanded to include individuals under the age of 26. Modern neuroscience and developmental psychology confirm that brain, especially areas responsible for decision-making and impulse control, does not fully develop until the mid-20s. This is established science. If this bill is about fairness and rehabilitation, then it must reflect that reality. This is not about automatic release. It is about opportunity for review, about allowing the system to consider who a person has become, not just who they were when they're in their most worst moments. I stand before you as someone who was given that second chance and turned it into service, leadership, and impact. If you stand for humanity, if you stand for correction, and if Connecticut truly stands for second chances as publicly touted, this is what it looks like. I urge you to make these changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? If not, thank you for joining us again, and thank you for the work that you do. Mark Donald, followed by Rodney Cwley.
Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Mark Donald, and I serve as the president and CEO of Catalyst CT, a community-based organization rooted in Bridgeport, working across southwestern Connecticut. Our mission is to support young people and families through restorative justice programming, including youth diversion teams, court-based mediation, credible messenger violence prevention, and some workforce development. We've heard some compelling arguments and acknowledgments of the brain science supporting Raise Bill 503. I think I can speak to it from a unique nexus, as I also had the opportunity to teach some incarcerated citizens at Garnell Correctional Facility. I'm sure we've heard some of their stories today, as I heard some testimonies the other day in regards to it. But at Catalyst CT, we see these realities every day. Young people enter the system after choices shaped by impulse, peer pressure, trauma, unstable environments. and with intensive supports, including cognitive behavioral work, education, vocational training, and trauma responsive services. Many are able to demonstrate accountability, insight, and real transformation. Our work is built on understanding that emerging adults are malleable and responsive to supportive intervention. Raise Bill 503 strengthens parole review by requiring consideration of meaningful indicators of growth. I saw these indicators firsthand when I was teaching these gentlemen on a community college course inside of behind the wall, as they say, where they would show remorse, maturity, a real desire to speak directly to the young people that I serve on a day-to-day basis out here to try and prevent them from making decisions that ended up with their lengthy sentences. We can make progress addressing trauma, as well as this educational advancement. A structured hearing process paired with validated risk and needs assessments supports an evidence-driven review model that protects public safety while recognizing when someone has shown real growth and accountability. One thing I heard earlier, especially from Senator Kissel, was in regards to the victims' families or victims seeking justice. A critical part of this opportunity, I think, is restorative justice. And we heard many testimonies earlier about those who benefited or accepted parole and their desire to heal, help heal the victim, atone for their mistakes to the people that they harmed. And I think that's where the healing comes in, not from long-term incarceration. So in closing, Raise Bill 503 is a thoughtful, scientifically grounded step forward. It supports safer communities and better long-term outcomes by recognizing development and rehabilitation. I urge the committee to give this bill a full and careful consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today. Rodney Cwley.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to make this. Hello?
Yeah, you may testify.
I'm going to try to make this short and brief. I'm for the bill, really for any individual that tries to improve themselves every day, whether it's through constant practice or programs after mistakes have been made, big or small. And if their psyche is still intact, even better. Locking anything away and just storing it is unhealthy, whether it's emotions or, in this case, people, human beings. So to give these certain individuals, these certain human beings, a chance to utilize and apply the tools they learned in prison to implement into society, majority after spending large amounts of years in prison, I believe SB 503 will help change that. Every case is different, possible wrongful convictions, shoddy evidence, witness statements, but this opens up a chance for a learned, forgiving, imprisoned individual become a law-abiding citizen. Thank you for the time and patience.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? And there are none. Thank you for sticking around to provide us with your testimony.
Yes, sir.
We have Ruben Santiago, followed by Sean Reeves. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Sincere Santiago. I am here today in support of Bill SB 503. This afternoon, I want to give a short testimony of resilience, courage, and perseverance of a man who was released from prison in 2008 after serving a 13-and-a-half-year prison sentence. But I also want to give a story of change. During his incarceration, he faced many obstacles that could have deterred him from returning home to his community and making positive changes. He lost his mother to AIDS and addiction. He also lost his 16-year-old son to a brain tumor. Still, he remained focused on his change. Since his return back into society, he has started a peer mentoring organization called KOP, Keeping Kids Out of Prison. He also teamed up with CT Bail Fund, where he has bonded out hundreds of men and women to be home with their families for holidays, but also Mother's Day and Father's Day for absolutely free.
This individual also runs a monthly men's group called the Brothers Brunch, which engages intentionally with his community and the men in his community, helping them with their traumas and problems in their homes and being better men, better fathers, and husbands. Since the pandemic, he has fed over hundreds of thousands of families through Farmers and Families, and now runs a food pantry through his job. He is also a community health worker, a peer navigator, which he works with individuals with addiction, and he's part of the violence prevention team. This man has received the 100 Men of Color Award, 2 NAACP awards, Black People Rock Award, and an award from Shiloh Baptist Prison Ministry, etc. He has also mentored many young men who have came home from prison, and now they have their own organizations in their community. The man I'm giving so much gratitude is he stands before you today. It's me. And I'm a true living testimony and proof that if given a chance, change can persevere and flourish in our communities. I stand before you today as a model citizen, a community leader, a father, and a husband, not an inmate nor a statistic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santiago. Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you again for joining us. Let's see, we have Sean Reeves, followed by Rebecca Keel. Sean Reeves. And then we have Rebecca Keel, followed by Shelby Henderson Griffiths. Okay. We have, let's see, Shelby Henderson Griffiths, followed by Svetlana Bidak. Svetlana Bidak.
Hi. Yes, sorry. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Svetlana Badak, and thank you for allowing me to speak in support of SB 503. Instead of me today, I want to read you something that my 13-year-old daughter emailed to me. A few years ago, for Black History Month project, we had to do a presentation on your hero. I chose my father, Kenyon Joseph. My mom asked me why I didn't pick someone like Harriet Tubman, who I'd really like to learn about. The answer is easy. I don't know Miss Tubman. She's not there when I got bullied for having glasses. My papa was. He's there teaching me about everyday lessons, living right, and accomplishing goals. He's there by video visits for all the parent-teacher meetings, ballet recitals, karate tournaments, homework frustrations, and so much more. Now, most of my friends and even their parents ask him for advice. Why? Because he has been through every worst thing in life and he wants to help everyone he can. You make the laws to benefit the community, especially the children. Then our opinions should matter, and we are showing you what works. We need people like my papa to make real change. My father's my hero, not just for Black History Month, but also how much he hides, how much diarrhea he has every day so we don't worry. We can get him a surgery so he doesn't die like the doctor says he can. He's not just a hero. He's a human who deserves a chance like many other people. You have the ability to create the change we need. Don't let the past mistakes stop you from giving us, the kids, a future we deserve. At my age, my mom was on her way to her dream of working with victims. My father was on his way to Northern. Do we need proof that the system is unfair and unjust? Thank you.
Thank you. Great letter by your daughter. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for sharing that with us. Rashan Lee, followed by Drew Michael McQueenie. I'm assuming you in the middle are Rashan Lee?
No, this is Rashan
Oh,
right here.
okay.
But good morning, everybody.
Wait, hold on. Who are you?
My name is Roman Lee.
Are you on here too?
We're going to get through our 3 minutes, if you please give us the courtesy.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out who's in front of us
Well,
first.
he's going to introduce himself as well. My name
Okay.
is Rashan Lee, but
So
I
you're-
just wanted to keep the order of what we were doing. So I'm sorry if this was a distraction. Roman is a law student. He'll explain who he is. He's 20 years old.
Okay,
His
okay.
testimony makes more sense probably than even mine.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the 3 minutes.
Asking to be within your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Well, he took some words from me, but my name is Roman Lee. This is Rashan Lee, my father, and Clarissa Lee, my stepmother. I have 4 brothers and 2 sisters. I'm currently undergrad for law at Western New England University, and I'll start law school next semester. At the age of 24, I will be practicing as an attorney in the state of Connecticut. All I ask today is to remove the October 1st, 2005 cutoff date and increase the eligibility from under 21 to under 26.
My name is Rashan Lee. I'm the executive director of Clarissa Lee Law Group. My wife Clarissa is here. She's an attorney. We are a personal injury law firm out of Hartford. When Roman is 24, he's going to be a lawyer, as he said. He will also be just like many of the kids that you know fresh out of school. Bunch of education, however, lacking the real adult life experience that teaches you adult consequences. He will look like a man and even gain the benefits of adulthood. However, he will still have some growing to do. If a person is sentenced to 50 years at the age of 20 years old, he will be eligible to meet with the Board of Pardons at the age of 50. This is the difference right here. This is 30 years difference right here. I want you to understand what it looks like, what it feels like. I used to be 20, and I know what it is to pass time. But I'm gonna move forward. I want everyone also to be aware that the parole board is, they have unfettered discretion. It's not like you get there and you're good. Another thing that many people who have not been incarcerated don't realize, you gotta make it there. 30 years of time, you could get stabbed, you could get killed, you could commit suicide. There's a lot of things that's happening in jail that the uninitiated are unaware of. Today, our community needs those women and those men that are leaders that are not scared of our youth. They're not scared of people that are younger than us, that have different opinions. Those people need to be available to teach young men and young women how to avoid making poor decisions when handling conflict and negotiating trauma. When I returned from prison, Roman was 3 years old. Roman was 3 years old. He don't even remember, but he was 3 years old. And I can't say with certainty that Roman would be the young man that we know today without me being available, but SB 503 is a matter of public health. It's a responsibility, and it's an urban development. This bill makes a difference in Connecticut, not only in Connecticut, but in the entire world, you know, because people that are incarcerated don't have no faith in this system because it's failed them so many times. When you're in jail, people don't realize this, but the people that are locked up, those folks have more discipline than most people in society. I've been disrespected more in this community than I was when I was in jail. It's because dudes in jail, there's murderers, there's killers. If you get out of line, somebody gonna put you in line. So I believe those same people and those same disciplines, if they get afforded the opportunity to be available to the community, they're gonna apply those same disciplines in their day-to-day living, and they're gonna help brothers not get in any trouble and make it into law school.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us. Good to see you, young Mr. Lee. Very good luck in your career as an attorney.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Drew Michael McSweeney. Drew Michael McSweeney, followed by Sukhmani Singh. Sukhmani Singh?
Yes, hi. Can you all hear me?
We do hear you.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sukhmani Singh. I am assistant professor and faculty at the University of Connecticut at the School of Social Work, and also the principal investigator of the 1584 study that was unanimously accepted by the Sentencing Commission, and you can peruse it on the Sentencing Commission's website. A lot of people have already said what I also strongly endorse, which is supporting SB 503, and I support it unequivocally. I will keep my marks brief and also be submitting written testimony. But if the concern is public safety, nationally and here at home in Connecticut, the evidence over the last 11 to 12 years is fairly clear. In Connecticut, the recidivism or the reincarceration rate for people who were released under 1584 is 11%. And if you remove the 3 people who were reincarcerated because of a parole violation, like they didn't show up for a parole check-in, that reduces our rate to 8.9. I strongly endorse SB 503, especially raising the age to 26. And I think our strongest evidence comes from California, where they raised the age to 26 in 2017, and their recidivism rate is 3%. So we should follow suit. And Washington, D.C. also recently, in 2020, they upped the age of parole eligibility review to 25. What I also want to name here is that it's necessary for us to know who these people that social science literature calls juvenile lifers actually are. And James Jeter named the duality of victim and perpetrator. National research tells us over the last 12, 15 years that these are people who were young folks living in concentrated poverty, enduring racism. Individually, they have gone through sexual abuse, physical abuse, witnessing community violence on a weekly basis, and were disproportionately failed by our education systems. So as a state, we need to think about public safety as above and beyond recidivism, but to also include things like investments in human beings, green parks, education, healthcare, all the things that we need to make us whole. And as a researcher who did this work with people I was socialized to understand as the super predators of the 80s and the 90s, I found friends, I found community members, I found taxpayers, husbands, family members, and people who have worked in the state to expand voting rights, who are doing reentry work, even though they themselves did not have access to a lot of reentry resources above and beyond their families. And I have learned a lot about morality and justice from these very individuals that I have broken bread with and just learned a lot from. So let's take our chance and align Connecticut with the brain science and also our values.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Michaela LaRonde King.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can you?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. You
Okay,
may
sorry.
testify.
Thank you. My name is Michaela LaRonde King, and I'm a law student at Yale Law School here today to testify in support of SB 503. I will be testifying on behalf of Mohammed Rahim. My name is Mohammed Rahim. I'm 34 years old, and I was 24 years old at the time of my offense. I was 27 years old when I was sentenced to a 30-year sentence. My offense was the worst thing I ever did in my life. I was deeply sorry the moment it happened, and I wanted to apologize to the family immediately. I did get to apologize during sentencing. I think about what I did and work on bettering myself every day. I grew up in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I've had a drug problem since I was 14 years old. I did not have my father in my life, only my mom who worked all day, so I kind of did whatever I wanted to growing up. I was always in the streets. I saw lots of things at a young age that I shouldn't have. I want you to know that none of this is an excuse for my actions. I just want to give you insight into my life, where I came from, and how I grew up. I lived in a hotel for 2 years from the ages of 13 to 15 with 7 people in a room with 2 beds and roaches. At this point, my stepfather had left. My mom had 4 kids and struggled even though she worked all day. That hotel is where I was introduced to everything and saw everything that I shouldn't have. I started smoking marijuana at 14 and it ruined my entire life. It eventually led me to other drugs, and the next thing I knew, I did not run my own life anymore. The best times of my life were when I was not using drugs. I was diagnosed with depression at an early age and was in and out of rehab starting at the age of 14. I made some bad decisions due to drug use. Incarceration, the condition of being in a box all day, has not helped my mental health, and I have often struggled with feelings of worthlessness. These past few years, I've been doing better mentally. Most people don't know, but we do not get the help we need in prison for substance abuse. They have a couple of programs for us, but they're not what people like me need. Throughout the past 10 years, I matured and learned so much. I graduated and completed programs, and now I'm at a prison that has the Pell program, so I can get my degree, which is what I've wanted to do for the longest. I also have a 10-year-old daughter that was born 3 weeks before I came to prison. I wish I knew then what I know now. I always tried to help people when I was free, but my addiction and immaturity led me to make terrible decisions, which I ask for forgiveness for every single day. My biggest goal when I get my freedom back is to help others and give back because of the mistake I made. I want to volunteer. I want to start my own foundation. I want to talk to kids to make sure they do not make the same mistakes I did. I want to help everyone in every way that I can. That's what I think about all day. Right now, my life is on hold until I'm free. There are a lot of good people here that are like me or similar to me. That's why I surround myself with and who allows me to stay positive and hopeful, even in a place like this. When I was 24, my thinking process was still immature, and I did not think things through like I do now. Thank you for your time, and please pass this bill so the good people can make a once-in-a-lifetime mistake can have a chance at coming home early. God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee. Representative O'Day.
Well, I just want to say thank you for your very moving testimony. And I'm wondering, did you submit written testimony? I was looking for it.
I'm not sure. I can check, but I know that he might have, but I just was reading on behalf of Mohammed.
Okay, I know, but did he? I should say, did he submit the testimony? But I'll look for it. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us and providing us with the testimony. Tracy Shoemaker.
Yes.
You may testify.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Shoemaker. I am a mother, a grandmother, a community activist, a gender responsive case manager, and a formerly incarcerated woman who served 19 years in prison. I am here in strong support of Connecticut Senate Bill 503. I have lived in this system from both sides, as someone who was incarcerated and as a mother raising a child who entered the system at a young age. My son made a mistake when he was 21 years old. He served in the United States Army, but that one decision followed him. It cost him his military career, and even now at age 33, it still follows him. He struggles to find stable work. He struggles to move forward, not because of who he is today, but because who he was at 21. And the truth is, my son is not alone. There is something else we need to acknowledge. We are willing to invest in a building for a new juvenile detention center. We are willing to spend resources on confinement, but we are not willing to invest in the young people who have already been sentenced to years, even decades in prison for decisions they made when they were still developing. We cannot only focus on the front end of the system, on where people go when they first enter. We must also take responsibility for what happens to them after. Because I have lived it, and I have shared space with women who would directly benefit from this bill. Women who've made decisions at a young age and over time became educators, mentors, and leaders behind the walls, and yet still have no opportunity to be seen for who they have become. This is why the Bill 503 matters. This bill does not guarantee release, as it's been said. It guarantees a chance for individuals who committed offenses before the age of 26 to demonstrate who they have become. I stand before you as proof that people can change. I've served 19 years in prison. I transformed my life, and today I help others do the same. But I also stand here as a mother watching my son fight every day to move forward without the benefit of a true second chance. This bill gives the chance to others. And I ask you to remember this. Do not let the worst decision someone made as a young person be the final decision we make about their life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today and providing us with your testimony. Daniel Reyes?
Yes, hello.
Yes. Good.
So my name is Daniel Reyes, and I'll be giving a testimony on behalf of Luis Torres. Mi nombre es Luis Torres. Nací el 3 de noviembre de 1984 en el estado de Connecticut. Al momento de mi nacimiento, mis padres ya se encontraban separados. La custodia fue parental, fue otorgada a mi padre debido al abuso continuo de drogas de mi madre. A los 4 años fuimos a Puerto Rico. Cuando vivía con mi padre y mi abuela, al principio todo era hermoso. Empecé a notar que mi padre dependía del alcohol para funcionar, lo que convirtió mi hogar en un entorno disfuncional. Mi padre no tenía dinero ni siquiera para comprarme lo necesario para la escuela. Así fue que todo empezó. Yo me iba al pueblo y me metía a las tiendas con mi amigo mayor, quien me enseñó a cómo robar sin que nadie se diera cuenta, porque yo solo era un niño. Todo tenía un costo porque todo se desató como una cadena. Solo estudié hasta 6º grado. Cuando abandoné la escuela y empecé a fumar marihuana, mi hogar era tan disfuncional que decidí abandonar mi casa. Al principio empecé a dormir en un carro abandonado detrás de un strip club. Una de las muchachas que trabajaba en el strip club me invitó a dormir en los cuartos arriba del club. Viví con 5 mujeres que me pasaban para que les hiciera favores sexuales a cambio de comida y un lugar donde dormir. Así viví durante 6 meses. Llegó el punto en donde me cansé y decidí volver a mi casa en donde todo seguía igual. Algunos meses después me fui de la casa otra vez a vivir con una amiga de 43 años. Ella era una vendedora de drogas y con ella aprendí el negocio. Al igual que las otras muchachas, se aprovechaba de mí pidiéndome favores sexuales, pero para mí eso ya era normal, lo veía normal. A los 14 años caí preso por primera vez en una institución juvenil en Puerto Rico, donde estuve 3 años y medio. Ahí fui diagnosticado con depresión y ansiedad. A pesar de eso, me gradué de la escuela superior con un promedio de 3.8. Al salir a los 18 años, intenté trabajar, pero nadie me dio una oportunidad. Regresé a la misma vida y 11 meses después volví a prisión por 6 años y medio.
Mr. Reyes, so the time has elapsed, and I know I assume you want to do a translation as well, but the time has elapsed just on the underlying testimony. So I assume you read the testimony before you started. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of time to summarize it in English so that you have some ability to do the translating, not the full 3 minutes. So because you read it, that's the reason I asked that is I would like you to think about what the most salient parts of the testimony are and provide that during this opportunity, if you can.
Okay, yes. So for Luis Torres, who was born in 1984, his parents at a very young age, before he was 4 years old, were separated, and his mom the custody was given to his father because his mom had drug abuse issues. And his father, when he lived in Puerto Rico with his father, would abuse alcohol And so it was a very dangerous environment for him. And so he fled the house at a very young age. And in order to live, he found a place to stay behind a strip club. And in order to get food and to have a place to stay, they would force him to do sexual acts at the strip club before even the age of 14. And even with that, after a couple of months, he returned home because of that. And he was able to even pass his school with a 3.8. But because later on, he went to prison from a life of robbing for food for a living, he wasn't able to find work, so he returned to the same life in which he had to give sexual
Okay,
favors
Mr.
to
Reyes,
people.
let me ask, because I'm trying to keep I understand, but I'm trying to keep everybody in relatively the same amount of time. How would this bill either help this person, or is it that it would help them directly, or is it that their experience has helped them to see the importance of the bill?
Yeah, it's both, I would say. Just because they were young when all of this happened to them, and also their experiences kind of illuminated that path for them to rehabilitation.
And are they not? Are they someone for whom the law as we currently have it sit does not benefit them?
I think so. Yes.
All right, I'm going to stop the testimony part there. I wanted to give you an opportunity to try to get it out. I recognize how difficult this can be sometimes with the constraints we have, but given 187 folks, I want to be fair to everybody. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for coming and providing that testimony on the individual's behalf and working with me to try to get out most of what they are trying to say. Eric Amato. Mr. Amato will be followed by Dwan Wiggins. You may testify.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Eric Amato Jr., and I speak to you today in support of SB 503. I would like to start by saying there are moments in life that can define people forever. For me, one of those moments wasn't in a courtroom, it was at my high school graduation. I stood on stage at Fairfield College Preparatory School receiving my high school diploma, but was handed a gift from my father, but not in person, rather through my English professor who had stayed in touch while he was incarcerated. The gift was a book, the Africana Encyclopedia, and inside it was a message from my father about faith, growth, and becoming something better than your past. As a child, visiting him meant walking through metal detectors, hearing doors slam behind me, and learning far too early the difference between who gets to leave and who doesn't. His agony on full display in his metal garden, concrete as earth and sun filtered through cold iron. In the 1990s, my father was convicted of a life sentence. That moment separated a family forever, resulting from a horrible mistake my father committed as an adolescent at the age of 23. Nothing can undo the harm caused more than 30 years ago, but there has been accountability and there's been change. Over the past 30 years, I've watched rehabilitation and growth and accountability. I've watched my father commit himself to faith, education, mentorship, and service to others. I've watched him become a leader inside prison, helping others make better decisions than the one he has made. I stand here today asking you to recognize something simple, that change should be allowed to be seen. This bill does not guarantee release, and it does not diminish the sentence, accountability, or silence victims. It simply allows for a review. That is it. Our justice system has always recognized that youth and development matter in how we evaluate culpability and change over time. We heard today long-term incarceration of aging individuals comes at a significant cost, while research shows those who have served decades and are now in their 50s and 60s have extremely low recidivism rates. We already recognize rehabilitation through board authority, but individuals serving definite sentences are often categorically excluded from even being considered. This isn't required by law, but this is a policy choice of the board, and this bill, particularly with an amendment, could correct that in a narrow and responsible way. The following language could and should be added within the bill. For purposes of subsection G, eligibility for review shall apply to any person whose sentence for an offense committed while under 26 years of age would otherwise result in incarceration for the remainder of such person's natural life, and such eligibility shall not be limited to form or label of the sentence imposed. The language does not mandate outcomes or presumption of release. It preserves discretion, protects public safety, ensures that in rare exceptional cases, after decades of demonstrated change, there is lawful path to be heard. I stand here before you today not just as a son, but as a public servant, as someone who understands accountability, structure, and risk. To allow it to do what it's designed to do, evaluate, assess, decide, because justice should be firm, but it should not be blind or frozen.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee. Representative Roberts.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief question for you, sir. You stated you would love to see something added in the bill, but if we remove the date and up the age, would your father not qualify?
He would not qualify because of a board policy instituted saying that they're unsure whether or not they have the ability or jurisdiction to hear sentences of life.
And has he been through this process before, through prior bills?
Yes, so he was actually granted a commutation hearing. We watched him on screen during COVID go up to the board and be in line, and then he was pulled off and never given that hearing because, again, the board was unsure of whether they didn't have the authority to hear based on his category of sentencing. And then although his application was approved, he was never given that hearing to this date.
So that was an administrative change.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Did you provide written testimony?
I plan to submit it by Thursday.
Okay. All right, we'll check that out. Thank you. You bring forward an important issue.
Thank you.
Dwan Wiggins.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dwan Wiggins. I'm here to support SB 503. I sit before you as a formerly incarcerated man. And if I didn't just tell you that, a lot of people wouldn't know that. I am an elected official out of the city of Norwalk. I own multiple businesses. I own a nonprofit organization that deals with a lot of youth. We serve over 400 youth in my tenure as the executive director. And I'm mentioning all these things because of, a second chance or opportunity to do the right thing. Once again, being formerly incarcerated, spending 11 years of my life in prisons and youth programs, I know firsthand, the effects of, the things that come with growing up in inner cities. It's really imperative, it's important to know that, like myself, like all of you that's representing our cities and towns, know that these individuals that spoke today can be one of you. I know because I am one of you. I got elected by my community, the same community at a time I helped destroy, and not by my own, by my youth. I was a young man when I did those crimes. Today, I stand before you once again as a person that, by law, has never committed a crime, receiving a pardon and doing the right things in my community and giving back. I also want to paint this picture and let you guys all see that we have CEOs that's testifying, we have doctors that's testifying, we have a range of people that's testifying here today. including a bunch of formerly incarcerated people. They can be doing anything with their lives. I spent 4 hours here today waiting and watching testimony, and I got a lot of stuff I could be doing, trust me. But I'm committed to, this cause. I'm committed to the individuals that's still sitting behind these walls, and particularly some friends that I know that if they had the opportunity, they will be successful, and I will help make sure of that. So, like Barbara said earlier, we've been having the conversations. I went to college, I got a degree, and years ago, it's over a decade ago now, I was learning this in my school, in my university, about the brain development and so on and so forth. So to even get to this point to where we're having these conversations and we're talking about it, I think we're at the point where we need to start putting some actions behind it. And I hope, all of you guys can support, talk to your colleagues, drill this. I know it's a short session, but this is an extremely important initiative. And there's a bunch of people behind those walls have similar stories, and I know will be great. So thank you for this time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggins, good to see you again.
Yes.
And we do some really important stuff in some of our short sessions. So, yeah. Rep. Roberts.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Wiggins for coming all the way up from Norwalk. Deeply appreciate the work you're doing in the community in Norwalk, and true definition of how you could change your life and turn it around and give back to your community. So thank you so much for coming today and testifying on this bill. You got 2 Norwalk colleagues here in the room, so to see your face in front of us is amazing. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, good to see you again. I'm sure we'll see you in the future. Let's see. Carlton Newell. There you go. We cannot hear you. Mr. Newell?
You got to be louder. Louder.
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely. Scream it in.
We're not getting anything on this end. Mr. Newell, I'm not gonna skip you. I'm gonna allow you to work on your setup and maybe come back in while I go to the next person. Jackie Gagne. Jackie Gagne. I'm going to go to Tim Phelan and then try you again, Mr. Newell. Tim Phelan. Oh, that's right. Tim Phelan, Colin Demore, Dermot Fitzsimmons, and Wayne Pesci.
Yeah.
That is correct. My fault.
We're going to do a little something a little different. We ready?
Whenever you are.
Thank you, Senator, and Representative Sastrom and Representative Callahan and other members of the committee that are here. I'm Tim Phelan, president of the Connecticut Retail Network. CRN is a statewide trade association representing some of the world's largest retailers and the state's Main Street merchants. We're here today to testify in favor of House Bill 5563. I will just say I've submitted my written testimony, so I won't go through that. Just want to say on behalf of the whole retail industry, appreciate you raising this bill. It addresses 2 really important issues for the retail industry. Number 1, it updates the definition of an organized retail crime, and then number 2, it inserts a new emerging challenge that we have in the retail world around gift card fraud. So I'm going to give up the balance of my time now and defer to my member, Dermot, who I think should be online by now.
Is Dermot Fitzsimmons? Okay. We'll keep track of your time.
When it works, it's great.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, committee. Wayne, I can provide my testimony now if you'd like.
Maybe we do that part. Yeah. That way we'll give more time. So this is the other member, Colin Demore. Go ahead.
Yes.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Colin Demore, and I'm the Senior Director of Asset Protection for Big Y Foods Incorporated. And on behalf of Big Y, I submit this testimony in support of House Bill 5563. This bill addresses the escalating threats of organized retail theft, gift card fraud, and the illicit resale of stolen goods, issues that have become an increasing burden on businesses, law enforcement, and consumers alike. Retail theft has grown far beyond petty shoplifting. Organized criminal groups are systematically targeting retailers, stealing high-value goods in large quantities, and exploiting legal loopholes to resell stolen merchandise through unregulated channels for profit. These theft operations are increasingly sophisticated. Individuals, often working in teams, hit multiple stores and use major road networks to quickly move goods out of state. Our products can then be sold through restaurants, retail fence operations, or in online marketplaces. This activity has had real and measurable consequences for our business, including substantial losses that ultimately contribute to higher prices, increased safety risk for our employees and customers, and operational disruptions. House Bill 5563 is a critical step in combating this growing crisis by targeting organized activity, not just the individual, addressing resale channels, establishing stronger criminal penalties for gift card fraud, and strengthening tools for retail asset protection teams, law enforcement, and prosecutors. Retail theft is not a victimless crime. Our frontline employees are often placed in difficult and sometimes dangerous situations when encountering organized crime groups. While our policies at Big Y always prioritize safety and discourages confrontation, the presence of this criminal activity creates stress and uncertainty for many of our teams. House Bill 5563 equips law enforcement, retailers, and policymakers with the tools necessary to prevent these crimes, to safeguard both businesses and customers we serve. For these reasons, I urge the committee to support this important legislation and take action against organized retail crime and the growing sophisticated fraudulent activity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And is Fitzsimmons on? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Senator Winfield, Representative Stratform, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Dermot Fitzsimons, and I am Macy Senior Manager, Asset Protection and Public Sector Liaison. It is my privilege to support our 15 stores in the great state of Connecticut and their thousands of colleagues who live and work here. I'm pleased to join you today to support Tim Phelan and Connecticut Retail Network's hard work on this important bill. Increasingly, the thieves we see in our stores are not stealing merchandise for their own personal use. They're not individual shoplifters engaged in a rare crime of opportunity. Instead, they are often part of a planned and coordinated network that steals larger amounts to feed sophisticated distribution networks operating here and abroad. We are taking strong actions in response. We are building close partnerships with law enforcement, the Division of Criminal Justice, and state's attorneys. We are invested in technology to harden our stores, train our employees, and make the merchandise more difficult to steal. But we need your help. This bill will give retailers, law enforcement, and prosecutors new tools to strike back at the most sophisticated and recidivistic people engaged in organized retail thefts. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Senator. I would just tell you that the bill that's in front of you is really mirrored off of three bills: New Jersey, Utah, and Tennessee, which just recently passed legislation in the last year or so. And we're just asking for you to take a peek at this and really modernize our laws here in the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and so it establishes what a gift card crime is and what's the penalty in the bill. Do you remember?
I don't know.
Okay, that's all right. I'll look it up.
Yeah, we'll follow up.
All right.
Sure.
All right. You have something? Representative Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Wayne, Tim, thanks for being here. Maybe two of the people you have online, I was wondering what Big Y's losses were from retail theft a year, and the same thing for Macy's in Connecticut. Do they have any idea?
You want to take the Big Y was first?
That was
So,
yeah.
great question. The overall theft numbers are hard to specifically quantify. In many cases, we don't know what we don't know. We only know anecdotally that it is a growing and significant problem, but it's very difficult to quantify the exact amount.
How about Macy's?
Sir, they are growing every year. Our main focus is on the safety of our customers and indeed our colleagues who shop in our stores, to protect them from some of these violent gangs, and also to be able to get the state tax back from the reselling our merchandise.
Okay.
I think Representative Callahan, we both our national organizations could keep those statistics, and we could certainly follow up with you when we get better numbers.
If you could also get me some information on the gift card crime and how someone would take a gift card off a rack and somehow program it to use.
So we'll tell you just very briefly, it's a pretty complicated situation, but what happens is typically someone will first begin by stealing the gift card and taking it back, and then reprogramming it, and then going back to the store and putting it back on the shelf. And then when the customer purchases the gift card, they have loaded it up with the money. The money is then withdrawn from that customer into the bad guys' accounts.
It's complicated, so I'll talk to you gentlemen offline, since I know how to find you.
But it's certainly a growing problem in the retail industry.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And I looked it up. It's a larceny, so it would depend on how much it was for under the statutes we already have. Comment or question for other members of from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? If not, thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, Senator.
And I know we'll see you again, at least Tim. All right, Cooper Smith, to be followed by Taryn Samarth. Cooper Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Cooper Smith, and I'm a Yale Law student here in support of SB 503. I'll be reading testimony on behalf of Terrell Evans, who is currently incarcerated and supports SB 503. The following is Terrell's testimony. First and foremost, thank you for your time to actually listen to what we have to say, and I apologize it's under these circumstances. My name is Terrell Evans. I'm currently 31 years old. When I started my incarceration, I had just turned 22. Coming from the city of Bridgeport, I experienced an array of things that led me to being a misguided youth: poverty, violence, lack of positive influences, and the deaths of many friends. The habitat I grew up in helped shape my reality of misfortune, lack of self-esteem, and trauma. I was pulled in the wrong directions instead of being encouraged to live a positive and healthy lifestyle. I take full responsibility for my decisions, but now, as a mature adult, I understand that my decisions were limited. Since my incarceration, I made a pledge to become a better human being, not only for myself, but for my community and the ones I love. In the last 11 years, I've made a multitude of strides to become a better individual and a productive part of society. I've enrolled in college courses, become a recovery coach through CCAR, and a patient care assistant, and I'm currently enrolled to get my CNA. I've completed various programs such as anger management, Tier 2 drug program, Voices on the Impact of Victims, New Thoughts, Smart Recovery, and more. Beyond these programs, I've dedicated myself night and day to making the conscious effort to change my own psyche, hold myself accountable, and become a positive person, not only in here, but for when I reintegrate back into society. I'm writing because I believe this new bill will help not only myself, but people just like myself, who've made mistakes, but in the time they've been incarcerated, dedicated their lives to accountability and inner change. This bill would help people like me be able to receive a fair chance at seeing parole, and hopefully, ultimately, the opportunity to become productive members of society. The passage of this bill could be another step in the progress of healing the damage we caused in our youth and showing that change is possible. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you for hearing Terrell's testimony. When you support SB 503, I ask you to keep Terrell in your minds. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate you reading the testimony, but I see I was in another committee for a good part of the day. I see a lot of students from Yale are reading testimony. Is this part of an organized group or class? How is this? I'm just curious because I'd like to talk to the actual person who wrote it, but I'm curious who organized it.
Certainly. There are a number of groups from Yale here who coordinated student volunteers who are in support of this bill to read on behalf of incarcerated people from Connecticut who would speak on this bill if they could be here.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Representative, I don't know if you know, we've tried before to get folks who are incarcerated, and we've had some success and more failures than success. So, yeah. So, it is good often to have them if we can, but we have not done that very well. So, here we are. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your efforts here. And let's see, Taryn Samarth. Taryn Samarth, followed by Alex Tobis.
Good afternoon, legislators. Thank you. Nice to see you all again. I'm here today in support of SB 503. Theodore Roosevelt, as president, once wrote that criminals should be sterilized and forbidden to leave offspring behind them. Justice Cardozo called criminals people whose redemption is hopeless. That wasn't just their belief, that was the science of the time, and that science was eugenics. Charles Darwin's own son argued against short prison sentences because it gave prisoners the ability to get out and reproduce. Of course, the science of 1929 is not the same as the science of 1999, and it's not the same science as we have today. Racist eugenics science, which is still promoted by some, is no longer the scientific consensus that we go by. We go by neuroscience and brain development research, which shows that redemption is possible. And you've seen the proof here today from the many individuals who have changed their lives and have changed them dramatically, such that they've transformed and they don't even resemble the very young person who committed a terrible crime. So today, the new science allows us to understand that people do not fully develop until their mid to late 20s, that young people have more impulsiveness, that they're susceptible to peer pressure, and that because of this, they are capable of fundamental change that eugenicists and their ancestors who are in political power today were refusing to accept. So SB 503 finishes the job of Public Act 23-169 by accepting true, real science and rejecting the racist science of the past that eugenicists promoted, that designed sentences around the theory that people are born broken and can never change. We know that that's wrong. People can change. And SB 503 replaces that racism with science. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or questions? There are none. I want to thank you for joining us again, and I'm sure we will see you in the future. Okay, we're going to go back to Mr. Newell. I'm told he is now able to speak. So, Carlton Newell.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm speaking today to oppose SB 503, expanding special sentencing and parole considerations from those 21 years up to 26 years. Proponents of this bill, of which we've heard from many today, are in support. It would give those within the provisions of this bill a second chance and show how they've grown and learned from their mistakes. What I haven't heard, with the exception of the kind words from Senator Kissel, are many discussions regarding second chances for victims of violent crime and their families. Victims like my sister-in-law, Shara, who was murdered in 2004 by her 25-year-old ex-boyfriend, who then shot my niece before taking his own life. My sister-in-law will never get a second chance to raise her children or pursue her dreams. Will never get a second chance to watch her family grow. Will never get a second chance to be there for her aging parents. My niece will never get a second chance to know her birth mother, and will never get a second chance to live a life free of the physical, cognitive, and neurological challenges that she has faced as a result of her traumatic brain injury. My family will never get a second chance to have my sister-in-law in our lives and to live lives free of the hell that comes with losing someone in such a tragic way. We'll never have the opportunity to see how she may have changed and grown. One small blessing is that our family did not face years of being re-victimized by the criminal justice system in fighting for appropriate sentencing and fighting for her murderer to remain behind bars like so many other families have. As others have said, I question, does the parole system and the reentry programs have the resources to appropriately evaluate and monitor those who would benefit from this bill? I challenge you to stand strongly with victims, their families, and law-abiding citizens on this issue and consider our second chance, or lack thereof. We'll never be eligible for parole from this tragedy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Newell. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. I just want to say thank you for being patient and testifying this afternoon, and you have my deepest sympathies on the loss that you have suffered due to the hands of a criminal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Kissel. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you for sticking around to provide us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Greta LaFleur, who will be followed by Luis Medina Jr. Greta LaFleur.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to the honorable members of the Judiciary Committee, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Greta LaFleur. I'm an associate professor of American Studies at Yale University. I'm a licensed attorney in the state of Connecticut, representing people charged with crimes. And I'm a faculty member who's been teaching incarcerated students at McDougall Walker Correctional Institute through the Yale UNH Prison Education Program for the last 4 years. And I'm here today to join my community in offering my support for SB 503. So over 20 years ago, the United States Supreme Court announced a new approach to the sentencing of young people convicted of crimes. In 2005, the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Roper v. Simmons set aside the death penalty for those convicted of crimes committed when they were juveniles, ushering in an era of important scrutiny surrounding how the criminal legal system thought about sentencing when it came to young people. While imperfect, Roper and his progeny on both federal and state levels voiced new faith in the special potential for growth and rehabilitation that young people uniquely possess. Importantly, these decisions were also grounded in developments in neuroscience that reveal that the human brain is still developing in emerging adults, forcing our high courts to recognize, as the U.S. Supreme Court did in 2012 with Miller v. Alabama, that, quote, children are constitutionally different from adults for purposes of sentencing. In the wake of this line of cases, when handing down a sentence to someone convicted of committing a serious crime as a young person, courts, and that includes our state courts, must now weigh a number of factors that ask how an individual's age and immaturity may have influenced the behavior that led them to be convicted of a crime. In short, courts have recognized that youth matters in sentencing decisions and that justice-involved young people are uniquely deserving of a meaningful opportunity for release based on demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. So I support SB 503 because, as a piece of legislation, it enshrines the consensus from our federal courts, now 20 years old, that the sentencing of young people for crimes needs to be thought about and enacted differently and better. SB 503 would hone and expand the work of Connecticut Public Acts 1584 and 23169, changing the parole eligibility procedures for people convicted of crimes as juveniles and sentenced to long periods of incarceration. The corrections that this bill offers, so removing the 2005 cutoff date and expanding eligibility for individuals convicted of crimes prior to the age of 26, would move Connecticut sentencing protocols back into compliance with federal law and reflect developments in neuroscience that emphasize the unique capacity for rehabilitation that young people possess. So I want to just to conclude on a more personal note in support of this bill, speaking from different corners of my experience. First, as a scholar, I'm a historian of colonial America, and I thought this committee might be interested to know that settlers who founded what later became the state of Connecticut and the United States of America understood youth to be a category that extended through about age 28. So the liabilities of young people when it came to impulse control, judgment, and decision-making have been recognized in our state since the 17th century. Second, as an attorney, the arbitrary 2005 cutoff for accelerated parole eligibility creates two identically situated groups of people people who are being treated differently under the law. I truly just don't understand how this is not an equal protection violation on its face. I can't think of a government interest that would survive rational basis review. I have one more comment. And finally, just as someone who spent the last 15 years teaching a population of students who are overwhelmingly between the ages of 18 and 26, I'm an everyday witness to both the still developing nature of their cognitive capacities and also to their immense capacity for growth and change. So thank all of you for your time, and I urge you to support SB 503.
Thank you. Comment, question from members of the committee? Comment or question? I never know which side I'm not going to find anybody. Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Luis Alameda Medina Jr. Luis Alamedina Jr. Fernando Ricardo Valenzuela.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Fernando Ricardo Valenzuela. I'm a Hartford resident, an incoming PhD student at UConn School of Social Work, and a contributing researcher for the study on Public Act 1584, which was submitted to and accepted by the Sentencing Commission earlier this year. I'm here testifying in strong support of SB 503. Regarding public safety, we have nearly 10 years of both nation and statewide data showcasing the incredibly low recidivism rates of juvenile lifers. California, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C., some of whom have already implemented second chance laws more expansive and just than Connecticut, clearly show that young people given long sentences are among the least likely to return to prison after their release. Here in Connecticut, the recidivism rate for juvenile lifers is 11%, much lower than the state's overall recidivism rate of 44%, which demonstrates how this population is not a threat to public safety. In fact, my work with previously incarcerated individuals in Connecticut has shown me how their community, which is full of love, care, and consideration, promotes safety and well-being. They have deeply introspected on past harms they have caused, taken steps to learn and grow from them, and often commit their entire lives to ensuring others have what they need upon their release from prison. This community of previously incarcerated individuals provide one another with material and emotional support, mentorship and guidance, and help others secure housing, employment, and other basic needs. Eliminating the arbitrary cutoff date of October 1st, 2005, and expanding parole eligibility to under 26 would bolster this network of previously incarcerated individuals supporting one another in their respective communities across the state, which likely contributes to the low recidivism rates we see here in Connecticut. And beyond recidivism, we must also acknowledge how individuals of this population are victims of structural inequities and oppression. Approaching victimization in public safety through this lens allows us to recognize how generational and interpersonal trauma, lack of access to basic human needs, and an inhumane degradation of essential social services all negatively impact the safety and well-being of all people. If we truly care about public safety, we must look beyond the numbers offered by recidivism rates and implement robust policies that directly address the things every person needs to thrive: housing, education, healthcare, financial security, clean air and food, and others of the like. Supporting SB 503 is one small yet profound act that would show Connecticut still cares about its youth, its marginalized communities, and the construction of a better world. These changes to parole eligibility would save Connecticut taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars over subsequent years, the savings of which could be used to better support previously incarcerated individuals and all people by addressing the structural inequities and harms blocking our path to substantive and long-lasting community safety and well-being. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us today. Ray Boyd. Good to see you. You may testify when you are seated.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Boyd, in full support of SB 503. And the reason why is because on November 15th of 2021, I was released from the Connecticut Department of Corrections after serving 30 years of incarceration as a juvenile lifer in the state of Connecticut. Since coming home, I am the program manager at the Yale Law School at the Law and Racial Justice Center for New Visions for Public Safety. I've worked briefly with UConn Law School at the Institute of Municipal and Regional Policies as a research technician. I am the co-founder of Next Level Empowerment Program, which is a reentry program in the city of New Haven, helping men and women transition back into the community after their terms of incarceration. This past February, I opened up an 8-bedroom transition and sober living home, which I named after a counselor of mine who was instrumental in my transformation while I was incarcerated, Vincent A. Moore. We currently have 6 men living there. I'm actually going to head from here to go show another man one of the rooms. I'm also the author of the Model Inmate, Mind Over Matter, How I Became the Model Inmate, which talks about my 30 years of incarceration and how living in that adult setting as a child, I had to make certain decisions in life and grow up instantly in order to survive, in order to make right decisions, to be able to be afforded the opportunity of Public Act 1584. So for me, this is instrumental because not only was I thrust into an adult environment to survive with no one to come and check for me, and this is not to make light of my situation because I've taken full responsibility for my acts, so much so that my daughter's victim has, her and I met on the 35th year of her father's death, and she's granted me her full forgiveness for my acts, also for the work that I've been doing in the community since coming home. When I went to prison, I was a 7th grade dropout. I was reading on the 3rd or 4th grade level. There was very little programming in the Department of Correction at that time, just as there seems to be today because of budgets or whatever. But the men that I've come across while I was incarcerated, several men said here today, it's a hostile environment. It's a very predatory environment. And how do we put our youth in these environments and expect them to come out, unscathed after 10, 20, 30 years of incarceration? I stand here or sit here before you today as an example of the men that come out. A lot of my peers are here with me, who were supportive of me while I was incarcerated and continue to be supportive of the efforts that we make today since we came home. Years ago, there weren't many faces like us that would come up to the Capitol and sit in these rooms because the mindset that we had, and that mindset was very criminal. I think today we've made the efforts to change our mindset, transform our lives, and we're very supportive of those that will come after us in changing their mindset and changing their lives as they re-enter back into the community. And I want to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to speak, but it's very important that you see the examples of what is to come, because there are examples that came after the other bills were changed. And I think it's important that you guys take a serious look at changing these bills, because there's so many Ray Boyds that are there, there's so many James Jeters that are there, there's so many Dwan Wiggins that are there, and
right.
Just the women. I know you want me to stop.
Personally, I'd let you keep going, but
Senator Winfield, and thank you very much. Yeah, appreciate you.
Comment or question from members of the committee. Don't just run away.
Okay.
Comment or question from members of the committee. I do want to thank you not only for showing up today, but for all the work that you have been doing since you've gotten back. You've been doing work consistently, and you've helped to change the lives of other folks. So I deeply appreciate that, and you are an asset to our community. Thank you. There are no other questions, so now you may go.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So next we have Jeremy and Ezekiel Works. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's on. You don't have to do anything. I don't know which is which, but if you're gonna say something, that the red button will activate that mic too. No, the other one. Yeah. There you go. So now you're both able to speak. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee. I'm a member of Kids Court Academy, a program of the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. My name is Ezekiel Works, and I'm 12 years old. I'm a student in the 7th grade, and I'm joined by my twin brother, Jeremy Works. Thank you for letting me speak and giving me an opportunity. I'm here to testify in support of Raised House Bill 5566 because I care about protecting animals from cruelty and abuse. Animals cannot speak for themselves, so it's important that we, humans, stand up for them. Today, I want to share why this issue matters and why stronger protections for animals are important. Stronger laws and clear consequences will help stop animal cruelty because they make it clear that harming animals is unacceptable. When people know there are real penalties for abuse, it discourages harmful behavior and encourages more responsible treatment of animals. Laws like Raised House Bill 5566 shows that communities take this issue seriously and are willing to protect animals that can't protect themselves. Animal abusers should also receive serious sentences, not light punishments that fail to reflect the harm they caused. When penalties are too small, it can send the message that animal cruelty is not a serious crime. Stronger and harsher consequences will show that cruelty towards animals will not be tolerated and help prevent repeated offenses. Meaningful accountability helps ensure that people understand the seriousness of their actions and helps protect animals from being harmed again.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee. My name is Jeremy Works, and I am 12 years old and joined by my twin brother, Ezekiel Works. I'm a member of Connecticut's Kids Court Academy, a program of the CHRO. I go to Dodd Middle School in Cheshire, Connecticut, and I'm currently in 7th grade. I'm testifying regarding animal cruelty in support of Raised House Bill 5566 and why it is important to stop animal cruelty. Animals cannot speak for themselves, so we have to protect them no matter what. I believe people who abuse animals should face stronger punishments and longer sentences to help prevent cruelty and keep animals safe. My family has had 3 shelter dogs since I was little, so I've always cared a lot about how animals are treated, and I believe animal cruelty is a serious and harsh problem that needs to stop. When punishments are stronger, people will probably think twice before hurting animals again. And in our Works Help Foundation fundraiser, we even chose to raise money to support a local animal shelter. Animals depend on us to protect them, and by stronger support punishments for cruelty, we can help make sure they never have to suffer in silence again.
Thank you. Great job, guys. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Well, Ezekiel and Jeremy, first of all, when I was 12, I was only in 6th grade, so you guys must be super smart. And also, I think crimes against animals are quite often a predictor of an individual that, if not checked, will end up committing crimes against human beings, and sometimes some of the most horrendous. So you're right on target, and you just really did an excellent job, very articulate, and I commend you for being brave enough and compassionate enough to come up here and testify on these bills. And thank you so much, and I wish you the best in the future. Thank you, Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or
Thank you.
comments on the bill? If not, great job, guys. Thanks for sticking with us.
Have a good rest of your day.
We will try. Jamie Anderson. No, you gotta hit the button in front of you there. There you go. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Judiciary Committee. My name is Jamie Anderson. I am here today in support of SB 503. I am speaking as the wife of my husband, Zachary Cody Franklin, who has been incarcerated since his early 20s. But more than that, I'm speaking as someone who knows him deeply for who he is today. I did not meet him at his worst. I met him after. I met a man who has already started taking accountability for his past, a man who was sitting with the weight of his decisions and choosing every day to become better anyway. I did not fall in love with his excuses. I fell in love with change. From the very beginning, he has always been honest with me. He has never tried to minimize what he did or shift blame. He speaks about his past with real remorse, and that matters. But what matters even more is what he's done since. Because change isn't something you say, it's something you live.
and I've watched him live it. While incarcerated, he chose to take programs on fatherhood, anger management, decision-making, and personal responsibility. He's earned his GED not because he had to, but because he chose to, because he wants better, because he wants to be a present father, because he wants a different life. I've watched him learn patience. I've watched him choose calm and anger. I've watched him hold onto hope into a place that can take that away from you. And that kind of growth is real. SB 503 matters because it recognizes something we all know deep down, that who someone is in their early 20s is not who they are forever. People grow, people change, and sometimes people truly do the work to become someone completely different. My husband is not asking for a free pass, he's asking for a chance to be seen for who he is today. Because right now, no matter how much he grows, no matter how much he changes, there's no opportunity for that to matter. And that's what this bill would change. I understand the seriousness of his past. I carry that with me, but also carry the reality of who he is now, a loving husband, a devoted father, and a man who is trying every single day to live a life that looked nothing like his past. I stand by him not because I have to, but because I believe in him, and I'm asking you to believe that change is possible too. Please support SB 503 and give people like my husband the opportunity to be recognized for who they've become, not just who they once was. Because growth, accountability, and real change don't matter, then what are we asking people to become? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for sticking with us. Christine Quilame? I completely botched that one.
It's Guillaume, but it's okay.
Sorry about that.
Nobody gets it. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, and thank you so much for your time. My name is Christine Guillaume, and I am a resident of New Haven, PhD candidate at Yale, testifying in support of expanding early adult parole eligibility through SB 503. I am also a current instructor with the Yale Prison Education Initiative, for which I teach a literature seminar on Black women writers. My unwavering support for SB 503 is informed by my experiences with YPEI over the past 3 years. I have witnessed firsthand the important, admirable, and diligent work the program students have done toward education, healing, and growth, not only for themselves, but for their families and communities. For me, it is a privilege and an honor just to hold classroom space for the work that is happening. Passing SB 503 is in the best interest of the Connecticut public in terms of reducing racial disparities in incarceration, making fiscally responsible decisions about how to allocate taxpayer money, and promoting public safety. Emerging adult parole eligibility, as you have heard many times today, is not a get-out-of-jail-free provision. It requires people to demonstrate sustained rehabilitation, understanding of the harm they have caused, and their ongoing commitment to growth and transformation. The people who would be affected by this bill have lived most of their formative years in prison, and they have participated in years and sometimes decades of transformative and meaningful programming, such as higher education and vocational classes. This bill takes an important step in recognizing a person, not for who they were at 18 or 25, but rather who they are now. People's opportunity at a second chance should not depend on a calendar date that entrenches racial injustice and denies people the opportunity to demonstrate accountability. And this bill is accountability. The data shows the accountability is working in states such as Pennsylvania and California, and crucially, right here in Connecticut. People released under PA 1584 spent an average of more than 2 decades incarcerated, time during which they matured neurologically, emotionally, and socially. We know well that the brain continues to develop into the mid-20s. Too many young people who commit harm are serving long sentences and denied the opportunity to demonstrate their growth and rehabilitation. The law should honor and build upon the successful expansion of juvenile parole in our state through passing SB 503. Nationwide and in Connecticut, we know that keeping people in prison far beyond the point of maturity is not keeping us safer. Instead, it takes away resources from prevention, reentry, and community investment. As I stated at the beginning of my testimony, I have had the honor and privilege of seeing firsthand how students in YPEI are dedicated to growth and transformation. To that end, the program's alumni, growing network of alumni, who have returned home, having continued to exercise this commitment to change and education in their communities, advancing social justice, harm reduction, community advocacy, and public safety. SB 503 is the state's best evidence-based step towards decarceration, accountability with an investment in people and their capability to grow and change. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comments or question? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us. Andrew Dixon, to be followed by Quinn Meehan.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Senator, Representative, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Andrew Dixon. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 503. I was incarcerated for a crime I committed just 3 months after turning 18 years old. At that age, I was legally an adult, but I did not yet have the maturity, judgment, or life experience I have today. Before anything else, I want to be clear, I take full responsibility for my actions, and I recognize that my choices cause real harm. Someone was hurt because of what I did, and that is something I carry with me every day. I was sentenced to 25 years in prison, served 14 years. Without a second chance, I would still be incarcerated today. While I was inside Cheshire Correctional Institution, I made the decision that my life would not be defined by the worst thing I've ever done, but that I would take responsibility and work to become a better man. I completed every program available to me, joined the Cheshire Lifers Group, which later became the Mentors Group. I was part of the first group in the True program, and after completing it, I became the first mentee to transition into a mentor within the facility. In that role, I worked with both my peers and younger incarcerated individuals, helping guide them toward better decisions and encouraging accountability. My growth was recognized, but despite that, I was unable to be seen by parole under the system that existed at the time. Education became a cornerstone of my transformation. I graduated from Middlesex Community College and received my bachelor's degree through Wesleyan University CPE program. Those experiences helped shape me into someone focused on contributing positively to society. Ultimately, I was released through a successful sentence modification. That opportunity existed because of a law that allowed direct access to the courts for individuals who went to trial. Without that law, without legislative action, I would have continued to be denied the opportunity to demonstrate my growth. I'm not unique. There are men and women who have accomplished far more than I have, being denied the opportunity to show their growth. After spending a third of my life in prison, I have now been home 7 months. Today I work 3 jobs. I'm active in my son's life, support my family. I had the privilege of feeding members of my community on Thanksgiving, and I now speak to young men and women about my decisions and their consequences so they can make better ones. That's what accountability and rehabilitation looks like together. The legislative branch has the power to push the needle forward to create pathways that recognize change, not just punishment. State Bill 503 is another step in that direction. The man I am today is not the same person I was at 18. My transformation took years of effort, reflection, and accountability, but it's real. I cannot change the harm caused, but I've committed my life to making sure something good comes from it. Please pass SB 503 so that others are given the opportunity to be held accountable, to grow, and prove that change is possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you for joining us and the work you've done.
Thank you.
Quinn Meehan. Deb Martinez. Are you Quinn? Okay.
Oh, cool. Hello, co-chairs, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Quinn Meehan, and I am a Bethany resident and Community Organizing and Policy MSW intern at Universal Healthcare Foundation. I am also coming in I just want to say first, I'm in support of SB 503. I am coming here as someone who has experienced assault and has not received accountability. Many people have that same experience and don't get to see anyone face repercussions for the harm that they experience, and have to find other ways of healing. All that to say that healing and accountability does not need to require someone to face indefinite punishment for a mistake or for harm that they have caused. While harm is real, it's crucial that we are providing other forms of accountability, and this bill would create an opportunity for folks to prove that they have made that growth. I know that there are many other victims who don't feel that same way and feel that people do need to be incarcerated indefinitely or for a longer period in order to have that sense of justice. However, in this society, we have created such a strong stigma and such a strong belief that folks are unable to grow, especially including young people, even though we know that's not true. But those folks don't have the same research that we have in front of them. They don't have the same proof that folks at this age are capable of immense growth. And as we've seen today from the formerly incarcerated people who have testified, we know that that's possible. I know that as someone who has had to go through the process of advocating for myself in order to get justice, that already feels bad. I know many folks who have not even reported what's happened to them because they don't want to see someone have to face this type of this experience of long-term incarceration without the chance to prove themselves. And I know that that process would be so much more worth it if I could see that someone could come out on the other end with a board, having heard from families and having heard from the person themselves that that person has made the growth to become one of the incredible people that you've seen today, that has made impactful change in their communities as a result of their healing. And so I am in support of that legislation. I also just want to mention I am also in support of the bills that would provide additional health care to people in the Department of Corrections, including the bill that provides more access to breast cancer screenings. I do also just want to quickly mention, if I have time, that I would hope that the committee would consider the language in that bill when it comes to gender, because there are not only cisgender men that experience breast cancer, but also trans folks of both genders, and we want to make sure that there's access to breast cancer screenings for everyone who might be at risk. So thank you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? If not, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your suggestions. Deb Martinez, followed by Donald Freitag. Donald Freitag, followed by Han Pimentel Hayes. Han Pimentel Hayes, followed by Jenna Alvalero. And you are Donald Freitag? Okay.
Hit this button right here. Good afternoon, committee members. I am speaking in support of Senate Bill 503 today. Just a little backdrop and around the prefrontal cortex and this development from youth. I just want to read a little scenario to you. My son was exposed and experienced violence at a house party at the age of 16 in 2008. It was sad that these traumatic events led to more violence between kids who were all teammates and played sports together, as well as school classmates for many years. Some kids I knew personally from staying over our house, etc., doing activities together, friends. A series of events all stemmed from that one house party where someone lost their life. These kids were all exposed to numerous tragedies and violence, but with no real way to cope or learn and process these experiences at a very young age. I myself had attended two of my son's closest friends' funerals. Both were shot and killed in their teens. My son is now 34 years old and has been incarcerated since he was 21 years old in 2012. He has now served almost 14 years of his 30-year sentence and has no parole date. His release date is 2042. I want to make it clear with all sincerity of heart and truth that it goes out to the victims, my heart goes out to the victims' families and the families on both ends of these situations. Due to the reality we face in our society with young men being exposed to violence, I do feel for those affected by these instances. Today I choose to speak on behalf of supporting Bill 503, not just because it would affect my son. I truly have seen my son's growth and his childhood friends' growth from past until now. Since my son has been incarcerated, he has taken accountability for his action and has accomplished many things, courses, most of the programs that were offered to him to better himself, completing all programs offered in the system, currently enrolled in Housatonic Community College, and he is a few credits away from earning a degree in business, and continuously mentions preparing for class and engaging in productive activities. He often speaks to me about other people's growth and testimonies of change in their lives, turning their lives into purposeful lives. It should be made known that no matter what year the crime happened, that any individual would still have to complete 60% of their lengthy sentence for a chance to see a parole board. My son would not be eligible until he has completed 18 years of prison for his parole hearing out of his 30-year sentence if this bill were to pass. I respectfully urge the removal of this barrier that carries an arbitrary date and allow my son and others who made errors in judgment at a very young age and have since been transformed through genuine repentance, reconciliation, and restoration to have the opportunity to return to society as productive members. Through God and forgiveness, his children, all of us, can have the freedom to live and justice for all. We have all made errors in judgment in our lives, and we all deserve the opportunity for forgiveness to turn our lives around and earn it.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Roberts.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for embracing us. I do got to make it clear, though, when you did speak about your testimony, personally seeing you and knowing you, I was one of those kids that was at that party that day. And I was one of those kids that lost my best friends. So to be on the other side of the table, it means a lot. And this is why I do the work I'm doing now. Personally, it hits home for me because I know your story. And to see you come all the way from Norwalk to testify today means a lot. So I truly embrace you explaining your story as a father, because your son can't be here to do it. You're doing it now. And that tells a lot about this actual bill. And to actually know, at 16, I saw my first murder because I was at that party that you testified on today. And it means a lot to see you here today, sir. So thank you so much.
I would just like to add that many of the kids that were at this party, most of those kids now, but from the truth of the reality transformation that my son has had from developing, that most of those young men, I can say at least a half a dozen, most of them all have jobs, at least 4 of them own houses, and it's been an amazing thing that my son's testimony through developing through the realities of what we're talking about here today. I mean, my son's in college. My wife and I never went to college. He's accomplishing things. He's our counselor. He's a counselor to many. He's developed a faith life, and I'm not trying to religious or promote my religion. He sends me scriptures, but he's in charge of the yard. He's in charge of the cleaning of this. He's a coach. He's become an amazing human being, and I just ask for the request for this bill to be passed so that people that earn and generally do the work have that opportunity for a second chance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question or comment from other members? Question or comment? There are none. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We have Han Pimentel Hayes.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Han Pimentel Hayes, and I am a resident of New Haven, testifying in support of SB 503. Currently, I am an undergraduate student at Yale, and I have volunteered with the Yale Prison Education Initiative for 3 years. And although I am an undergraduate student, I am 27 years old. I am 27 years old and just now beginning my life because for the first 20-something years of my life, I was preoccupied with survival and made a lot of poor choices along the way. I grew up in Kansas with a lack of resources, with a lack of parents and good examples, with a lack of education and opportunity. And still, I had many more opportunities than many of the people who have shared their stories today. But for the most part, I didn't know anything and I had nobody to show me. In a situation like that, it takes you much longer to figure things out. You're on your own. It's difficult to be anything more than a product of your environment. As a middle school student, I stayed in a juvenile residential center twice and was in and out of truancy court until I finally dropped out of high school at 16. I became homeless shortly thereafter. When I was 18, I had several encounters with the law with short stays in county and was convicted of a violent misdemeanor in the state of Kansas. I was on probation for a little over 3 years, which made it very difficult to obtain employment and housing, but I was grateful to not be in prison, enduring additional trauma. And I was grateful that the people who I harmed did not want me to suffer. They wanted me to be better. So I worked hard at my 2 low-wage jobs and went to community college, eventually transferring to Yale. But I didn't just work hard. I had a lot of help from people who decided to take chances on me, people who offered me jobs, housing, scholarships, people who connected me with food pantries and other community resources. And ultimately, Yale took a chance on me too. But my tenacity and hard work had never achieved these things alone. I needed chances, opportunities to seize. People need chances to change. What I want to highlight here isn't so much my own entanglements with the legal system, but that I'm now 27 and have just begun to get my life together. I haven't even graduated college yet. And compared to many, I still had a head start. I had many advantages and still struggled for so long to figure things out. I remember that so many changes for me happened between the ages of 13 and 27. I learned so much and unlearned so much more. Because at that age, growth is exponential. I wasn't the same person 1 year to the next. The differences between ages 18 and 20 is far greater than the difference between 40 and 42, for example. At that young of an age, decades pass in mere years. Working with the Yale Prison Education Initiative, I've seen that the students in the program are my peers in more ways than one. Students who followed similar paths to me, but who were not given the opportunities to be better like I was, often because of race, gender, and other factors. I've met many generous folks throughout my life who chose to take a chance on me despite the mistakes I have made as I've worked to figure everything out. People need chances to change, and in prison there is a ceiling to the change that you can achieve. By passing SB 503, we can provide better chances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let's see. So, next we have Jenna Alviero.
Alviero.
Alviero. Looks like an L
Can you-
on my paper, sorry.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone on the panel today. My name is Jenna Alviero, and I currently live in Los Angeles, California. However, my childhood was in Connecticut. I currently have a very close cousin who is incarcerated there, who was sentenced as a teenager to 35 years, and he has served more than half of that time. I'm here today to share my thoughts on expanding the early adult parole eligibility, as I think he would be a good example of someone who should be evaluated and given a chance to show how he can make a meaningful contribution to his society now. I have seen the transformation as each year goes by, and the person that he is today stands in stark contrast to the individual who was arrested. His accomplishments are numerous, and such achievements require a level of mental clarity and determination that is inconsistent with the environment in which he currently resides. Each time I speak with him, I am more and more deeply saddened that his warmth and love is confined to the walls that surround him when he has so much of it to share with us. He's already lost his father and our grandmother during all of this, and all anyone really needs to be around are people who care for and support them. There's still time to get reconnected with his mother, who has never lost hope, as well as his brother, niece, and nephews, while also having a shot at having his own family. I believe that reform is going to happen solely based on someone's true character and how they use any resources provided to them to educate themselves. To continue to evolve will rely on one's strength and the will to rise above, and that is where change happens. There are no role models to consider for these individuals to lean on or look up to or be guided by in the prison. So therefore, they must take it upon themselves to decide who they are going to be from the moment that their freedom is taken away from them. This is not to forget any victims or the pain any of their families have had to endure, but to offer some hope into the hearts of the person who made their biggest mistake at a young age and give them opportunity to come home to their loved ones and be given a second chance. I urge you to consider the words of those of us who advocate for this cause with compassion and an open heart. While this process does not guarantee release for anyone, it would undoubtedly inspire and motivate incarcerated individuals, creating a ripple effect of positive change throughout the system. If other states acknowledge rehabilitation as a relevant factor, greater policy consistency would promote fair and evidence-based treatment across the system. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "All labor that uplifts humanity has dignity and importance and should be undertaken with painstaking excellence." Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. Okay. Next, we have Jordan Wilson and Erden Islam.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was there. I'm in the car currently. I don't think Alardon's in the chair, but he will be reading.
Coming up to the mic.
Perfect. He will be reading on behalf of the Connecticut Justice Alliance and some currently incarcerated folks. But I'd just like to verbally say that we are in support of Senate Bill 503. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn your mic on. Hit the button right there. There you go.
Hello. All right. My name is Erden Islam. I'm the director and organizer for the Connecticut Justice Alliance, and I'm advocating on behalf of support for SB 503. I'll be reading testimony for those not present today because they are incarcerated. Hello, my name is Noah Hendron. I am 26 years old and I've been in prison since a few days after my 18th birthday. I am currently serving a 20-year sentence for an accident not long after I turned 18. I accidentally shot and killed my best friend. It was a stupid, tragic mistake, and it was completely avoidable. I was a stupid, messed up kid, and I should have known better, but I didn't, and it cost my best friend his life, and I'll live with that knowledge for the rest of mine. After everything, I was in shock and denial. I went into a state of disbelief. Coming into a prison as a teenager is hard, let alone with the trauma and guilt and remorse of what I did. I had to learn to live with the fact that I accidentally took my best friend's life, and I had to learn alone. I still carry around an incredible amount of guilt and remorse, but it gets easier every day. Since I've been in prison, I have completed 3 vocational education courses, and I am halfway to a bachelor's degree in sociology. I am working on 2 associate degrees through the Pell program, and I'm also enrolled in America's Vet Dog Program training service dogs for veterans. I have taken every opportunity that has been offered to me to grow and make sure that I can be a productive member of society upon my release. In the next 2 years, I will have 2 college degrees, have completed the Vet Dog Program, and will be a state of Connecticut certified nursing assistant. I am determined to be a responsible, thoughtful adult and to always make good decisions. I will never be the reckless kid I was and will never allow myself to accidentally hurt someone I love again. I live with nightmares and I miss my best friend constantly, but it was an accident and I was only a teenager. I have learned my lesson and spent my entire adult life in prison. Please give me a chance to prove that I am no longer that messed up, reckless teenager. And please pass this bill to give young men and women a chance to prove that we can do better. If the purpose of prison is to remove people from society that pose a threat until they are no longer a danger, then mission accomplished. I have learned my lesson, and I am ready to get out of there and thrive. I am capable of so much more than this. Let us live up to our full potentials. I would just like to say, whatever time is remaining, this is in place of the people that could not be here. Their voices do matter, and they are people that exist within our community, people that we love, our loved ones love. They may have made mistakes, they may have been misjudged at certain times and not had the right cognitive thought around their actions, but if the objective of the Department of Correction is reformation, then we should give a chance after we allow them to be involved with the programs that we institute in these systems and come back into society so they can prevent the next person from making such a tragic decision. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day. God bless.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Islam, and thank you, Jordan, for being here with us again. Let's see. Now we have Robert Beeman and Ashley Collins. Good Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Collins. I bring 12 years of experience in the Department of Correction and currently serve as a chief steward within AFSCME Local 391. I want to take a moment to speak honestly about Senate Bill 476 because behind all the language, all the intentions, there is a day-to-day reality that every one of us feels the second we walk through the facility gates. This bill expands visitation, expands communication, expands movement, but it does not expand staffing, funding, or changing the infrastructure. And when the state adds responsibilities without resources, the burden does not fall on legislators, it falls on us. More visits mean more movement means more searches, more escorts, more screening, more opportunities for contraband, conflict, and manipulation. A simple visit can turn into a fight, a medical emergency, a family dispute, or a contraband drop within seconds. And we're the ones expected to manage all of that, often while already covering mandatory overtime, doubling posts, and doing the work of 2 to 3 people. On top of all that, we are held to a higher standard. We are expected to remain professional under pressure, to stay calm in chaos, to make perfect decisions in imperfect conditions. We don't even have the staffing, the support, or the resources to match those expectations placed on us. We carry that weight every single day, and this is something that is not acknowledged in that bill. SB 476 increases expectations, but does not increase support. It increases security demands, but it does not increase security staff. It increases administrative responsibilities, but it does not increase administrative help. It creates a resource mismatch that lands hardest on us frontline officers, counselors, supervisors, and support staff, the very people who keep these facilities stable. We are not against family connection. We are not against rehabilitation. We understand the value of communication and support, but you cannot expand services without expanding staffing. You cannot increase movement without increasing security. And you cannot add responsibility without adding the necessary tools required to carry them out safely each day. Every day we manage the movement, we keep the peace, we enforce the rules, we protect visitors, the incarcerated population, and each other as well. And we do this while navigating staffing shortages, budget cuts, administrative silence, and rising violence. That is our truth in our line of work every day. So our message is simple and firm. Safety must come first. If the state wants to mandate more, the state must fund more. We deserve transparency, we deserve resources, we deserve respect, and we will continue to stand together and speak up until the people who hold this system together are protected the way we protect everyone else. Thank you for your courage, your professionalism, and your commitment. We stand strong together, and together we will make sure our voices are heard.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Thank you for your patience today and your testimony. So you said 391?
Yes.
So you're my people up in my neck of the woods. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for putting your lives on the line each and every day when you walk into that prison. Which facility do you work at?
Cybulski.
Carl Robinson.
Very good. So I definitely hear you. And what I'd like to do going forward, since I have more correctional facilities in my district than any other state senator, is if you could, I'll look for your testimony, certainly, but if there's specific recommendations to change the language of this bill, let me know those. Or if it's just a matter of funding posts and personnel, let me know that. When I enter in, Senator Winfield spends lots and lots of time on correctional issues, and so he's an honest broker. But I want to advocate for your side of the equation, since so many of you folks are my constituents up in North Central Connecticut, and you perform such a valuable service to the people of the state of Connecticut. So not only reach out to the leadership of the committee, but specifically use me as the state senator from North Central Connecticut as to what you like, what you hate, and what you feel maybe should be best addressed to appropriations. Because I certainly don't want to support any legislation that's going to inure to your detriment and not be supportive of the job that, let's face it, it's extremely difficult to be a correctional officer in the state of Connecticut. That's why you get hazardous duty. That's why you get to retire after a short period of time compared to other state employees. And so I just want you to know I'm there for you, and just let me know exactly what you'd like me to advocate for, okay?
Thank you very much.
Don't leave yet. What other, Representative Howard?
Sarge, thank you for coming here. Thank you both for the work that you do and coming here. I think all too often in this committee, well, actually, probably every committee, we don't hear enough from the individuals on the ground, right? So we hear from the police chiefs, but we don't get police officers here. We hear from the superintendents, but we don't get teachers to come and testify, et cetera, right? And in your case, it'd be much the same. It doesn't look like, at least not on the system, that you guys have submitted written testimony on this bill. If you haven't, if you could, that would be great. The other question I have for you is, so the bill that you're testifying, I assume in opposition to Section 1, is that a fair, or concerns over Section 1, maybe not opposition, but in other words, if it's saying to us, if you're going to pass Section 1, give us the resources to facilitate it.
Yes,
essentially, is that your testimony? All right. So right now, how many in-person visits are folks in the prison afforded now?
So right now, we offer 2 in-person visits per week, and then you can also have a non-in-person visit. So it could be a video visit or a visit of some sort like that.
And an in-person visit is not the same as a contact visit, is that correct?
Yes, it is the same.
It is the same.
It's considered a contact or a non-contact. It's just when the person is actually in the same area as the person.
Okay. And so what you're telling us then is, and I assume, obviously, when somebody comes in to visit, I've been to visit family members who've been incarcerated. There's a heightened safety for the concern of the visitors, for sure.
Of course.
And your resources now, how staffed is DOC generally? How many open spots you have?
About like 600 open.
So even if we were to, at appropriations, allocate 500 more, if we don't have people coming through the door, it doesn't really make a difference, right?
Correct.
So why are you so understaffed in your best estimation?
Well, several things. The allure of the job is not what it used to be. Pay. And retirement is people find it harder to make it to retirement. The length of time to actually retire has been extended by 5 years. While 5 years doesn't seem like a lot, it's a lot when you are working in a prison system, and that has significantly decreased the amount of people that the department is able to recruit.
And do you have a lot of people leaving prior to regular retirement age because of burnout, because of being ordered in?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So when I started, I have 21 years on the job, and that was unheard of when I started, for someone to get the job and leave. Now it's become quite common. People come and they stay for maybe a month, 6 months, a year, and they leave because of the demands of the job, doing multiple overtime shifts, not having the support or the resources to actually do the job effectively. So people leave.
So if we pass this bill as drafted without any additional support to facilitate it, would that attrition rate be exacerbated, do you think?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
So it would actually make the situation worse then?
It would.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Did you participate in the appropriations process?
No, sir.
Okay. And you haven't given us testimony yet in writing, correct?
No, sir, we have not.
Okay. Listen, I would just say this. Lots of bills in this building don't have dollars attached to it because folks from one perspective or another have an idea. And then it's partially our job to figure out whether we can pay for it or not. When folks like yourselves come here who have expert information, it is helpful if you provide us with what you think it would require to do that as well. I mean, unless you're just in opposition, which it doesn't sound like that is the case. So it would be helpful in your written testimony if you just kind of suggest to us what it would take to actually do this.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see where we are. We have Caprice Wilson and Nicholas Buckland.
Chairman Winfield and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Nicholas Buckland, and I'm speaking on behalf of the President of Council 4 ASME Local 387, and I am also speaking on behalf of Caprice Wilson, Chief Steward of Council 4 ASME Local 391. Our union cannot support Senate Bill 476 as written. We know that these bills change a lot. We are doing our best to follow what correction legislation you may pass. As correction professionals, our job is to keep inmates, staff, and the public safe. We are dangerously short-staffed to handle today's conditions. Commissioner Quiros recently testified that DOC is 600 positions short. This bill mandates that inmates will receive 3 visits per week, and we're not sure that this is humanly possible. Doing this safely would demand an even larger increase in staff. There are facilities where the union believes as much as 25% of the staff have 6 months or less on the job. Some of the new recruits even leave the job after discovering how difficult and stressful it is. Our staff are stressed and exhausted from recent statutory changes. We do not have enough staff to safely provide the current out-of-cell recreation time to inmates. One challenge is to make sure the inmates from rival gangs are not given recreation in the same vicinity. Also, staff must keep track of what rivalries are occurring in particular gang that might lead to violence. None of this is easy to discern. Violence happens quickly and unexpectedly. Our staff are extremely loyal. They showed up through COVID. They show up 24/7 regardless of hazardous weather. They are mandated vast amounts of overtime, missing out on important family events. We urge you not to increase contact visits without a large increase in staff and sufficient time to train that staff.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Well, I'm sure you heard my comments to the previous speakers, and I probably was inarticulate, but when I say my people, I say the folks that I really am honored to represent here in the legislature. It's taken me a while to become ranking senator on this committee that has oversight over the Department of Corrections. And I can say without hesitation that Senator Winfield is an incredible student of what takes place in the Department of Corrections. Before he stepped away, I had opportunity to speak with Commissioner Quiros. Not only are you fighting some of the issues that you and your predecessors in testifying today spoke of, regarding the burnout and the incredible amount of hours and the automatic overtime and all these other things, and the additional 5 years to get the retirement. But I think quite thoughtfully, Commissioner Quiros said that there was a transformation in our country at the time of the pandemic. And all of a sudden, due to medical necessity, whether one believes it was a conspiracy or not, but let's face it, back then we all had to face the realities of the pandemic. So many folks were then allowed to work from home. Technology just happened to be at the right moment, at the right time for Zoom and things like that. And I have seen, as a practical matter now post-pandemic, thank God, that situation is desirable by many people. And they like working from home. It may not be every single day, but to the extent you can work from home, you like to work from home. Corrections officers don't have that as a remote possibility. You have to be there when you're there because it's an in-person, in-the-person job. And that makes it less attractive. So when you add all of that together, and young people are looking for career paths, all of a sudden a corrections officer, even though there's an esprit de corps and we try to be supportive as a state, it's not as attractive as it may have been 30 years ago. So I hear you in that respect. I want to thank right now Representative Howard for his last set of questions, because he made it very clear that it's a terrible situation as far as the amount of staffing, and this is going to probably exacerbate it. The dilemma that I face, though, with a bill like this is the ultimate goal of having visitation for the inmates. That's a laudable goal. It's something that if we're going to rehabilitate the inmates and get them ready for transitioning, we want to have that personal interconnectedness with family and friends and other folks on the outside. And so that goal is a good goal. And I'm not hearing you guys coming here and saying that's a terrible goal. You're saying we just can't do it. And if you pass it, we're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, because we can barely man the posts that we have right now. And so, as I told the previous speakers, I'm telling you, I am here as your champion, as your advocate. I will do whatever I can. But please, if you haven't, give us written testimony. Give us what will work, what won't work. And if it's a question of dollars and cents, please go back to your headquarters. I think it's over at the Old Bigelow, and crank out the numbers and give us a number that Chairman Winfield also is instrumental in all the dollars and appropriations that we're going to cover judicial branch things and corrections. So he's the guy. But I can't even argue your side of the case unless I know I'm making a pitch for something. So give me something to help advocate for you if you all can. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Howard.
Thank you. Just very briefly, you heard me say to the last folks, and as you heard both senators say, if we have written testimony, it certainly helps in the process, and it definitely is helpful if you say, look, we're not trying to tell people they can't have visits, but in order to facilitate them, we have certain needs that are not being met. To the senator's point on Commissioner Quiros' testimony, do you know a lot of your colleagues or folks in the union that have left before their 25 years? Like, do you know who they are, why they left, and where they went?
You have to hit the red button to turn the mic back on. There you go.
Most of my coworkers that have left is due to what the job is. A lot of it has to do with the retirement. It's just not worth it to them. And what has unfolded as my 12 years has gotten worse and worse.
How many corrections officers left the job before their 25 years in the last 6 years to go to a work-from-home job, a remote job, that you know of?
I have no idea.
Do you know of any?
To go work from home, no. But I do know people who have gone to other jobs. But
Well,
not
sure.
more specifically to work from home.
Yeah, it just strikes me as, I mean, I've been in law enforcement a really long time, and it strikes me as odd that somebody who's a correction officer would transition to a remote job. It just seems like it would be out of character. But so for the commissioner to say that, obviously he must feel that several people are working from home and not being correction officers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Just finally, I'll just say, I sit here on the policy end of what you all do. I also sit as chair of the subcommittee that deals with the monetary end of what you do. And I am an open door, whether we are in agreement or not. I think the information you have as folks on the ground is important. And I have been in that position as the subcommittee chair on the budgetary part. Been here 17 years. I've been in that position for 15 of those 17 years. So I would encourage you to walk through that open door so that we can have a conversation, so that whatever we do actually matches up. Been in conversation with the department for many years. You may have even seen some of these exchanges where some folks on what people think is my side are like, why are you asking these questions? I want the system to work. Because whether we expand or contract, we should be doing whatever is necessary to make the system work. So, all right, appreciate your testimony. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Roderick Ferguson.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dear Judiciary Committee members, my name is Roderick Ferguson, and my remarks are in support of Senate Bill 503. I am a professor at Yale University and a volunteer at McDougall Walker Correctional Institution. I started teaching at Yale in the fall semester of 2019 and started teaching at McDougall Walker in the spring of 2020 through the Yale Prison Education Initiative. I come to you today as a citizen who has experience in an institution celebrated for its freedoms and privileges, and another shaped by its sorrows and deprivations. I have taught at 2 Big Ten universities and 2 Ivy Leagues, and can unequivocally say that in 31 years of university teaching, some of the most brilliant and inspiring students I have ever had come from McDougall Walker. I also come to you as the cousin and grandson of currently and formerly incarcerated people. At the heart of Senate Bill 503 is a correction, one that is not only meaningful for people personally impacted by harsh sentencing laws, but for our society. First, it tries to correct an extremely harmful legal convention, one that prevents us from seeing poor and working class children and children of color as children, as people requiring patience, forgiveness, and guidance. Instead, this convention says that this child is not a child, but an adult, and therefore unworthy of the society's compassion and generosity. This legal convention has stolen dreams, upended families, wasted talents, and shattered communities. And it has disproportionately affected communities of color and poor people. SB 503 is one step in correcting that devastation. The bill also offers a social correction. The state of Connecticut spends $323 a day to incarcerate just one person. Multiply that by the number of people incarcerated every day, and you get an enormous figure for each year. In terms of people released under existing juvenile reforms, we're talking about a population with a low recidivism rate. SB 503 would not only save taxpayers money, but it would free up those funds so that they are used for initiatives that strengthen our young people instead of systems that ruin them. Lastly, SB 503 would also provide an ethical and spiritual correction. There's an essay that I always teach at Yale. It's entitled Greetings, Humanity. It was published in 1984 by an incarcerated writer named Kenyatta Ombaka Baki. In it, he asks, "Are you still there, or are you cowering behind your barred doors from the abused people that you have hidden behind the cement walls and steel bars and forgotten? Can you stand to see beyond the walls that you have built and readily pay taxes to build higher? You have been told not to trust or to listen to the words of a person that you have put away behind bars. Do you really believe that a mad monster sits behind this typewriter, reaching to communicate with the humanity that remains out there? I'm sure that if humanity in its wholeness and goodness still existed, it would not allow the minds behind these bars to be scarred, to die," end quote. SB 503 would allow those of us who are not incarcerated to stop scarring the minds of others. The bill can be a guiding light for those here and yonder.
Mr. Ferguson, your time has elapsed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, as I said earlier, I know it's difficult when you're online to hear the bell. Can you summarize?
Oh, yes, I just have one summary, and that is that, the bill would allow for many different types of corrections, both personal, both communal, and social, and I urge its passage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there a comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There is none. I want to thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, we have William Shelton.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is William Shelton. I'll be speaking in support of SB 503 and sharing a testimony on behalf of Rafael Medrano, who is currently incarcerated. This is his testimony. I became incarcerated for the first time at the age of 23. I made a huge mistake that I'm extremely sorry and remorseful for. I take full accountability of my actions, and I wish that none of this ever happened, because I now understand the value of life and the impact of my poor choices on the victims' families, as well as my own. It took time and personal growth for me to realize the impact that my choices had on so many people, including society as a whole. I'm currently 43 years old. However, when I was 23, I wasn't able to fully comprehend the magnitude of my actions. I had to learn about who I was as a person and the effects of my actions on others. Various programs, talking to different people, finding my Lord Jesus, and being honest with myself are what helped mold me into the person that I am today. As I grew older, I was able to mature and allow myself to get into a positive mindset. I grew up in a semi-chaotic household, but I knew my parents loved me. Unfortunately, my parents had a drinking problem, which caused a lot of trouble in the household, and ultimately my parents ended up separating. This tore me apart because I couldn't understand why they would leave each other when we were supposed to be a family. Neither of my parents were able to keep me when they separated, so I ended up having to live with my aunt. It was a huge change that I had to adapt to. My aunt worked in a bar, and she used to take me there when I was around 14 years old. It was there where I was exposed to drugs and alcohol at a young age. I also had to help with bills and rent at a young age, which gave me more responsibilities than a child should have. I couldn't go to school because I had to work. I had no direction in life and was bound to crash and burn. Once incarcerated, it took me some time to realize what I wanted and needed in life. I wanted to be a better person and I needed an education, so I took all the programs that I could in order to learn more about myself. The younger version of me is in the past. However, I'm well aware that my past mistakes affect others in the present and will continue to do so in the future. I can't change the past. However, I can change my behavior and I can choose to make better choices moving forward, which is what I'm doing and plan to do from here on out. Since I've been incarcerated, I've completed several programs that have helped me grow as a person along this journey. In addition to these programs, I've received my GED, and I've been in college since 2020. And as of June of 2026, I'll be graduating and receiving my associate's degree and certificate in business. I've also been consistently working at the Industries for Correctional Enterprises of Connecticut since 2017. I'm proud of what I do, and I'm grateful that I was given the opportunity to showcase my skills, but also show the person I really am, which is a loving, caring, and hardworking individual. There are many excuses for my past actions. I can honestly say that who I was then is definitely not who I am today. I'm not of the same mindset from when I was 23, and I definitely wasn't fully mature at that age. I would like to thank you for your time, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to express myself. I would like to respectfully ask that you consider this bill because I personally know that there is truth in these scientific findings with regard to the age of which one's brain fully matures. Please allow me the chance to show you the difference in how successful DOC has been with my rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon and providing us with your testimony. Brittany Oliver, to be followed by Andrea Terrero. Brittany Oliver. Andrea Terrero.
Hi, my name is Andrea Terrero. I'm currently a Yale undergraduate. I'm here to testify on support of SB 503, and I'm testifying on behalf of Ricardo Myers, who's currently incarcerated at McDougall Walker Correctional Institution for a 35-year sentence. This is his testimony. I was 21 years old when I was involved in a shooting in downtown New Haven that took the life of another person. What began as a graduation celebration became the darkest moment of my life, one I have carried every single day since. As a veteran of the armed forces, this is not the character I expected of myself. I know the pain I caused, and I have spent more than a decade trying to apply my apology, not just speak it. Applied apology is a principle I developed for myself. It means that remorse is not expressed through words alone, but through consistent actions that counter and correct the behavior you're apologizing for. That principle has been the engine of everything I have done since. It is why I have participated in programs, facilitated programs, and created programs. It is why I earned a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and an executive certificate while incarcerated, and why I am now a doctoral candidate. It is why I have not received a single disciplinary infraction in more than a decade. The young man involved in that tragic incident is not who I am today. The impulsive, fixed mindset youth I once was is gone. I am now a critical thinker, a mentor, an author, and a doctoral candidate who uses a story as a cautionary tale to guide young men away from the same destructive path. In the book I'm currently writing, The Heart of Rehabilitation, I explore how a growth mindset becomes the first real step toward pro-social living. It is a step that so many people inside these walls have already taken silently with no guarantee that anyone would ever notice. There has not been a single morning where I have woken up without thinking about the life that was lost, the family that still grieves, and the pain I helped create. I cannot undo what happened. I cannot return what was taken. But I can spend the rest of my life honoring that loss through the man I have fought to become. SB 503 does not promise freedom. It promised the opportunity to earn it. It asks the parole board, the people entrusted with exactly this kind of determination, to look at who someone is today, not solely who they were at 21. All I am asking for is a chance one day to stand before the world and proof that the work is genuine, that the change is real, that a life once defined by tragedy can be redirected towards service, healing, and contribution. I believe in redemption. More importantly, I have lived it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? If not, thanks for your testimony. Kyra Jasper. Kyra Jasper with us. Okay, how about Stefan Morant? Stefan Morant. Alexandra Kirk.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra Kirk, and I'm a Yale Law student sharing testimony today on behalf of Marco Camacho in strong support of Senate Bill 503. My name is Marco Camacho. I'm 47 years old, and I've been incarcerated for 30 years since the age of 17. I'm currently serving a 260-year sentence for crimes I committed as a juvenile. First and foremost, I take full accountability for the crimes I committed. Even though I was a juvenile who lacked the capacity to fully appreciate the consequences of my actions, that is still no excuse or exception for the fact that I made choices and decisions for which I must still be held accountable. At the same time, I am also deeply remorseful and apologetic to all my victims' families and to society as well. I'm writing in support of SB 503 because I believe that holding juvenile offenders accountable should also come with an opportunity for making amends and seeking redemption and second chances. I don't believe any juvenile offender should ever automatically be seen as an expendable human being. Part of the very nature of being an immature juvenile is that we also come with a high capacity for change. It's not simply a matter of aging out of crime, but more so a matter of us growing up and coming into our full sense of humanity. We are not born monsters, we are born human beings who make mistakes. Accountability then should be balanced with discipline, punishment, redemption, and second chances. I speak from the lived experience of a juvenile who had to learn how to survive some of the most dangerous and oppressive prison conditions of the 1990s and early 2000s, while at the same time I had to figure out on my own how to develop integrity, take accountability, be empathetic, and become the mature, responsible adult man I am today. Knowing that at 17 years old, I was given a death sentence even before I could fully comprehend what it means to live did not make the process of my maturation easy or at times desirable. 260 years is a death sentence by any measure, but as a juvenile, even sentences such as 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, or more all feel like a death sentence when there is no hope for redemption and second chances attached to these sentences. I believe that when the message to our generations of juveniles and youth is that their lives are expendable, we are slowly killing off generations of potential and in turn killing off an integral component of our shared humanity. Our capacity as a society for growth, change, second chances, accountability, forgiveness, and redemption must always be tempered with an understanding that the measure of our humanity is directly tied to how we treat our most vulnerable populations, our youth. Therefore, I respectfully ask that SB 503 be endorsed and passed as legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the committee? If not, next will be Nancy Peters.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Nancy Peters. I'm from Norwich, and I stand in strong support of SB 503, the Emerging Adult Parole Bill. Let them rot in prison. This was the response I got from many legislators when I was advocating for a very similar bill to this last session. So my testimony today is directed to anyone who's ever thought or said that about someone who's serving a lengthy sentence for a serious offense. Do you believe sentencing people to rot in prison is a rational way to correct the deep structural inequities in our society that lead people to cause harm? I do believe that unless you grew up facing the conditions that my incarcerated brothers and sisters did, you can't begin to comprehend what led them to behave as they did. I mean, we can hear it, but do we really get it deep inside? What was growing up like for the people who would benefit from SB 503, the ones some people say should rot in prison? Well, you've heard a lot of those stories already, but here are a few quotes. My drug-addicted parents died when I was 4. Gun violence and the sale of drugs were prominent in my neighborhood. By the age of 13, I was kicked out of the house and was guided into a life of crime. When I was 14, my mother passed. Then my father died the following year. I was homeless and stayed from place to place until I was arrested for kidnapping and robbery. Both my parents were in and out of jail. I was the oldest, so I felt responsible for my brothers. By 14, I was selling drugs to make sure we had basic things. And what have these same people been doing with their lives while being left to rot in prison? I hold groups and help those around me learn to think before acting. Hopefully, once I'm released, I can continue this work with the youth who are in danger of going down the same path as me. I was part of a program where I talked to 200 kids about what led to me to prison, helping them see that we don't have to be what our environment shapes us to be. I plan to build my own business and continue to tell youth there are other ways to overcome our traumas and challenges of life. So it's not about only about someone's chronological age that determines the progress of their maturation. It's also whether they got the nurturing, support, and guidance they needed during those critical brain developing years, and whether their most basic needs were met. In deciding whether to support SB 503, please remember that those who would benefit from its passage are real human beings, people who were harmed greatly and caused great harm in their youth, for which they spent long years in prison, and that so many of them have turned their lives around and have so much contribute to society once released. Ask yourself, if I'd been in their shoes, what would I have done? And when you hear or think, let them rot in prison, as a response to giving them second chances, please ask yourself whether they ever had a first chance.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Serena Martinez.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Martinez, and I'm a Yale Law student testifying today on behalf of Mr. Telly Smith in support of SB 503. Hello, my name is Telly Smith. I've been incarcerated since April of 2003. I was given a 55-year sentence at the age of 25. I'm writing this testimony with a heavy heart, knowing that no words can ever undo the pain I have caused. I want to express my deepest remorse for my actions and the tragic impact they have had on my family and the victim's family. Being the man that I have grown into today, I take full responsibility for my choices and I carry the weight of my actions every day. Throughout my childhood, my life was shaped by struggle. I was raised in the north end of Hartford by a single mother who battled with addiction. She did everything she could to feed us. I was later placed in the foster care system where I experienced instability and witnessed violence at a young age. I eventually ran away and turned to the streets to survive. I learned to navigate life in an environment where survival often meant making choices without thinking about morality, only about getting through to the next day. By the time I was 17, I found myself caught in a cycle of anger, struggle, and bad decisions. At that time, I was too lost in my own pain to fully comprehend the gravity of my bad decisions. But now, years after my felony conviction, I understand the depth of the pain I have caused, and I am truly sorry. Prison forced me to grow up quickly. I wasn't just serving time, but also surviving an environment where I constantly had to protect myself from grown men. Despite many challenges, I have used this time to reflect and work on myself. I have pursued education, participated in programs, and dedicated myself to change. I now train dogs for the American Vet Dog Association. Becoming a trainer has taught me patience, responsibility, and compassion, lessons that I wish I had learned earlier in life. It's something I hope to continue even when I regain my freedom as a way to contribute positively to society. I have a place that I can call home now that my mom is drug-free and my father has stepped up for the first time. I also have 2 jobs waiting for me as well. With the tools they have now, I know I can make it and be a productive member of society. I do not expect forgiveness, but I want you to know that I'm not the same person I was. I can only hope that one day you find it in your hearts to see my sincerity and my regret. And with the time I have left, I just want to say I support this bill because Mr. Smith's testimony, above all, shows that young people who committed offenses before the age of 26 have the capacity to change and deserve a meaningful chance to come home. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Thanks for being with us. My dear Yared.
Dear members of the committee, I am a New Haven resident testifying in support of SB 503. Many people today have talked about the neuroscience behind someone being under 26. So beyond echoing what they have said, what I can speak to is what I know from my own life experience as someone under 26. As I have entered my early 20s, I have been so surprised about the amount of change in how I react to life situations these past couple years. Having just turned 23, I feel like so much growth happens month to month. I have learned to realize that the neuroscience you heard today and what I learned as a cognitive science major in college are not just theories that stay in a textbook. They dramatically affect my relationships with others and my life. As someone who struggles to regulate my own emotions, I have found it easier to hold back on impulses more recently and work through conflict with loved ones. I cannot even imagine what more growth can occur not only until I'm 26, but as Madhav Bhardwaj highlighted, late 20s and early 30s. I urge you to reflect on your time before 26 years old or that of your children and younger relatives, to think about the world you are creating where a mistake before 26 years old can mean that you don't even have the chance to demonstrate reflection and growth. Carcerality gets in the way of the true messiness and growth that comes with being human and making mistakes. Supporting this bill not only benefits every person in Connecticut under 26 and their family members and loved ones, but every member of the community. A community is held together through every person in it, and it's a shame that some spaces tell us that some contribute and others don't, as if we can perfectly understand and digest the complexity of a human being and their impact to another person or group. This isn't something you can detail in a number after years of research. It comes from talking to others, hearing their stories, and feeling love in your soul. While this feels long overdue of a bill, and not nearly enough to address the harm that this system continues to cause to our community, I wholly support the passing of this bill and hope you all leave this day with compassion and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? All right, then we will move on to LaShawn Middleton. LaShawn Middleton. Okay. Geneva Equave.
Geneva Okway. You almost got it.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Geneva Okway, and I'm here today to support SB 503. I would like to begin by sharing a few words written by someone who was 21 years old when they were arrested and sentenced to 47 years in prison. And I wrote, and I quote, "I never lose sight of the fact that a family is without one of its members because of a situation I was a part of. I pray nightly for the peace of God to comfort the victims and their families." He also wrote, "My transgressions pushed me to confront and correct. And one of the things I knew I had to do was get educated." Since that time, he has earned a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in political science. He continued and he earned an executive certificate in public policy. And he's currently pursuing a doctoral degree in public administration aimed at giving back to the state and to make a difference. During his time, he began reflecting on how young men entered immature and how they can become developed. So he developed a rehabilitation program called Transition to Manhood. That program helped him. So he feels like, sharing this with other young men could help them, get back their lives and to rebuild their lives. And today I want to share that young man is my son. He served in the United States military. He was preparing for promotion when his life changed forever. And even though his father was never present in his life, I made it my responsibility to raise him in faith, discipline, accountability, and strong values. And those values, they never disappeared, and they helped guide the transformation we see today. Also today, we see that there's another generation that has been affected by that absence. My young grandson is growing up, missing and yearning for his father, a father who worked hard to become a better man and a positive role model for him. I'm also speaking today not only as a mother, but also as a foster mother and someone who's involved in chaplaincy. We have heard it today. We have heard the testimonies. We have heard the change. We have seen the transformation, the accountability, the growth. And today we have seen, science have said it, it helped us understand that, when young people reach mid-20s, they're just about at the crux of their developmental stage. We have seen that shown in health insurance, where they're on their parents' insurance until they're 26 years old. So other areas of society, they have recognized that, at that point, that young adults, they're developed. And so today I'm asking you today to, support or to, pass that bill at SB 503. We know it's not about excusing a crime, and we know it's not removing accountability, but it's just giving a second review, giving them an opportunity to give back. And today I'm asking you, to support this, because sometimes, transformation and change and, having recognized that these young men or these young women, the change that they have shown, that they be rewarded for that by giving them a chance to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. DeAndre Grimm Brown.
Hello.
Yep.
Hi.
Go ahead, sir.
Hey, everybody.
There you go.
I just want to say thank y'all for being here and for everything y'all guys do. Hi, my name is DeAndre Grimm D. Brown, Executive Director of Evolve Love and affiliate of BLM Basic Soul and Stop Solitary CT. For those who don't know me, I'm a local musician, actor slash model, skateboarder, advocate, married for over a year, and now have a child of 12 weeks old, but have to live with also being labeled as formerly incarcerated. Today would mark 3 weeks to the day I've been home from a technical parole violation, a special parole stipulation which has had me on an ankle monitor since 2022 for a crime I committed when I was 20 years old in 2019. I currently have 7 months left of monitoring out of 4 years, not including the 4 years of incarceration. Which brings me to why I'm here. I'm here to support Bill HB 503, an act concerning sentencing of and parole eligibility for individuals whose offense was committed when such individual was under the age of 26 years. I don't want any kid that was around my age or younger going through what I went through, which was the most significant time of childhood and birthdays in prison, with traumatic conditions not fit for any human being, let alone any child 26 and under. I was incarcerated for a home invasion, which was brought down to a robbery first degree at night. I want to follow up by letting it be known I'm not a criminal and never was one. I was a kid that wanted to be a hero. I entered through an unlocked door to retrieve a stolen laptop for a female friend that was threatened and harassed by a man I didn't know. I honestly didn't know this would be considered a home invasion and also didn't know the law. Not only that, I also developed schizophrenia between 19 to 20 years old. I'd like to also note I had no weapons nor did I touch or hurt anybody in the situation, but yet I was facing 45 years. With that being said, a lot of our youth are not only not educated about the law, but also are given unfair chances and advantages in court and in the justice system as a whole. We have too many underdeveloped and flawed parts of the court, from unhelpful, lying, and deceitful lawyers to power tripping, unforgiving judges who can't understand the struggles the youth go through. I spent my 21st to 23rd birthday in Garner Correctional Institution, which was a hostile environment. I've seen people attempt and succeed at unaliving themselves. I had to see incarcerated people lose their minds on and off medication that's supposed to help them, and conditions that could give me cancer or worse. I even had moments I didn't want to live anymore. I can't see why any kid in their 20s, 26 or younger should have to go through any of that from one or a couple mistakes at such a developing time in life. Some youth some youth aren't developmentally to understand what they're doing in high pressure moments, especially in environments I was growing up in. At-risk youth, especially those involved with the juvenile justice system, often face a range of mental and emotional difficulties. These challenges can influence behavior, decision-making, and the possibility of incarceration, and this is scientifically proven. This bill focuses on not only the reduction of youth incarceration with community-based programs, but also gives people a chance with parole and community release who ended up incarcerated as a youth.
Testimony, sir.
I
Thank you.
I can summarize.
No, just last sentence, please.
This bill will also help recidivism to those who are released, and by investing in counseling, membership, community-based programs, as well as reentry programs, will really address the root cause of behavior, help young people build and rebuild their lives, ultimately reduce incarceration and repeat offenses, while also strengthening our communities.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Okay. Elizabeth Ross.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Elizabeth Ross, and I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 503. I'll be reading testimony from Josiah Smith, who is serving a 40-year sentence with a mandatory 45 years served, resulting from a case when he was 19 years old. He was sentenced at 23 years old after a jury trial. He writes, "I was raised single-handedly by my mother in Rochester, New York. I have 7 siblings. My father is currently incarcerated in New York, but prior to that, I probably haven't spoken to him in the last decade and still haven't conversed with him since I've been incarcerated. I stayed in New York for maybe the first 7 to 9 years of my life before I moved to Deerfield Street in Hartford, Connecticut, where I attended Martin Luther King School. My mom lived what people would say to be paycheck to paycheck. My mom's an RN and always worked as much as possible to provide, and by any means she did. The only true void I realized she couldn't fulfill was me not having a father. She would work she would work third shift, mostly the 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., and I'd be watching my siblings. It took away a little bit from me being a child and having a childhood, and it kind of interrupted me going to school. Then I started to leave the house when she wasn't there to go outside and hang with the wrong crowds. Fast forward, I started doing everything I wasn't supposed to. I caught my first juvenile case in maybe 2015 or 2016 for a larceny 6th. I was just in the back seat of a stolen car. After that, I was released home on a 24-hour lockdown ankle monitor where I proceeded to continuously cut the bracelet because I was a kid and being in the house for 24 hours for an unknown time period was hard at 14. I was shot after hanging with a couple of friends on Brook Street in the north side of the Hartford area. Soon after that, my mom moved us down south for a period of time before relocating back in Connecticut in 2019. Currently, I'm enrolled in school, hoping to graduate and do college courses and a CDL program. I've applied to attend the TRUE program, and I'm on every program waiting list I'm eligible for. My support system is my family, my fiance, and friends. I wasn't raised with the best odds in my favor, but I still have a lot of time to overcome them. I don't take no obstacles for granted that I've encountered so far because it's made me who I am today. My mother is the strongest human being I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. I intend to make her proud and complete this rehabilitation process so I can be what she has raised me to be and what I know I'm capable of. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. And now speaking for myself, I just want to urge you to support Senate Bill 503. You all have the power and the opportunity to do the right thing, and I hope that you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Howard?
Thank you, ma'am. You mentioned he's applied to the TRUE unit. He's at Cheshire?
I believe so.
All right, so do you know much about the TRUE unit?
I don't.
Okay, I was going to try to highlight it if you did, but all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Great program. Folks should learn more about it. So are you going to try to say, Representative?
So I appreciate that he's applied to it, and well, I guess a fair question, right? So one of the things, so I've been in the TRUE unit multiple times. They do amazing work there. Matter of fact, there's an individual who's a mentor in the TRUE unit that actually comes to this building periodically as an advocate. We've become friends. He's a super guy. He's done really well. He served a sentence for a murder charge. He's done his time. He's out now. And I would submit he's rehabilitated and reformed. I believe in that he is for sure. One of the things I spoke with one of our colleagues on this committee who I know is a big proponent of this legislation. What would you say if I said that the legislation required to be eligible for early release, as is proposed here, required successful completion of something similar to that? It can't be TRUE because there's not a TRUE program in every facility, but something similar. What would you say to that?
I mean, I think that most people inside that are going up for parole have done some form of programming, and I guess I would turn it back to you and say, would the state provide the funds to do that?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Because if the state provides funds, I think people are very, very eager inside to take on programming. They're on waiting lists. There are sometimes caps on depending on when somebody has eligibility to get out. So if the state wants to increase access to these programs, I think it would then be a fair question to ask.
Yeah, that's a great point, and thank you for saying that. Yeah, and I for my colleagues who are listening or may want to know, if you don't know about the TRUE program, I mean, I'm happy to speak about it, but we can get folks in there, and it should be in every facility. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Yeah, and let me echo that, Representative, and certainly members of this committee, if folks haven't availed themselves an opportunity to go tour it, highly recommend they do. All right, James Foreman's next.
Good afternoon to the members of this committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and thank you for considering this issue, including being in this room for what is, I know, a long day. My name is James Foreman Jr. I teach at Yale Law School. And in my 3 minutes, I want to focus on what I think is a crucial part of this reform, which is what SB 503 means for public safety in Connecticut. Because if this piece of legislation made our state less safe, I wouldn't be here to support it. But we know now that's not the case. Experience from other places shows us that laws like this keep our streets safe and allow communities to thrive. And I just want to share with you 2 examples. The first is from Washington, D.C. For almost a decade, D.C.'s Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act has allowed people who are under 25 at the time of arrest and have served at least 15 years of their sentence to be granted a second look. It's similar to the bill we're talking about today, and it's a chance for resentencing, not a guarantee, but an opportunity for release. And the city has seen extraordinary results. As of March 2025, 368 second look petitions in D.C. have resulted in early release. Almost all of those 368 people have been convicted of murder. Yet, of those 368, only 11 have been rearrested. So that's a recidivism rate of less than 3%. And let's talk about a few of those people. You have Pete, who came home after serving 20 years and now is gainfully employed as a mentor for young people impacted by the justice system. Or Levander, who came home after 16 years. Now he's a brilliant pianist performing at local community events and music venues. Or Anthony, who was incarcerated for 28 years, came home and now works in construction, has spent years weatherproofing apartments in D.C. And the list goes on and on. These people are not threats to public safety. They're neighbors, teachers, mentors, artists, entrepreneurs, students, and advocates. They contribute to public safety. They pay their taxes, and they support our communities. So let's just look at one other example, Maryland. In 2012, the state Supreme Court of Maryland decided a case called Unger versus Maryland, which led to the release of almost 200 people, all who had been convicted of serious violent crimes like murder. As of 2022, a decade after that decision, only 6 of those 200 released people had been reincarcerated. Again, that's a recidivism rate of less than 3%, or a success rate of 97%. These laws show that laws like SB 503 work. It's a fact. It's not a prediction. It's not a guess. It's not a hope. It's a fact backed by actual evidence of how these bills have worked in Washington, D.C. and Maryland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom, and I know it's getting late, but since we have a professor in front of us, I want to ask this question. You know, there's been ample testimony throughout the day that people turn the corner and they get remediated and change their lives as they spend years and years in the Department of Corrections. Okay, but we have a system where the vast majority of cases are plea bargained out, and during the sentencing portion of the plea bargain, the victims and the victims' families are asked if they agree with the sentence. A lot of times the state's attorneys will make them part of the plea agreement. And so today, somewhere throughout the state of Connecticut, we had in various courthouses people admitting guilt, pleading guilty, being sentenced to a period of time for the crime that they're charged with, and the victims or representative of the victims' families are aware of what the sentence is going to be, and they're in agreement with it. The problem that I have is now fast forward, especially on some of the longer sentences, we're going to throw all that out. Everything that took place in the sentencing is now going to be thrown out. whether it was sentenced after a verdict or a plea agreement. 90% probably is plea agreement. And none of that matters. And whatever the sentiments of the victims or the victims' families, none of that matters. And how is that fair? I understand on one side of the equation we're saying remediation, people have turned the corner, they're not committing crimes. But Professor, what's your answer to the victims' families, and the entire system that is predicated on a guilty verdict, an admission of guilt, and an acceptance of a sentence when it is given, that somehow down the road that can all be erased and we get an automatic do-over? Mr.
No, Senator, I think that's a really very important question, and I'm glad you asked it. And I guess I would approach it a couple of different ways. The first is, I think you're right that thinking about victims and victimization has to be a crucial part of this conversation, right? And one of the things we know, I think one of the things you've heard, I've only been here for an hour or two, you've been here all day, is that a lot of the people who are incarcerated are themselves victims. So we have victimization that runs in all sorts of directions. And of course, we have victims who have now come forward and say they actually support the opportunity for a second chance. So you're right. There are some victims who would say no, and we've heard from some of them today, I don't believe in that opportunity, but there are some who do. And so I think we have to acknowledge that. That's the first thing that I would say. The second thing that I would say is I think one of the great tragedies of our criminal system is that right now, the only kind of recompense, the only kind of support that we offer victims, the only kind of accountability that we say we're going to give to them is through a longer and longer prison sentence, right? We don't significantly invest in restorative justice in the way that we should. We don't give people an opportunity to look eye to eye, to have some of these conversations that you're hearing are happening now. And when we do that, right, the evidence shows, we have evidence from New York and other places, that when you give people that opportunity, they actually often find that to be more justice than simply a longer prison sentence. But right now in Connecticut, unfortunately, what we give victims is more or less prison. That's basically what we tell them. And of course, if you've been harmed, you're naturally going to say, well, I want some accountability for that, so give me more time, not less. But I don't think that's ideally how we would create a system. And I guess the last thing I would say, which really I think addresses your point head on and directly, which is, okay, well, there was an agreement, right? There was a plea bargain, or there was a sentence that was imposed, whether it's 15 or 20 or 25 years ago. And what does it look like to go back now and reconsider that? And I guess I would say I would resist the way you characterize it a little bit, because you're just talking about like an immediate do-over. You're talking about it as if people don't actually pay with a big chunk of their lives. But as I understand this legislation, it's not affecting anybody unless they've already served a significant amount of time, like what I talked about in Washington, D.C., and like what I talked about in Maryland. So it seems to me that when a sentence is imposed, of course, one of the things you know is that laws will change. There is a parole board. There is commutation. That's always built into the system. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with going back to those very same victims and saying, listen, I understand this was the sentence, but we've now learned a lot of things in the last 20 years that we didn't know at the time. All of this research you've been hearing about adolescent brain development, we didn't know that at the time. And if we did, maybe we would not have excluded these people from parole even then. So I don't think it's as much a undercutting the victims as your comment initially suggested that it would be.
I really thank you, Professor, for that very thoughtful response. As I had stated earlier, I've been lucky enough to be on this committee for 32 years. We've had testimony from people from Dartmouth and other institutes of higher education talking about adolescent brain development, that it doesn't mature. Individuals don't mature till around 25 years old. And I've been hearing that for over 20 years. So that's not new science. I think my concern is as we go down this path, and I definitely believe in second chances, It's Department of Correction, right? We want people to be corrected, and by that I look at it in a positive light. In other words, turn your life around. I am one of those law and order Republicans that want honest, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens when they come out of prison, because it means better life for everyone and less victimization. And it's ultimately what happens one way or another. I guess it's the front end that concerns me, and maybe we don't have the right construct put together such that at the initial sentencing, these things are contemplated. And I think probably your perspective that maybe that has to now be a part of the equation, that rather than just it being simplistically black and white, 60 years, 40 years, 20 years, that as part of that plea agreement, as part of that verdict at the sentencing, it has to be put on the record at the canvas. Listen, this could be revisited at a certain time. The record shall reflect X, Y, Z. The individual will be expected to have passed a true program or something substantially similar, putting the burden on the state to afford it as an opportunity in the different correctional facilities. So maybe we just have to revisit the entire situation from top to bottom in a more granular and thoughtful approach as we continue along this path. So thank you, Professor, for testifying. I will put in with this last 2 cents. Perhaps some people from Yale can testify that tend to be more on the conservative side once in a while. That would be nice too, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions, further questions or comments? If not, all right. All right. Tess Wheelwright. Okay. The other thing, while she's coming up, I know we're starting to dwindle on the number of folks in the room as we reach the 5 o'clock hour. Just a show of hands in the room, how many folks are still waiting to testify? 1, 2, 3, 4. So about 10 or 12 folks? Okay. All right.
I'll be quick.
Go ahead.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Senator Winfield. Good afternoon, Representative Staffstrom. As you said, I'm Tess Wheelwright of Middletown, and I serve as director of the Wesleyan University Center for Prison Education, which for 16 years has partnered with the Connecticut Department of Correction to provide college access inside our state prisons. I'm also, perhaps unsurprisingly, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 503. Wesleyan's longstanding prison education program is grounded in the recognition of people's capacity to change, to find new purpose and claim new paths for their lives, to grow intellectually and morally, provided the opportunity. Our DOC partners observe the powerful impact of higher ed on participants and across the generations of their families, and have continued since our launch to expand college access through new partnerships and programs. Meanwhile, as Undersecretary Carpowitz drew our attention to, the federal government has restored Pell Grant eligibility to incarcerated students to enhance their post-release employment opportunities, address racial inequities in ed access, and increase public safety, recognizing that education lowers the likelihood of returning to prison by 48%. So significant private and public investment of effort and resources has gone into preparing incarcerated people for second chances, like the ones this bill would afford, to contribute positively to our society. Back before the passage of 1584 in 2015, my predecessor running Wesleyan's program at that time came here to testify in support of meaningful opportunities for release for appropriate candidates sentenced as juveniles. In the years that followed, some dozen Wesleyan students, men and women, have had the chance to demonstrate to the Board of Pardon and Parole the adults they have become, the accountability they have taken, and their commitment to building different futures. And today, all of them remain reunited with their families and are modeling educational persistence, community service, and civic leadership for their communities. They're working with reentry organizations and in violence prevention. They are building careers in technical and creative fields. Two, who you've heard from, have gone on to leadership roles in prison education initiatives at other Connecticut universities, extending the opportunity to additional incarcerated students. Several have re-enrolled in college, including 2 now at Wesleyan, where they're teaching us a lot, where they're enriching classroom conversations and campus life with their valuable perspectives and inspiring examples of resilience. You know, if not for the chance for a parole hearing, these colleagues would still be incarcerated, costing taxpayers unnecessarily without benefit to public safety, besides the human cost of deferring their evident potential to contribute positively to the community. People heal and grow when there's belief in their potential to do so, exactly the message and motivation SB 503 would send to an expanded group in custody. I hope you'll support this critical bill grounded in the evidence that change is possible and give the affirmation that it matters. Thank you for consideration of my testimony.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so in accordance with Representative Staffstrom, I'm going to read through the folks who we have on the list as in person. If you hear your name, you can come up, and then we'll return to the list of those online. If I miss you, because you're not in the room, although just tell somebody if you know you're not in the room, I will make sure I come back to you at the point where your turn would have been, just to check. So we will begin that process now with Julia Wilcox. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you. So good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel, and members of the committee. My name is Julia Wilcox, Senior Public Policy and Division Advisor with the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide organization representing the nonprofit sector. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of two bills this afternoon with recommendations. House Bill 5567, an act concerning health care in the Department of Correction Facilities, and Senate Bill 476, an act concerning visitation policies of the DOC and the transfer of funds held in trust by the DOC for persons who were formerly incarcerated. Community justice providers support justice-involved individuals and their families, as well as survivors of crime. They are currently serving approximately 3,000 people in programs which are funded by the DOC and thousands more through contracts with the judicial branch. These programs continue to play an essential role in the ongoing success of criminal justice reform in Connecticut. And with that said, we certainly have miles to go. You have my detailed written testimony, and I'd like to focus on just a few key areas, if I may. We urge your support of these two important bills while considering the recommended revisions provided in my written testimony. With regard to 5567, an act concerning health care, the Alliance supports this critical legislation which seeks to improve healthcare services for incarcerated individuals in Connecticut by establishing medical professional positions within the Office of the Correction Ombudsman. This office will oversee the delivery of health services, uphold the rights of those who are incarcerated, and ensure accountability within the correctional facilities. It's important to note that there are sections of House Bill 5567 which warrant consideration with regard to the correlation of services provided by community justice nonprofit providers. First and foremost, Section 6 of 5567 creates a student loan reimbursement program for nurses working with the DOC to ensure continuity of care and enhance recruitment outcomes. The Alliance respectfully requests that this section be amended to include the parallel staff employed by nonprofit organizations that provide these services, specifically medication administration, treatment, or MAT services inside the DOC facilities on the state's behalf. My written testimony includes references to Section 6B as well as detailed description of these services. With regard to Senate Bill 476, here as well the Alliance supports the goal to enhance visitation policies for individuals incarcerated in correctional facilities and establish a process for dispersing funds held in trust by the DOC to those who've been released. The Alliance supports each of the initiatives proposed in this legislation, but we respectfully request, as some of the conversation indicated this morning, that the committee amend Section 2 to provide that the DOC makes such disbursements in the form of a debit card or electronic card, but that the individuals receiving these funds have the opportunity to request and receive either cash or check to eliminate the costly fees that were discussed this morning by both the Ombudsman and Commissioner Carlos. And I will end there with a most sincere thank you, and so nice to see you.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you again. Okay, next we have Gary Clark. Is Gary Clark here? Okay. Gus Marks Hamilton. Welcome back. You know what to do.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. Good afternoon, Senator Kissel, Representative Callahan. My name is Gus Marks Hamilton, and all the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gus Marks Hamilton. I'm the campaign manager for the ACLU of Connecticut, and I'm testifying in support of SB 503. We have submitted written testimony in support of SB 03. Our support for this bill is deeply rooted in the voices and the lived experiences of people who have been directly impacted by incarceration, including many of the people who have testified or had their testimonies read today. Their voices are a testament to what is possible when the law recognizes transformation. They are now contributors to their communities, working at a variety of jobs, including as social workers, counselors, clinical technicians, program managers, teachers, and authors. They are students, caretakers, parents, mentors, helping young people better navigate the kinds of challenges they once faced. They are productive and valuable members of our state. The majority of people serving life sentences in our state were young adults when they first became entangled in the criminal legal system. About 52% of these young adults were under the age of 25 when the offense was committed. Connecticut is just one of 4 states where a majority of people serving life sentences are elderly, a population that is highly unlikely to recidivate. This is a result of policies that continue to keep people in prison for decades, even when they are at low risk of recidivism. Lengthy prison sentences do not make our community safer, nor do they reduce recidivism rates. People in Connecticut believe in second chances and know that people can turn their lives around, reinvent themselves, and be rehabilitated despite the many obstacles while being incarcerated. Expanding parole eligibility for emerging adults in SB 503 is not a get-out-of-prison provision. It requires people to serve a significant portion of their sentence, demonstrate sustained rehabilitation, take responsibility for their actions, and face vigorous review by the Board of Pardons and Parole, who does deny release to people when risk remains. Expanding parole eligibility does not weaken public safety. Providing people who were incarcerated when they were younger with opportunities for parole reflects Connecticut residents' belief in redemption. For those reasons, we urge the members of this committee to support SB 503. I also want to briefly mention an issue that I haven't heard brought up today that touches on 2 other bills before the committee. Regarding HB 5567, an act concerning health care in the Department of Correction Facilities, people in the custody of the DOC are charged a $3 fee when they request medical services. That includes dental care, vision, and regular medical care. Correctional agencies have a constitutional obligation to provide adequate health care to those in their custody, and access to health care should never depend on an ability to pay, especially for people who have little to no means to earn income while incarcerated. Connecticut should end all fees for medical services in correctional facilities, which would include not charging the funds people have on their books when they get released, like in Section 2 of SB 467. So thank you for giving me the time to testify today.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us again. Question or comment from members of the committee? Senator Kissel.
I'm sorry, Chairman Winfield. I know that we're crunched for time. Do you know why they charge like the effective, like a copay? Like where the genesis of that came from?
No, I don't, and I don't think it correlates because people that are making 75 cents a day or $1.25 a day, that's obviously kind of disproportionate to charging a $3 medical fee if they have to go because they have a hot headache or a stomach ache or something like that. So I don't know why that number is what it is. Yeah.
Representative Howard.
Hi, Gus. Did you hear me earlier? So I'm what would you say to amending this bill, the 503, the one you testified on, most of your testimony, to require for, and look, when somebody goes to parole, they're, you know, what they've done while they're incarcerated as far as programs and stuff, I'm sure is a consideration anyway, but to require it as a precedent for this early release is that you've completed a program similar to true. And again, it can't be true because it's not true in every institution, but a requirement that you've completed some sort of program similar to that, that you have demonstrated that you've learned the life skills to be a more productive member of society. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I would support that. I think the response earlier about the state actually having the resources to be able to support something like that would be a big question mark because we haven't seen that in the past. And I'm a little bit skeptical based on some of the issues that exist in the Department of Corrections, but I think that makes a lot of sense from a 10,000-foot level.
Thank you. And I heard you on the medical aspect too. I would surmise, I could find out, I think DOC probably does that to prevent people wanting to go to medical every single day, just right to sort of control the amount of people going in. But I did hear you that when you have a constitutional right, it shouldn't cost money. You know, folks have a constitutional right to possess firearms, and we charge them exorbitant fees. So I'll look for the ACLU support on getting rid of those. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Question or comment from other members of the committee? Question or comment from other members? If not, thanks for joining us again there, Gus.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next we have Mike Murley.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Murley, and for the past 7 years, I've been a community organizer with Abolition Ummah, which is a Muslim-led grassroots organization here in Connecticut. I'm also here in solidarity with the Coalition for Communal Healing through Justice Reform. I'm here today to read the testimony of someone I am blessed to have built a bond with over the past several years. To the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Jabbar Kareem, also known as Kenneth Brown, number 326008, and I am currently incarcerated at Garner Correctional Institution. I am writing in support of SB 503. As a youth growing up in New Haven, I was exposed to a lot of crime, drugs, violence, and many other things that my eyes shouldn't have seen. I myself am a survivor of community gun violence in New Haven. By the grace and mercy of Allah alone, I survived being shot in the head. I was also sent to prison as a youth like so many others. I made plenty of mistakes between 18 and 25, which have me still paying the price at 39. For such a small state, Connecticut has quite a few prisons. And there are so many people right now in the state of Connecticut who have been in prison since they were young, locked away without a second chance at life, before their brains were fully developed. Nobody is perfect, and everyone has faults, but just think for a moment how many men and women can come home and make a change for the better, and change the lives of young people in their community. It is unjust to simply throw people away instead of offering a second chance at life. SB 503 represents exactly that for so many people, hope for a second chance. Thank you for your time and for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment from members of the committee? There are none, so we appreciate your testimony. I will remind folks that what we are currently doing is dealing with folks in the room. So if you had signed up to be in the room and you've gone online, we will come back around to you. But I'm going to call your names, and if you had been in that condition, it's not actually time for you to go. We'll get back around to you. So just so folks are clear what we're doing. Okay, Pedro Carrasquillo Velasquez. Not currently in the room. Okay, Clarence Gonzalez. Not currently in the room. Okay, let's see. Thomas Donahue. Nope. Alex Brown. Nope. Sydney Brown. Hakeim Jefferson.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Hakeim Jefferson. I'm a resident of Bridgeport, Connecticut. I am alumni of the Yale Prison Education Initiative, and I am a current fellow of the same. In the late 20th century, political rhetoric in this country began to describe young people as juvenile delinquents, threats to society. Across different decades, from Lyndon Johnson to Richard Nixon to Ronald Reagan, presidents warned about a generation of dangerous youth, shaped a narrative that some young people were beyond redemption before they even had a chance to grow. And what struck me is that this thinking goes back even further. Right here in Connecticut at Yale, between the 1910s and 30s, researchers studied poor families and claimed that they could predict whether a child will become criminal as early as 4 years old, and that some of us were destined to cause harm and not capable of change. That's the kind of narrative many of us were up against, and those words help influence policies that treated young people less as developing human beings and more as permanent risk. But the irony for me is where I learned about this history. I learned it while sitting in a college classroom inside a prison. In that classroom, we examined how political language and policy shaped the way society viewed young people, and we reflected on the master narrative of our lives, the story that society tells about who we were supposed to be. For many of us, that narrative said we were delinquents, that we were incapable of growth, and that our mistakes as young people would forever define who we became. But sitting in that classroom showed us that we could change, that we already had, and that too often people don't recognize that everyone has the capacity to grow. We were also tasked with thinking about the future, about changes we can make for society, even changes we may never get to see ourselves or live out. As I sit in front of you today as proof that my life looked nothing like the narrative that was once written for me. I came home under Senate Bill 23-169 in January of 2025, and I almost missed that opportunity by just 11 days. That's how close I was to a completely different future. Since coming home, I worked hard to build a new life. I came home in January. I graduated from the University of New Haven in May, graduating with high honors and making the Dean's List in 2024 and 2025. I've been honored with the Fresh Start Award, the Platform to Employment Reentry Award, the Yale Prison Education Initiative Spirit of YPI Award. Additionally, as a YPI Fellow, I was awarded a grant to start my own reentry program, giving me the chance to create opportunities for others who are coming home like I did. Each of these accomplishments represents a step in rewriting the story that was once written for me, one that I almost missed by 11 days. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Come on, y'all. We're moving. Oh, good. Follow the lead. Good. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Representative Roberts.
Thank you so much for your testimony, sir.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. So, first off, how long did you do?
I did 23 years.
And in that 23 years, you said you got college courses and did all that, all the above?
Yeah, I did do college courses towards the end of my sentence, but
Okay.
the awards I named was just all in the last year.
So, you did take courses inside
Yes.
prison that allowed you to process outside as well?
Right. I came home and finished.
So I definitely would like to ask the question then, do you think a true type program would need to be in this bill in order to be eligible?
I don't think it needs to be in there in order to be eligible, because I'll give you an example of somebody who testified earlier, my friend Kyle Gonzalez, who I was in the facility with. He graduated. He was in the first graduating class. Then he was in another graduating class. He came home with his bachelor's degree. Kyle was rehabilitated, but then he got denied parole for certain programs that he didn't take. So there's other things outside of the TRUE, though I like the TRUE program. I seen what it did to certain people, so I'm a champion for it. But I don't think that one program should be necessary for other people to come home, because there's many different things that can help you, give you life skills and change you. And for you to not be credited with an Ivy League education, associate's degree, bachelor's degree, writing programs, coming home to help people, I mean, what more can be said about that?
Thank you so much. I'm just trying to put the math together, especially knowing the bill to say you got to complete 60% of your time.
Right.
You're usually probably doing some type of program in there.
Right.
You know, so, but thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. Connor Jenkins.
Hello. Thank you, members of the committee, for having us. I'm going to say a couple things before I share Mr. Francis Gianelli's testimony. One is that I am a Yale student. I'm a PhD student in history, but also for me, why I am here is rooted more in the 3 years I previously spent working in criminal appeals at the New York City Public Defender's Office. I think that it's really important to emphasize as well that the reason that so many of us Yale students are here is because we have had so many positive material experiences in classes with other incarcerated folks and have spent material time on the ground with them, and that we're very committed to having their voices have access in this forum. I really liked something that I think it was Representative Howard said earlier about like listening to the folks, the individuals who are on the ground. And so I think I really want to highlight that that's sort of what our mission here is. So now I'll read for Mr. Gianelli. First, let me state that I am without a doubt responsible for my victim's death. Since being in prison, I've forced myself not to shy away or make excuses for what I've done. I know that nothing I do will ever make up for my victim's death or make it right. The only thing that made sense for me to do was to try everything I could to understand fully the decisions I made that led to that point and make the necessary changes through the resources available to me in order to get out of the mode of giving in to my worst impulses. I mostly found this new meaning in trying to help others. It started with working out and with nutrition. In my first few years in prison, I had focused on my own health due to a need to lose over 150 pounds. As other people saw me succeed, many with weight to lose came to me for help, and I was able to help 4 individuals lose 20, 40, 50, and 100 pounds respectively. Being there to help others became my guardrails inside prison. Before, I had wrongly thought that what I did through violence was the only way I could help others. After a certain point, everything I did in here was to try and find opportunities, to better myself, to learn or rediscover lost skills, and find others who might want them. Helping worked both ways. I had been so arrogant before, thinking that I knew better than anyone around me. I was fortunate to meet a few guys inside who saw a talent for teaching in me and encouraged me down that path rather than continuing down an even more violent one. It took these older men who often kept me from making the same mistakes as they did to teach me how to be a positive member of my community in or out of prison. As I write this, I recently graduated from the Yale Prison Education Initiative with my associate's degree as valedictorian, and am continuing for my bachelor's. I often use the same approach my prison mentors used with me, noticing, bringing out, and helping people to cultivate talents they weren't sure they had. With this testimony, I am humbly asking for the expansion of the Youthful Offender Bill to include those who committed crimes under the age of 26 to be eligible for parole at 60% of their sentence, and there not be an arbitrary sentencing cutoff that has no grounding in current neuroscience. This is not a get out of jail free card or an easy break. This is an opportunity for those who have taken the time to understand exactly where they went wrong, who once found their purpose in the bad opinions of other young men, but who have now become a positive member of the community inside of prison, to have a chance to be one in the community outside of it, and help guide boys and young men away from making the same permanent and devastating decisions. I urge you, as does Mr. Gianelli, to pass this bill SB 503. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Questions or comments? No, thanks for being here. Elizabeth Hinton.
Good late afternoon, early evening, Representative Howard, Representative Staffstrom, and Representative Roberts, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Elizabeth Hinton. I am a historian of crime policy and professor of history, Black Studies, and law at Yale University and Yale Law School, and a founding member of the coalition. I have to say that I am yet another Yale person who is not a conservative. But I am here to advance the policy and advocate for SB 503, which is one that many conservatives agree with or should agree with, because this policy is not about party politics. It's about what's right and what's fair. And it actually upholds the tenets of conservatism, which is that it's fiscally responsible, it saves the state hundreds of millions of dollars over time, and it also strengthens families. But I want to focus my remarks today on a trend in this state that is highly disturbing to me, which is the fact that Connecticut is number one, has the highest racial disparity in Black-white youth incarceration in the nation. That's a number one spot. That's the worst. It's a disgrace, and it doesn't happen by accident. It happens by policy choices about who we police, who we punish, and who we decide doesn't matter. About 420 people would be affected by SB 503. Nearly 88% are Black and Latino. That's 9 out of 10 people in a state where people of color represent about 30% of the population, and that's shameful, but it gets worse. In a state where Black people are about 10% of the population and about 42% of the incarcerated population, they account for roughly 70% of those harmed by the October 1st, 2005 cutoff date. This is racial inequality written into law. It has nothing to do with rehabilitation, nothing to do with public safety, nothing to do with who someone is today. What it does do is decide whose growth counts and who doesn't, and it locks in racial disparities into law. That's by design. And this is how inequality reproduces itself. This is how Connecticut becomes number one in racial disparities in youth incarceration. Not through overtly racist language, but through technical rules that quietly ensure that the same communities bear the heaviest punishment generation after generation. This is decades on decades of policy choices that criminalize Black and brown youth early and then punish them for life. So the question before Connecticut now is not whether this system works, it's whether we are willing to keep choosing this policy path and to keep choosing inequality. And I'll end there in the interest of time.
Questions or comments? Representative Roberts?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just got one question. You said you were a historian. Thank you for your testimony, first off. Maybe you could help me out and acknowledge and just let me know, why do you think there's a 2005 cutoff date on this bill originally? Do you know why?
Thank you for the question. I think that your colleagues on the committee could probably answer that question better than I could. There's very little in the public record that indicates how the date got there. I'm looking at notes I have that's from the record when the bill passed in 2023, when 23-169 passed. Representative Winfield said that, he says on the floor, there was a conversation, quote, there was a conversation down in the House about the 1990s and the perspective that folks had on being tough on crime and making sure that this bill applied to those individuals, but perhaps not going any further than that. So that's why you get October 1st, 2005. So there's an idea that, there was a time when state policies were harsher and that suddenly in 2005 it kind of vanished. When Representative Fishbein is talking about it, though, it becomes a little confusing. He said on the floor in support, quote, the result is what we have before us, which addresses convictions pre-2005, which, the reforms in the state really started in 2010. So he's saying that the date was meant to address this problem in harsh sentencing, but he's admitting in the same sentence that it started in 2010. The idea that somehow the kind of tough on crime era in Connecticut was one that was just in the 90s is completely false. We can see the tangible evidence of that in incarcerated populations. I have these numbers in front of me. The number of incarcerated people in Connecticut was going up until about 2010. It peaked in 2008, so that's 3 years after the date, when about over 19,000 people were incarcerated. We have seen since 2010 things start going down. However, to the previous point about the problems that we have with racial disparities in our criminal justice system in the state, as the incarcerated population continues to go down, the racial disparities in sentencing continue to increase, and in fact have increased between black and white defendants in the 2010s and in the 2020s. So through the 2010s, black individuals' sentence lengths were on average 80.53 longer than white individuals. This increased through the 2020s to 84.4%, and in 2023, for some reason, the year that 23-169 was passed, sentence lengths for black people were on average 158.97% longer compared to sentence lengths for white individuals. So I think that this helps to demonstrate that Connecticut is still very much in a tough on crime position, that it didn't suddenly just vanish in 2005. I can't opine on exactly how the date got there other than what's in the record. But of course there are many rumors about it, but I'm just talking about what's in the record.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments? If not, I'll just clarify. I mean, there was not the support to pass the bill out of the House if there wasn't a legislative compromise. The legislative compromise was made. There's nothing more than that to it than that. So.
Well, I hope that this time we can do the right thing.
Well, I do too, but let's hope the votes are there. All right. Further questions or comments? If not, then we will move on. All right. In the room, Thomas Burr in the room. Okay. Wayne Pesci already testified, I believe. Luis Matte.
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Matte Jr. I'm here to speak in support of Senate Bill 503. In April 2006, I was sentenced to 30 years for a crime I committed in December 2002 when I was 19. My initial exit date was set for December 26, 2032. In spite of the obstacles I set before me, I knew that that couldn't be my end. I worked tirelessly to discover my potential and figure out who I wanted to be. From a mentor and servant to a teacher and student, I prepared myself for the reality that one day those doors would open. Until then, I waited for an opportunity like this to come around, but it was put off each year. That opportunity came for me in 2022 when the board saw fit to commute the remainder of my sentence. After spending over 50% of my life confined, I was finally free. The growth has not stopped. I continue to grow as a man, a husband, a business owner, homeowner, and a father to both a newborn and an adult at the same time. I'm here to express my support for Senate Bill 503 because I'm here amongst a myriad of formerly incarcerated business owners, community organizers, college grads, elected officials, ministers, fathers, and philanthropists who spent decades planning for a slim shot while their hopes were dashed in legislation year after year. I'm here because of the nearly 300 others who worked right alongside us, only to see the door slam shut once again due to arbitrary details. I'm here because they haven't stopped working. They haven't stopped hoping. We live as their motivation, and they serve as our inspiration. But all we're asking you is for your consideration. Two things are evident every time I see my brothers. Their eyes say our families needed us. Their hunger and leadership say our communities needed us. But times like this remind us that there's a missing piece, approximately 300 of them. You have the authority to give them the one thing that's been out of reach for decades, an opportunity. No guarantees, just an opportunity. I believe as a collective, we've done right by your districts and by your decisions in the past to take a chance on us and even exceeded your expectations. Now, imagine what the rest of us can accomplish. please pass Senate Bill 503. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Lewis. Diane Lewis with us. Emmanuel Sandoval.
Good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee and everyone that spoke before me. I am here in strong support of SB 503, Emerging Adult Parole Bill. My name is Diane Lewis, and I am here today as a mother. My son was just 17 years old when he entered the prison system in 2004. At that age, he was still a child in so many ways, still growing, still learning, still trying to understand who he was and who he could become. But from the moment he was incarcerated, he was treated as if his life and his potential was already decided. As a mother, there is no pain quite like watching your child be defined by the worst mistake they've ever made. There is no greater fear than wondering whether the system meant to hold them accountable will instead harden them, strip them of hope, and send them back into a world worse than when they went in. My son's story could have ended that way. For many young people, it does. But thankfully, he was given access to programs, mentorship, and opportunities for growth that allowed him to change. He came home different, and I was worried at first, but I was determined to bring him back to life by giving him the chance to reflect, to learn, and to rebuild. That is why I strongly support SB 503. This bill recognized what parents, educators, and even science have long known. Young people are different. Their brains are still developing. Their decision-making, impulse control, and understanding of consequences are not the same as those of adults. Yet for too long, our system has treated children, especially Black and brown children, as if they are beyond redemption. SB 503 creates a path that acknowledges accountability while also recognizing the capacity for growth and change. It gives young people a second chance, not a free pass, but a meaningful opportunity to demonstrate who they have become, not just who they were at their lowest moment. From a mother's perspective, this bill is about more than policy. It's about possibility. It's about ensuring that when a child makes a mistake, we do not throw their entire future away. It's about giving families like mine a reason to hope. I can tell you firsthand, when young people are given the tools to succeed, they can and do change. My son is living proof of that. But that transformation was only possible because myself and others believed he was more than his worst decision. And even though my personal opinion is that parole and probation are the biggest scam in the criminal and justice system, it is the system that we have to work with, and I humbly urge you to pass this bill for the countless young people across Connecticut who deserve the same chance to grow, to change, and to come home better than they left. Before I close, I want to clearly say that victims absolutely matter, and they should be at the center of this conversation. The question is, what actually keeps people from becoming victims in the first place? If we're serious about victims, we should be focused on preventing future harm, not just punishing past behavior. If we want fewer victims, we need a system that helps people succeed when they come home. We honor victims by building policies that actually reduce harm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Not, thanks for being with us. Emmanuel Sandoval.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Sastrom, and Senator Kissel, and distinguished members of the community of the Judicial Committee. My name is Manuel Sandoval. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and advocate for justice-impacted youth and families. I'm here to support SB 503. Let's be real. You've already heard from countless individuals who have changed their lives and are making their community stronger. It's not weaker, but better. All right. They become mentors, respectable members of society, and maybe that's part of the problem, because I believe that that's why some people don't want it to pass. We're making individuals that were part of a community that was disenfranchised coming back stronger than when they left. We, the people that have been discarded, have proven that we can do and make things better for our community, as proven by today by most of the guys that were here talking and some of the people that also supported us. Forgiveness has been possible. Parole is not a guarantee. SB 503 just means that we get to get in front of the parole board, doesn't mean that we're going to get it. If we be seen, at least we can be heard. Senator Kissel, you asked about families. Parole alerts the families. They have a right to come up and say if they don't want the person to be heard or they don't want them to be released. So they're included. This is just being able to come up and say we've changed. There's so many of us, you've heard it. I mean, we were to do some kind of statistics, you're gonna hear that at least 90-something% of the people that were here today have changed their lives. They've done everything possible, and we still keep held back. And even if you get to parole, right, and you come out, we still got to deal with expungement, and even that's not a guarantee, right? So let's forget that people can change. If you guys were all the same people you were youth, I doubt you would be here now. All right, thank you.
That's for sure. No truer statement has been said today.
All right, thank you.
All right, Alexandra Kleinman.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Kleinman, and I'm a resident of Connecticut testifying in support of SB 503. I'm an undergraduate student at Yale University, where for the last 3 years, I've volunteered with the Yale Prison Education Initiative as a peer mentor and academic tutor, supporting my peers with college coursework at McDougall-Walker Correctional Institution. I'm here today because I'm not the same as who I was when I was younger. I started at Yale after almost a decade working in the restaurant industry, and then 2 years at Connecticut State Community College at Norwalk. After I got to Yale, I started with the prison education program because I care deeply about educational access for those who've long been denied it, and support for students on non-traditional paths. What had started as a passion for education became something so much more, a true lifelong commitment to people's potential and capacity to change, and therefore efforts towards decarceration like this bill. I have been so many people in my life. We all have. I hadn't thought that college was for me, but when the pandemic put me out of work in 2020, I decided to give school a try at the age of 26. I was given the chance to learn, challenge myself, and change, and I took it. I was able to see the value in education and invest in myself and my future. I was lucky to be given this opportunity, one that started as happenstance and continued through the support of many people who took a chance on me and the mentors, peers, and resources I had to lean on. I've changed so much since the person that I was in my teens and 20s. And that's not anecdotal. The scientific community agrees that our brains continue developing well through our 20s. It's because of my personal experience and years witnessing the dedication of currently incarcerated people that I believe that those who would be made eligible by this bill deserve the opportunity to show their own growth. If CT State and Yale hadn't given me the opportunity to demonstrate my own growth, I would not be the person I am now. SB 503 provides about 400 incarcerated people this opportunity to be considered for parole. It's not a guarantee. And this bill doesn't just impact them alone, it's their families, loved ones, children, and broader communities that truly feel their absence. Passing SB 503 is one step towards making our state's justice system more just, logical, and humane. We know that none of us are the same version of ourselves that we were at the age of 25. It's time for Connecticut to honor that truth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none. Thanks for being with us. Tamira Graywolf. Danielle Pagan. Paul Nagan. Anna Van Cleve.
Good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Anna Van Cleve, and I'm an associate professor at the University of Connecticut School of Law and the director of the Criminal Defense Clinic. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my strong support for SB 503. I strongly support both the expansion of parole eligibility up to age 26 and the elimination of the 2005 cutoff. I'll focus my comments on the 2005 cutoff and will make 3 points. First, that there is no useful data that supports a cutoff date of 2005. Second, that even if it made sense to try to pick a date, October 1st, 2005 is not that date. And third, that it does not, in fact, make sense from a criminal justice policy perspective to try to pick such a date. First, if October 1st, 2005 was selected as a cutoff because of a belief that judges' sentences became more just and less extreme around that date, the data do not support that conclusion. Mostly, it's because we simply do not have good data on judges' sentencing practices. Judicial sentencing trends are notoriously difficult to study. Studies tend to use data from corrections to identify the numbers of prison admissions in a given year, numbers of people serving extreme sentences, and length of time served for a given prison population. But looking at prison admissions does not capture what sentences people are receiving, and other data do not capture when they received their sentences. Identifying a date on which judges change their sentencing practices is simply impossible. That said, the existing research does suggest that over the 1980s through the 2000s, longer sentences did contribute to mass incarceration. But it's far less clear what role was played by judges' sentencing practices. For example, some research shows that declining incarceration rates may be due to improved sentencing practices in some cases like drug offenses, but less so for other cases like violent crime. Also, declining incarceration rates may be due to back-end sentencing practices like sentence modification and parole, which means that the groups that are cut off from those forms of relief are subject to the same harsh penalties of the 1990s and require our special attention right now. And finally, even if there was a time when practices shifted to the point that we could cut off relief for anyone sentenced after that date, 2005 seems to be the wrong date. Connecticut's incarceration rate did not peak until 2008. In 2012, the national imprisonment rate was still 4.3 times the historical average. And according to the Cattell Center, if Connecticut had the same incarceration rate in 2019 as it did in 1970, before the drug war and the rise of mass incarceration, the prison population would be reduced by 70%. And this leads me to my third point, which is that even if we could figure out the date on which practices changed, and even if we could use that date as a cutoff for young adults, we should not do so. One of the most difficult things about sentencing a young person is that it will always require a great deal of guesswork. Their characters are more dynamic, their potential for rehabilitation remains strong, and their lives could easily lead them down a very different path. In other words, our power of prediction for young adults is weak, and many sentencing judges equipped with the best information available will be proven wrong by these individuals. And then if I could also just add, if there are questions, I'd be happy to address.
I'll ask if there's questions from the committee. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for sticking with us. Janice Parker.
Good evening, Judicial Committee. How are you? My name is Janice Parker. I am here today as a woman who was once incarcerated and who has since received a full pardon. I sit before you not just as someone who made a mistake, but as someone who has proven that people can change when given the opportunity and the right tools. What means even more to me when I walk through the front doors of York CI, not as an inmate, but as a mentor and a teacher. I now work with women who are preparing to return, teaching them entrepreneurship, responsibility, and how to build a sustainable business. Since I left prison 16 years ago, I have worked for the city of New Haven, breaking barriers and all women to succeed in a male-dominant workforce. I am a proud business owner of a cleaning business that I got a certificate at York CI commercial cleaning class and now contributing to the economy and creating opportunities for others. I am also a part of the Frederick Douglass Project for Justice here in Connecticut. Through this work, we bring members of the community who have never seen the inside of a correctional facility to witness the first what incarceration looked like for men and women. More importantly, they see how people can transform when they are given education, job skills, like the men making the highway signs for Connecticut and the women typing Braille books and literature for the blind. And upon her release is now is a home-based business. And there is other opportunities instead of being defined forever by their worst mistake. When I was incarcerated at York CI, I met women who had already completed every program available to them. Some had spent decades there. They had matured, they had wrote books, and had changed their ways of thinking. Many have become mentors to young adults entering the system for the first time, helping them to adjust to their new environment. As someone who was serving my first sentence at the time, I listened to their stories in process groups. I heard the deep remorse they carry, but I also heard their plans for how they wanted to give back to their communities if given the opportunity. That is why I stand in strong support of Connecticut Senate Bill 503. The legislation recognizes something very important: people are capable of growth and redemption. Many individuals who have spent decades incarcerated have done the work and transformed their lives. They have educated themselves, mentored others, and prepared themselves to return to society as productive citizens. Allowing them a pathway forward is not just compassion. It strengthens families, strengthens communities, and ultimately strengthens public safety. I was ready to get back. And when we allow redemption, we do more than just change one life. We change families, communities, and generations. I ask all senators before me and watching virtually today to support SB 503 and give these men and women the chance to prove that rehabilitation and second chances truly matter in Connecticut. I sit before you today as proof that person's worst mistake could not be their last chapter. Also, I support Bill 391 because in 324 I testified as a person who was incarcerated at the time. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you. Questions? Senator, hold on, don't go anywhere. Senator Winfield's got a question for you.
Yeah, was 391 the only other bill you supported, you're supporting actively today? Or was there anything else that you were in support of?
I'm supporting Bill 503 and 391 for the breast cancer.
Okay. Well, it's good to see you. Thank you for the work that you've continued to do. You're an asset to our community down in New Haven. You know, some of the work you do that I don't think you mentioned around the mammography, and those things are really important, particularly to people who are incarcerated. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Further? Senator Miller? Oh, hold on, ma'am. Don't go anywhere. Senator Miller down here.
I'm sorry. Thank you for testifying before us today. Would you mind finishing your sentence, what you were going to say, your comments on Senate Bill 391?
I advocate for women to go back, for the mammogram bus to go back into the women prison at York CI. I've been advocating for 2 years. It was a little bit of a struggle. Although we were able to get the mammogram bus to go to the federal prison, it was still a struggle for Yale to be able to get into York CI. When I was there, I had a breast cancer scare. I have breast cancer in my family, so when they saw an image on my breast, it took them 9 months for me to go back to find out that it was just an impression of a cheap bra. But during those 9 months, psychologically, I just lost weight. There was no diet. I thought I was going to die in prison. So.
Thank you, and thank you for testifying. Mr. Chair, if I may make a couple comments. I was driving in this morning and listening to the testimonies, and I could hear the pain to even just talk about what had happened and the mistake that individuals made. I had the opportunity to visit York Osborne Prison a few years ago, and I had never seen so many black and brown men in one place in my life. And that was a changing moment for me. The deputy warden said, there's so much talent in here. And I've used that as my beacon light to do the work that I do, because I want to tap into that talent before it gets to prison. I think I learned in a sociology course that children are taught how to behave in society at home. If you come from a home where you're not taught that, how are you expect to behave in society? If you go to a school that does not teach you how to read and write or deal with your issues, your trauma, how you expect to behave in society? And so when I see men and women in prison, and I'll be honest with you, I've been the victim of crimes, and I was one of those people that said, if you've done the crime, you need to do the time. But being here in this position as a legislator, I look at life differently now. And I understand that people aren't, and when you're a child, you're not in control of your life and the things that happen to you. And I'm so happy that now science proves that the decisions that you make, it's neuroscience. It's not something that you do, that you intentionally want to do. And I remember as a child, my mother would say to me, why did you do that? I go, I don't know. Well, you know, I didn't know, right? And so I want to thank each and every one of you, everyone from this morning to now and even this evening. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank us for letting us know that you are a different person. And I was going to make the comment, I think it was Mr. Sandoval, he said, I'm not the same as I was as a teenager. None of us are. And so I hope that this bill is passed, because I've seen some individuals who had the second chance, and they're doing phenomenal work in the community. And I think that as, again, going back as children, we do not make the path, create the path for our lives. Unfortunately, our parents do. And I've seen in my former position, job as a person working at the Public Housing Authority in Section 8 programs, I've seen mothers who were strung out on drugs. There was an incident where a mother sold her child to someone for drugs. And so how is that child supposed to be a quote unquote normal person? How are they not to be impacted by that? How are they not to get strung out on drugs and have to do what they have to do to get their drugs or to survive and end up in prison? And I've had friends that end up in prison, and they're doing great now. And so I want to thank you for the work that you do, because I know for some people wouldn't be able to go back and give back. And so I want to thank you and everyone else that's given back to society. Giving back, that's what you've done, and you are a role model. You see, you go and you mentor to the younger people because they don't know. And we as a society, we should be reaching back and pulling individuals forward. And so again, I want to thank you and everyone here that did testify today, because I heard the pain. I just didn't hear the desire to pass this bill. I heard the pain that individuals had experienced just going through what they had to go through in life. So again, thank you so much, and God bless you.
May I address something while I got the moment? Not only that, I advocate for people, even though I was a victim. They took my brother from me when I was younger. But forgiveness in my heart keeps me going to fight for those that made mistakes. So I just want to put that out there as a victim. I still continue to support this bill, SB 503 as well.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you both. Further questions or comments? All right. Who do I have left in the room that hasn't testified? What's your number, sir? All right. Anybody who hasn't been called yet who's still in the room, what's your number, sir? 130. And what was yours over there, ma'am? All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Come on down with the orange shirt there, sir. What was... Yeah, let's do a little Price is Right.
Why don't the three of you, the
Yeah,
other
three
two, sit right back here so we
anybody
can...
who's in the room who hasn't testified, just come up front.
Who's on the list?
Correct.
I know how this game gets played.
Right, right. So just give me your name and your number, sir, so we've got it for the record here.
I believe my number is 64. My name is Shakur Collins.
64. No, it's 63. Shakur Collins. All right, go ahead, sir, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Judiciary Committee members and all those who took the time to be present today. What is the purpose of a justice system that refuses to recognize when somebody has changed? My name is Shakur Collins, and I'm here to support SB 503. And I don't ask this question theoretically. I ask because the question itself begs that I do so. especially when its reality is created by an October 1st, 2005 parole eligibility cutoff. Right now in Connecticut, over 400 people are serving sentences where their transformation doesn't matter. Not because they failed to grow, not because they continue to pose risk, but because the date attached to their sentence. Our system has been created to be more concerned with time than transformation. And unfortunately, we know better. I stand before you more than a formerly incarcerated person. I am a full-time student at Wesleyan University with the expectation to graduate with a bachelor's degree as well as with high honors this May. I am the community coordinator at Quinnipiac University's Prison Education and Community Engagement Initiative. I stand before you all as a community activist. This is because after approximately 22 years of incarceration, I was able to benefit in part from Connecticut's decision to raise the age consideration from 18 to 21 in 2023. That reform acknowledged something fundamental, that young people are still developing, and that who we were at one moment in our lives doesn't have to define who we become. That policy didn't excuse harm, it didn't ignore accountability, it simply made room for growth to be acknowledged. And because of that, it made the system more just. So the question then becomes, why do we recognize change in one context, but deny it in a completely other? Because inside our prisons, change is happening every day. I've seen individuals commit themselves to restorative justice. I've seen them organize food drives for people they will never meet, create opportunities for others they may never stand beside in freedom, and dedicated their lives to preventing the very harm they once caused. And they do it knowing that a system may never acknowledge it. That isn't failure of rehabilitation, that's failure of policy. This also comes with real consequences for public safety and for taxpayers, which strangely I never thought I'd be a taxpayer. Removing this barrier doesn't guarantee release. It allows our tax dollars to take to task our Board of Pardons and Parole to do their job. The board already exists to evaluate risk, consider victims, and determine readiness. This reform simply allows people who've done the work to be seen by that system. And to the question of, what about the victims? As someone who's been a victim of a violent act myself, and as someone who's perpetuated that same harm, I personally understand this paradox most particularly. This isn't about dismissing victims nor their healing, and if we're really serious about a society who cares about victims and their healing, then we wouldn't continue to entrust our courts in that process, as our courts only exacerbates victims' wounds through the stoking of continued oppositional relationships.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Questions or comments?
Can I finish?
From the committee? Senator Winfield has a question for you.
Let me just say to you what I've been saying to folks all day. We have a lot of people still left to go, so I hope you appreciate that. What I will say to you is, I think sometimes it is folks who come to testify see the way that we operate and don't realize how much at least some of us really understand, right? I grew up as a person for whom this conversation is really strange because it's a conversation about thinking about victims, but I don't think that's really what we are doing here. We're thinking about certain types of victims and people with certain experiences that continues to exclude the same people that we always exclude. Where I grew up, everybody was a victim of crime. Sure. It just was a byproduct of living where I lived. By the time I was a teenager, I've been a victim of multiple crimes myself, including home break-ins, things stolen from me, violence, and those people have almost an expectation that it's going to be part of life and that the system really doesn't really deal with it. And so if we really want to have this conversation, it's a much more complex conversation that we're having. And so I want you to hear that, because I don't want you or anyone to walk away from here thinking, we're talking to a bunch of people who may not have lived in a way to actually understand what brings people to sit on either this side or that side. And I just want you to walk away understanding that I think there are multiple people who hear you, but I hear you as the chair of the committee. Yeah. So, thank you.
No, he brought up victimhood. My thing is, it's not lost on me everything that you said, right? But I think that requires a different kind of conversation. As far as this bill is concerned, I mean, we've heard multiple testimony. It's a racialized, harmful thing that we are actually paying dollars for. We have to use common sense, and we have to take our system to task, and this is just us doing that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll just say this. I hear people use the term common sense all the time. What we have in common determines what is our common sense. And what I just described to you is not a common experience of too many people who get to make policy. Probably really good people, but they don't have that experience. And so that increases the importance of testimony like yours and folks like mine who sit in these positions to reflect back what you said. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well said, Senator. Thank you. Further questions or comments? If not, appreciate being with us. All right, who else I got in the room that hasn't testified? Yep, come on down, sir. And what was your number, sir?
130.
130. And Ramon Garcia?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Greetings to the chairs, Staffstrom, Winfield, co-chairs, ranking members, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Ramon Garcia, a resident of Hartford, and today I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 503, an act concerning sentencing of and parole eligibility for individuals whose offense was committed when such individual was under the age of 26 years old. Firstly, I want to commend the Connecticut General Assembly, past and present, for the improvements made in making our state's judicial system more just and equitable. This gives me a glimpse of hope that by continuing to work together and have these discussions, we can ultimately achieve true justice for all of Connecticut's residents. Without a doubt, problems exist in every community, regardless of zip code. However, some communities which have been historically and systemically oppressed for decades and centuries face an array of even greater problems, such as higher rates of poverty, violence, and consequently higher rates of incarceration and trauma. And for all those who defied the odds and overcame the many obstacles to rebuild their lives and contributed to society after their release, I commend you all. So if we're really serious about improving overall public safety and the quality of life for all of the people of Connecticut, we must continue to address the roots of the problems. I didn't always have this mindset as I do today. However, during my imprisonment as a young adult within Connecticut prisons, I was blessed to have crossed paths with others who served as mentors and teachers and helped me change my outlook on life for the better. They didn't try to recruit me to a gang or groom me into a hardened criminal. Rather, they gave me books and guidance and thus transformed my mind from a street corner mentality to a global mentality. Thanks to individuals such as Corey Turner, who's been in prison for 30 years already, since the age of 22. The passing of this bill, Senate Bill 503, will help to give individuals like him and others a chance to come out and be a contributing member of society and improve these communities still being ravaged by many of the same harms we ourselves have been afflicted with. Thank you all for your contributions and your leadership. Prayers for Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? Seeing none. All right. Appreciate being with us. Who else is left in the room? Anybody? Yep. Come on down.
Thank you.
What did you say your number was?
It was actually 79.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Huh?
No worries, go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna try to, I hope you guys really do read my written testimony, and I'll just try to like summarize some points that I haven't heard people discuss today. I first want to acknowledge that when a young person causes harm, especially serious harm, it's never just a crime. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy for the victim, a tragedy for the community, and I also believe that it's a tragedy for the child who caused the harm. I think that children are different. They sometimes make mistakes. Sometimes the mistakes are small, sometimes the mistakes are devastating, but the mistakes are not final. So I support this bill because it offers a distinction between the biological reality. I did a lot of deep diving into this bill, and one of the first questions that I asked myself was actually, how did we get here? So there's a big rabbit hole, but what I did look at was the Truth in Sentencing 1994 crime bill, and I looked at the federal implications. And when I look at and I think about how do we get here, we're debating these things, and I think questions are being asked as if this policy was ever rational. I think that it was also attached to financial incentives that were handed down from the federal government, and I think that's important to the conversation today. There are a couple of senators that stood out to me because at that time, they were questioning and they were pushing back. It was only $4 million, which is the reason, if you look at the notes, from Senate Bill 927, in case you guys are interested, but it's in my written testimony as well. It was really $4 million. That was it. They said, we're doing this because we want to receive the money from the federal government, and that's it. So now when people are coming up here and they have to explain why this is important, I think maybe we have the research, we have the data now that it will be helpful just to go for it, because how do we get here? It doesn't even make sense. So if the data supports it, I don't see why not. I do want to shout out Senator Looney because he was pushing back when I read the notes from the Journal. Senator Jemison, he warned and argued that the bill was designed to let current politicians in 1995 thump their chests and look as though they were tough on crime without having to pay for it, since it only applied to future convictions. They wouldn't feel the financial burden for another 10 or 15 years. So that places this burden in this committee's lap, and I hope that you guys do the right thing. I also want to be clear that opportunities for people who are convicted of crimes does not erase accountability, and I think that a chance for review doesn't disrespect victims. I think, and I know that humanity and accountability can and must coexist, and that's what makes the bill so simple. We're asking the parole board to have an opportunity to look at who someone is today, not when they were 18, and not look at the most impulsive moment of their lives. Okay.
Good timing.
That was it.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else in person who has signed up to testify who has not? If not, we're going to go to the rest of our remote list here. All right, I think we're on Hakeim Jefferson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee, for hearing our voices today. My name is Jacqueline Almazan, a law student at Yale Law School. I will be reading testimony in Spanish from Ramon Rodriguez, an incarcerated individual in favor of Senate Bill 503. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Ramón E. Rodríguez. Cuando fui arrestado por este caso, tenía 17 años. Cuando fui sentenciado, tenía 22. Recibí una sentencia de 45 años de prisión con 15 años de libertad condicional especial. Crecí en Puerto Rico en un hogar muy difícil. Mi hermana menor padece síndrome de Down y mi hermano mayor sufre de esquizofrenia. Durante el embarazo de mi hermana, mi mamá luchaba con el alcoholismo y sufría abuso físico por parte de mi papá. Todos nosotros, como hijos, fuimos víctimas de abuso físico y verbal. Esa realidad marcó profundamente mi niñez. Tuve muchas dificultades en la escuela, no podía concentrarme y fui colocado en hogares de sustitución, donde también sufrí abuso. Con el tiempo, mi mamá logró recuperarse, dejó el alcohol y se separó definitivamente de mi papá. Eso fue un cambio importante, pero las secuelas ya estaban ahí. Viví un tiempo con mi abuela cuando por fin sentí algo de paz. Luego regresé con mi mamá, pero seguimos enfrentando muchas dificultades. En 1998 nos mudamos a los Estados Unidos en busca de una mejor vida. Yo tenía 14 años. Sin embargo, la transición fue difícil. A los 15 años dejé la escuela porque no podía enfocarme. Empecé a rodearme con personas mayores, a fumar y beber alcohol y eventualmente usar drogas. En casa muchas veces no había suficiente comida, lo que me llevó a tomar malas decisiones. Una persona de mi vecindario me ofreció vender drogas. Al principio me negué, pero la desesperación me hizo aceptar. Comencé a ganar dinero rápido. Ayudaba a mi mamá con la renta y compraba cosas para la casa. Pero este estilo de vida me llevó por un camino equivocado. Empecé a consumir más drogas y alcohol y eventualmente cometí el peor error de mi vida. Durante mi tiempo en prisión he trabajado en cambiar. He participado voluntariamente en varios programas para rehabilitación para mejorar mi salud mental y emocional. Hoy tengo herramientas para manejar conflictos, tomar mejores decisiones y comprender las consecuencias de mis acciones. Actualmente estoy estudiando para obtener mi diploma de escuela superior. Estoy comprometido con mi crecimiento personal y con ser una mejor persona. Quiero terminar diciendo que muchas personas han sido afectadas por el sistema judicial, especialmente los jóvenes ofensores. Han demostrado que pueden cambiar. Con oportunidades como la educación y la rehabilitación, es posible madurar, aprender y contribuir positivamente. Gracias por su tiempo y que tengan un buen día.
Thank you. Question or comment from members of the committee? Question or comment? If not, thank you very much for joining us. Christina Quantham?
Hello.
Good evening.
Can you hear me okay?
We hear you well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Christina Quantham, and I'm a New Haven resident testifying in support of Senate Bill 503 to continue the successful expansion of juvenile parole. I'm here today because I believe in the capacity of individuals to change for the better, drive at new understandings of themselves and of what is possible for a more just society. I was privileged to witness this firsthand in my 3 years as a volunteer and assistant with the Yale Prison Education Initiative, like a lot of my colleagues here. The resilience and commitment to growth and repair I saw in students and the hard work it took them to get there exemplifies what it means to take responsibility, not just for your own life, but for your communities and for the people who rely on you. These qualities aren't unique to YPI students, but shared by many people our state incarcerates. The October 1st, 2005 sentencing cutoff for juvenile parole is arbitrary and contradicts what science has already recognized about brain development, like we've heard today. From hundreds of hours getting to know YPI students, it was clear that many recognized and worked to understand the harm they'd caused as inequipped, vulnerable, and hurting young people. It's true that these decisions have permanent consequences, but we need better solutions, ones that don't prolong cycles of harm, but create opportunities for transformation and healing. We can't move into a better future world if we remain loyal to the past out of hurt and ignore the structural decisions that brought us here, that we have the power to amend today. As the child of Latina immigrants, I understand the lengths we go to when survival is at stake, and I personally benefited from the power of second chances. There are thousands of people in Connecticut who could benefit from this bill, including the hundreds of incarcerated people, 88% of color, that would be impacted and their families. Our communities suffer when we prevent more emerging adults from going home sooner. We miss out on their wisdom, compassion, and desire to give back. We create new victims and burden their families, and we lose financially. Instead of the $323 spent per day to incarcerate a person in the state, we could put millions towards life-saving infrastructures like education, transportation, housing, food access, childcare, and healthcare. The things that everyone worries about and that significantly shape the conditions from which violence and harm emerge. I think that many of us teeter closer to the edge of what is right and wrong more than we are comfortable admitting. And what may contribute to crossing that line can be a compound effect of the circumstances we were born into. As a graduate student in sociology, my colleagues' research repeatedly finds this correlation and that juvenile parole works. A recent UConn study found that people released under juvenile parole in Connecticut had an 11% recidivism rate compared to the state average of 50%. Rather than incarcerate people for more years than they were alive at the time of their offense, leaving them to grow up and grow old in prison, We ought to redistribute budgets to better support marginalized young people and strive for justice that values and honors life. Supporters of this bill are not asking for guaranteed release. In these disheartening and unstable times, all we're asking for is a chance to show what human beings are capable of and that we can all do better. I urge that you pass SB 503 as representatives of all Connecticut residents, both inside and outside prisons. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question or comment? There are none. Thank you very much for joining us and providing us with your testimony. Thomas Donahue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to make this very brief. My name is Thomas Donahue. I'm a correctional officer at the Hartford Correctional Center and a union steward for Local 1565. First, I want to make clear that the men and women I work with every day are dedicated professionals. I'm grateful to serve alongside the officers who take great pride in doing a difficult job with professionalism, compassion, and commitment to the law. Our goal as correctional staff is to faithfully implement the legislation that is passed. However, these policies must also reflect the operational realities inside of our facilities. Senate Bill 476, which would mandate that inmates receive a minimum of 3 visits per week, would create a significant operational and safety challenge in my facility. Currently, each housing unit at Hartford Correctional is scheduled for 2 visits per week, and our visiting calendar is already completely full. Adding another required visit would require creating space in a schedule that simply doesn't exist. The only day currently not used for standard visitation would be Wednesdays. That day is dedicated for staff training. With the high number of newer staff entering the profession, training is more critical now than ever. Taking away that time would undermine the development and preparedness of the very staff responsible for maintaining the safety and order of the facility. In addition to scheduling concerns, we are already facing significant staff shortages. The problem is not only that we are short-staffed overall, as I hear people talk about, but also that we often do not have enough officers on each shift already to safely perform the duties required. Increasing the number of inmate movements for additional visits would place further strain on an already stretched resource. More movement within the facility also increases the likelihood of inmates from different housing areas crossing paths. That increased contact can lead to more conflicts and more violence. We have already seen troubling trends, with inmate-on-inmate assaults rising roughly 40% in recent years, and inmate-on-staff assaults increasing more than 100% just from 2019 to 2024. I have been a visitor myself. Family connections are important, and visitation absolutely has value, but the policies must also be workable and safe for the staff responsible for implementing them. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to oppose Senate Bill 476 as written. Thank you for your time and for your attention to the safety of both correctional staff and the facilities we serve.
Thank you. Did you have any suggestion for the number of mandatory days you think visits should be?
At my specific facility, our full calendar is 2 per housing unit, and that's already a full calendar.
Are they mandatory?
I believe our directive does not give a mandatory minimum, but says up to 3 currently.
So again, I would ask you, coming here as one of the people who does this, the legislature is looking to make sure that folks get visits, and I understand that 3 is problematic for you. Is there any number that's not problematic as a mandatory number?
We seem to not be having an issue with 2.
So you would be fine with 2?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? There are none.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Alex Brown.
Good evening, Senator Winfield, Rep. Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Alex Brown. I'm an MSW student at UConn and a policy and advocacy intern at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I am here today in strong support of SB 503 and SB 476. I was 19 years old when I committed my crime, and I'm not the same person I was then. Like many people you've heard from today, I've spent some of my most formative years in prison. Years that should have been spent growing, learning, and building a future were spent behind a wall. And still I grew. Many of us did. SB 503 recognizes what we know to be true. Young people are still developing, and they are capable of change. Many of us did not have the support, stability, or guidance we needed at the time of our offenses. This bill creates a pathway that recognizes growth and gives people a real chance to demonstrate who they've become. You've heard powerful testimony today, and I just want to add this. Women and girls are a part of this conversation too. And there are so many of us that have come home and are working hard every day to support others, strengthen our communities, and make sure others don't follow the same path we did. And that only happens when people are given a chance. I also want to acknowledge something important: victims and their families. Their pain is real and it matters. Accountability matters, but justice is not one-dimensional. Over time, many victims and families hold a range of perspectives, and not all believe that continued punishment decades later serves healing or justice. True justice should create space for accountability, healing, and transformation for everyone impacted, including victims, families, and those who have caused harm. And like mentioned before, there's a process during the parole hearing where family services contacts the victims for their input. I also strongly support SB 476. 3 in-person visits should be allowed. My dad visited me every week while I was incarcerated, and it really saved my life. For many of us, it's a connection to the outside world, our only hug, safe space to be vulnerable, and reminder that we are loved. If we want people to come home better, we have to give them a chance to grow and the ability to stay connected. These bills reflect what we know about people, that they're capable of change. I urge you to pass SB 503 and SB 476. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. I'll just say it's good to see you again, and thank you for testifying before us this evening.
Thank you.
Sydney Brown, followed by Drew Michael McSweeney.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. Hi, everyone. My name is Sydney Minetta Brown. I am a second-year student at Yale Law School in New Haven, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 503. I am, again, another Yale liberal, but I will say that testimonial information was sent out to all Yale Law students, including every single conservative student, who is more than welcome to come and testify and organize if they so desired. So thank you all for being here. I know it's been a very long day, so I'd like to spend my time just briefly speaking about one of my passions, that is constitutional law. So the United States Supreme Court has long held a basic principle that aligns with reality. That is that young people are constitutionally different from adults. The Constitution recognizes that young people have diminished culpability, that they're susceptible to pressure and to stress, that they have poor decision-making skills, yet at the same time, it recognizes that young people also have a greater capacity for rehabilitation, a greater ability to change, oftentimes even more so than adults. That's something that the science tells us and that the Supreme Court has constitutionally recognized over and over again. Cases like Roper, Graham, Miller, Montgomery all recognize that young people are different. It's not only common sense or something that every parent knows, as the court put it, but it reflects psychology and it reflects brain science. The difference in legal treatment, that diminished culpability element, is something that's constitutionally protected. The Supreme Court recognizes that young people make mistakes. We say the wrong thing, we make the wrong move, we can find ourselves trapped in bad situations where we make bad choices, some even harmful choices. Those circumstances we know are only exacerbated for poor young people, Black young people, Latino young people, and all of those other young people who are relegated to the sidelines of society. But those mistakes don't define us. They can't define us. SB 503 is a necessary reform that reflects a justice system that accounts for youth, for growth, and for a very real capacity to change. And it does so while preserving public safety. We know that bills like SB 503 reflect staggeringly low recidivism rates. We know that young people who are given a second chance tend to thrive. We take accountability for our actions, we contribute to our communities, and we learn not to take life for granted. Every young person deserves the opportunity to pay their dues and try again. SB 503 is Connecticut's next step in the right direction. The Constitution supports us, the science supports us. I think it's clear today that the people support us, and we ask that you do too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. I want to thank you very much for joining us this evening and providing your testimony. Drew Michael McSweeney.
Good evening, committee. My name is Drew Michael McQueenie. I'm an assistant professor of early childhood education and the program chairperson of the Early Childhood Education Department at CT State Community College in Norwalk. And I'm writing in support of HB 5438, an act concerning evidence considered for the issuance of a restraining order or civil protection order. First, this bill clarifies that courts may consider modern forms of evidence when determining whether to issue a restraining order, protective order, and today harassment rarely occurs in person. It often occurs through voicemail, text messages, emails, and other electronic communications. This issue is not theoretical or abstract for me. I experienced firsthand how critical evidence can be disregarded under the current system. In my own situation, as a proud father who has full custody of his 2 girls. My ex's father left numerous voicemails and texts over a period of 2 years harassing me and my parents. These were not allegations or any form of secondhand reports. They were literal recordings documenting harassment and intimidation. The voicemails and text messages clearly demonstrated a pattern of harassing behavior, yet when I attempted to present those mediated messages in court during the hearing for a protective order, the judge refused to allow them to be entered into evidence. And without those voicemails being entered into evidence, the judge denied my request for a protective order. Basically, this was this judge's way of saying to me in so many words that the court is not a justice system, it is instead a legal system, and that clear and documented harassment meant nothing. This is not the only instance as to why the legal system is messed up, in my opinion, which is why I'm thankful that you're putting forth this bill. Courts cannot make fair determinations about harassment if they are prevented from considering the communications that demonstrate it. The purpose of restraining orders and civil protection orders is to prevent continued harassment, intimidation, and harm. When a judge is determining whether such protection is necessary, it is essential that they be able to examine the full pattern of conduct, including electronic communications. Additionally, this bill establishes clear procedures for hearings and service of orders so that applicants can seek protection in a timely manner. I would like the bill to have language making the time period for this for less than 5 days. Courts must have access to all available evidence when determining someone is experiencing harassment. And then I would like to conclude by saying some may argue that allowing electronic communications as evidence could lead to manipulated or unreliable materials. However, I would argue that the bill explicitly requires that these communications be authenticated before they are considered, and authentication is very important. So thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts as to why I support this bill. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you again.
Thank you. And I will say I recognize your efforts to get in under the bell, so thank you for that. And thank you for testifying on something we haven't heard much about today. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? There are none. Thank you. Do we have your written testimony?
Yes,
Okay.
I submitted it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thomas Burr.
Yes, good evening, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Public Policy Manager for the National Alliance on Mental Illness Connecticut chapter, and we are testifying today in support of Senate Bill 503 and House Bill 5567. And regarding SB 503, having heard many of the early testimonies today, we echo that the human brain doesn't fully develop until at least the age of 25. And as such, we applaud this legislative change to reflect that people convicted of crimes may merit some consideration and leniency regarding their length of incarceration. We believe that this legislation strikes the proper balance between acknowledging the research on brain development, the potential of people to grow and mature, and protecting the public's safety. In regards to HB 5567, NAMI is aware that 30% of the male population of our Connecticut prisons have a diagnosed mental health and/or substance use condition. At York Correctional Institution, our sole prison for females, that percentage is an astonishing 80%. This bill aims to enhance the healthcare quality, safety, and oversight for incarcerated people through staffing, training, policies, and accountability measures. As such, we applaud the proposed changes in this bill. You have my written testimony, so I will just highlight a few of the most important changes, specifically that the Office of the Correctional Ombuds hires a correction patient advocate and a correction mental health care clinician, the mandates of many new requirements for healthcare access and communication. In the area of mental health services and staff training, the bill aims to enhance mental health assessments. And on a related note, the bill also calls for the commissioner to collect and compile data concerning incidents of use of force, injuries upon staff or of incarcerated people, incidents of mental health emergency referrals and grievances filed by staff or an incarcerated person. And last but not least, the establishment of a correction medical and health oversight board to make recommendations for improving medical, nutritional, and healthcare services, and then develop a 10-year plan to improve healthcare and food services in correctional facilities. NAMI knows that 95% of the incarcerated population in Connecticut eventually re-enter society, and for far too long, the nature and culture of these institutions too often return people to their communities far more broken than when they first entered. This bill is a significant step in righting a system that has historically ill-served the people who had the misfortune to be caught up in it, and as such, we wholeheartedly support this legislation. So in conclusion, NAMI Connecticut enthusiastically and sincerely supports both Senate Bill 503 and House Bill 5567. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? There are none. I want to thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure. Have a good evening.
Let's see. Esteban Mendoza?
Hi, my name is Esteban Mendoza, and I'm a law student at Yale Law School. I'm appearing in support of SB 503, and I'll be reading the testimony of Jessica Nichols, who is incarcerated. My name is Jessica Nichols, and I'm a first-time felon currently serving a prison sentence of 35 years since the age of 22 years old. I respectfully submit this testimony in support of an Act for Juvenile Sentencing bill, which would not only impact my life, but the lives of at least 50 women or more who committed offenses under the age of 26 who are serving sentences of 10 years or more. Scientific research strongly supports what I've witnessed and lived. Neuroscience shows that the human brain, particularly the prefrontal cortex, which governs impulse control, emotional regulation, risk assessment, and long-term planning, does not fully mature until approximately age 26. This means that young adults are more susceptible to poor decision-making, emotional reactivity, and peer influence, yet also highly capable of growth, learning, and rehabilitation when given the proper support. Growing up and leading up to my offense, I was sexually, physically, and mentally abused, as so many young women are. At that age, I was hurting, angry, and afraid. I didn't understand myself. This is by no means an excuse for my actions. I hurt so many people behind my poor choices. For this, I'm truly sorry. At the time of my offense and sentencing, I did not fully comprehend the harm I caused, how I arrived at that moment, or what accountability, rehabilitation, and restoration would truly require. I did not understand what 35 years of incarceration would feel like, nor what life after 35 years would look like for me or society. That lack of comprehension was not indifference, it was immaturity. I absolutely deserve time. I also deserve a fighting chance to prove that I'm worthy of taking another look at midway through my sentence. I, along with many other women, are an example of growth and rehabilitation with the proper support. I could have continued down the road of destruction knowing my life would be confined to a box. Instead, I decided to become productive because I'm not my worst mistake. I've always held a job. I obtained my GED. I'm enrolled in Trinity as well as Winnipeg. I've completed many programs. I facilitate groups, and I became a pillar of redemption among other incarcerated women. I mentor the specific age group through the Worth program, where I provide guidance, structure, empathy, and all-around emotional safety, things I did not have growing up and desperately needed at that age. What I consistently observe in this age group mirrors my own experience at that age of life: limited emotional intelligence, underdeveloped communication skills, low self-worth, lack of confidence, and self-love. These are not fixed character flaws. They are developmental gaps that can be addressed through mentorship, structure, and trauma-informed care. Research shows that individuals who age out of crime and receive rehabilitation programming are significantly less likely to reoffend, especially women. Passing this bill would give me and many other women a chance to show the parole board our growth, healing, and our productivity. As scholar and activist Angela Davis reminds us, prisons do not disappear social problems. They disappear human beings. This bill does not erase accountability. It strengthens it by aligning justice with science, humanity, and the belief that people are more than their worst decisions they made before their brains were fully developed. I respectfully urge you to support it. Sincerely, Jessica Nichols.
Thank you. I do not see any questions for you. I want to thank you very much for joining us and providing us with that testimony. Dr. Stephanie Tabashnek.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Stephanie Tabashnek. I'm a forensic psychologist and attorney. I'm not from Yale. I'm from Harvard. I work at the Center for Law, Brain, and Behavior at Massachusetts General Hospital, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 503 because it is consistent with modern neuroscience. And I want to begin my testimony by saying just how impressed I am by the thoughtfulness of this committee's questions. I also want to speak briefly from my personal experience. Several months ago, my former foster daughter's mother was found dead on the street. Getting a detective to even call me back so that I can give an age-appropriate explanation to a grieving teenager and her sisters about the possible murder of her mother has been a fool's errand. It is a myth that we serve victims or their families. If we wanted to start treating victims with dignity through basic communication, that would be a great step. Prison is not our only tool towards victim empowerment. I'm here to testify as a forensic psychologist who conducts risk assessments, including of people who have committed homicide as juveniles and early adults. I appreciate the testimony from the community, or the comment from the community member who I thought asked a very thoughtful question about plea bargains and honoring plea bargains, since, as he said, over 90% of charges resolve with a plea bargain. As someone with expertise in developmental neuroscience, I will say that people under 25 simply do not appraise consequences in the same way or understand long-term consequences. This is called future discounting. What I tend to see in my practice is younger defendants who refuse to sell out their older friends, while the older friend, who's in their 20s or 30s, quickly turns on the younger defendant. This is because of how peer affiliation and acceptance affects the developing brain. Many of those serving sentences who are under 25, life sentences, were not the ones that pulled the trigger. The person who pulled the trigger got out because they pled out. Many of these people who were in their teens or early 20s when the crime occurred could not have made these pleas, would not have made these pleas as adults. Now, Massachusetts has been a national leader on this issue. In Commonwealth v. Mattis, the Massachusetts Supreme Court expressly recognized that modern neuroscience does not support a bright line distinction at age 18 and extended the prohibition on life without parole sentence until the early 20s. Hawaii has also passed legislation extending bans on LWOP until the early 20s. I will also note that public safety data supports the science. Recidivism data from those who are convicted of homicides as youth and serving life without parole sentences shows extremely low recidivism rates, profoundly low. Some of my clients who have spent 40 years in prison for crimes committed when they were teenagers, they had no expectation of release, and still they avoid disciplinary infractions and try to be good humans. This transformation reflects both continued brain development and a genuine desire to atone for past actions and to create a meaningful life, even within the confines of incarceration. Bill 503 does not guarantee release, it guarantees review, and it is consistent with modern neuroscience. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, real quick. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead, Repo Dan.
Thank you for your testimony. I was looking for it online. Did you submit written testimony?
I did not, sir.
Can you submit your testimony in writing if possible?
I would be happy to.
Thank you. And you said, I did some research. What percentage or what, do you aware of any studies on recidivism for young violent offenders? Because at least for those who had been basically confessed to murder, what I was reading is there's a high overall recidivism for minors who had committed murder, but I don't see a study on it.
Yeah, so there's a number of different studies, but there's been studies in Pennsylvania and California. The recidivism rates are remarkably low. And the vast majority of people who are incarcerated as juveniles for homicide do not go on to offend as adults. And I'm happy to send along those peer-reviewed articles.
That would be fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we've got another 30 or so people coming, so I apologize. Thank you.
No problem. You have a right to ask questions. I don't see any others, though, so thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we have Diana Martinez-Mates.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Laura. Good evening. I am a history PhD candidate at Yale University, where I study histories of migration, crime, and punishment. I'm here today in strong support of SB 503, and I will be reading a testimony on behalf of Evan Holmes, who recently contributed to the Liberation Live zine, which I encourage everyone to read. Freedom is a constant struggle. Raising the age for adolescent parole is more than just a step toward being in accord with scientific breakthroughs and progressive neighboring states. It is also a long overdue reform to a pillar of mass incarceration. For over half a century, minority emerging adults, adolescents, and juveniles have been disproportionately imprisoned for excessive periods of time. In other words, we have been the targets of systemic inequalities, unjust policies, and oppressive imprisonment practices that have destroyed our lives and devastated our communities. By design, we have been made to be the sustenance for a system that devours minority lives in an effort to propagate middle and upper class prosperity. As a consequence, most of us have been incarcerated for more years than we have gotten to actually live free. Raising the age for adolescent parole is more than just an attempt at rectifying an otherwise arbitrary and racist punitive system. It is also an assertion of true democratic principles like freedom, justice, equality, and an acknowledgement that our nation's constitutional state will no longer participate in oppressive punitive practices that discriminate against its most vulnerable people. Admittedly, the onus for excessive sentencing practices do not rest solely on the people that impose them, but also on those of us that have caused irreparable harm to our communities. In our youth, most of us were relegated to subservient positions in society that conditioned our minds in criminality and limited our trajectories to the very imprisonment we are now enduring. Although many of the pitfalls and problems we faced as youth can be traced back to systemic inequalities, we have also matured into an acknowledgement that we are just as responsible for our failures and crimes as the conditions that created them for us. In short, we grew up into the roles we had available, but over the years, we have outgrown the mindsets that rendered those detrimental outcomes a possibility. We arrived to prison as kids without the ability to properly assess the direction of the lives we are supposed to lead. But now we are advocating for a fair chance at life as men with the understanding that it is our duty to break the grip that criminality has on our communities. Raising the age for adolescent parole is not only fiscally, scientifically, and constitutionally responsible, but it is also ethically and morally responsible. We have collectively parted with our problematic pathways. We sincerely ask that you do too.
Great timing. I do not see any questions. Thank you for joining us to provide that testimony before the committee. Let's see, Tracy Bernardi Guzman.
Whew, I'm waiting all day. So my name is Tracy Bernardi Guzman, and I'm the founder of Reentry Solutions CT and a case manager at a Reentry Welcome Center. Although that role didn't always exist when this story began. Today I'm here because I support SB 503. At 19, my brain was still developing. I didn't have the judgment or impulse control to see beyond the moment that I was in. I grew up in chaos, made choices I didn't fully understand, and joined a gang out of fear and the need for belonging. I had no idea what I was stepping into. Then I was sentenced to 30 years. I felt like I was being buried alive. My future was decided before I had even grown into myself. There was no second look, no chance to show who I was becoming. I was frozen in time, defined forever by a moment that I barely understood. But I did grow. I did change. I did work at becoming someone I could be proud of. And for decades, none of that mattered because I wasn't parole eligible. The system could punish who I was at 19, but refused to see who I became at 25, 30, 35. After 23 years, I finally came home. Since then, I've earned an absolute pardon and built a life rooted in service and leadership. And I don't have to disclose my record, but I choose to because I want you to see what's possible when people are given the chance to grow and beyond their worst moment. SB 503 does not guarantee release. SB 503 guarantees a chance, hope to ensure that we look again, not at who the person was, but at who they have become. I also want to address the claim that there is no help with reentry. That's not true. Connecticut, maybe previously, but today Connecticut has reentry services across the state. Many people like myself who have successfully returned home lead these organizations or work at these organizations as case managers. And I want to point out that victims' families do remain a part of this process. Under Connecticut General Statute 54-129A, all registered victims must be notified by the Board of Pardons and Parole before they consider ending a person's parole, and they must submit a statement. This bill does not change that. And for those asking for more research, please look at there are so many people in Connecticut who have come home, rebuilt their lives, and now serve in their communities. Look at some of the people that spoke today. We are the research. Additionally, I don't think that there should be any programs a person must undergo in order to become parole-eligible. Real change comes when a person voluntarily enrolls, especially since people with lengthy sentences are the last to make it into these programs, even if they want to. Thank you for listening to me, and please, I welcome any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. I will thank you again for joining us again and for your continued advocacy. Okay, we have Senator Heather Summers, and then I'm going to jump to Amber Kelly. So prepare yourself, Senator Summers.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for such a long day. Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Heather Summers, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 391, an act concerning the availability of breast cancer screening, diagnosis, and treatment services for women committed to the custody of the Department of Corrections. And I also want to express support for House Bill 5567. Senate Bill 391 addresses a critical gap in healthcare access for incarcerated women, which is the ability to receive timely breast cancer screening, diagnosis, and treatment. I visited York Prison and found that to not be the case till today. This bill changes the practice that individuals are transported to a centralized facility, including the University of Connecticut Center, which is over an hour away from York Prison. While that institution provides high-quality services, the requirement to rely on a single source, a distant provider, can create delays due to transportation limitations, scheduling constraints, and security logistics. SB 391 offers a practical patient-centered solution by allowing the Department of Corrections to utilize licensed healthcare institutions that are closer in proximity to correction facilities. This flexibility is essential. Right now, there is a mobile unit that tends to the needs of York correctional inmates, incarcerated women, but that's funded through a DPH grant program, which will expire. This grant has provided and has been extremely beneficial in the twice monthly visitation, as well as being equipped with state-of-the-art imaging equipment that enhances detection capabilities. When it comes to breast cancer, early detection saves lives. Delays in screening and diagnostic mammograms can result in later stage diagnosis, more invasive treatments, and higher costs and worse outcomes. By enabling closer providers, this bill will reduce delays, improve continuity and timeliness of care, lower transportation burdens and associated security costs, and increase the likelihood of early detection and better health outcomes. Importantly, this bill does not lower the standard of care. It maintains the requirement of services be provided by licensed healthcare institutions, and it simply removes unnecessary logistic barriers that can stand in the way of care. When I visited, there had been 50 women that had a that needed a follow-up diagnosis on their breast cancer screening, and they had not yet received the care, and it had been over a year. I'd also like to briefly highlight House Bill 5567, which complements this effort by strengthening healthcare delivery within the correctional facilities more broadly. In particular, Section 6 establishes a loan reimbursement program for nurses in the Department of Correction facilities. This is a bill that I had put in previously that now you're taking up, and it's critical workforce investment. I'll tell you, when I spoke with the nurses there, they can hire somebody, a new nurse, but they don't last very long. They last a couple weeks, and they're chronically understaffed. If we could offer tuition reimbursement, if somebody had to work in the facility for X amount of time, I think we could really get some quality healthcare providers that would stay and have qualified professionals able to deliver the care that we need. This is an initiative that I will continue to advocate for, even if it doesn't pass this year. So taken together, these bills reflect a broader commitment to improving the healthcare access, quality, outcomes for our correctional system. And I respectfully urge the committee to vote these out of committee. I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Senator Summers, thank you for your constant advocacy on behalf of these issues. Appreciate your testimony on both bills. In particular on the first bill, the mammogram bill, I believe we got it out of committee and it may even gone through one of the chambers last year. What was the glitch and what can we do to help make sure it crosses the finish line this year? Because I think you'll be happy to know that we did have a fair amount of testimony from folks on that bill earlier today.
Yes, I did. I was able to see the commissioner support it, so that was heartwarming. Last year we passed a not a breast cancer bill, a breastfeeding bill that would allow inmates to be able to breastfeed their, if they had a child while they were incarcerated, they were allowed to breastfeed the child if the child came to visit. This year, this is breast cancer screening. When I visited York facility, like I said, I think most of the women had a screening, but there was about 50 that had some type of finding, and they were struggling to get that follow-up exam because they were using UConn, and from what I was told, they could only take 3 patients a month. There's 12,000 people in our system, roughly, so you can imagine how long it could take to get a follow-up appointment. If you don't address some of these issues immediately, it can I'm sorry, it's been a long day, lead to a more serious diagnosis and more serious consequences and even death. We need to make sure that if there is a finding that the women or the males that are incarcerated have an opportunity for that follow-up exam. Just because you go to prison.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. No. I just want to be sensitive to the time of everyone on the committee. Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you. Senator Summers, I don't see any other questions. I want to thank you for joining us and for your continued advocacy.
Okay, thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Amber Kelly.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Amber Kelly. I have a master's and PhD in social work. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and serve as a professor of social work and director of prison education and community engagement at Quinnipiac University. Through my career, I've spent more than 20 years teaching trauma responsive programs inside both Connecticut and Florida correctional facilities. I'm also a trauma therapist who works with survivors of violence, and my research has been based on interventions with survivors, positioning me as a practitioner scholar in the field. I know what harm looks like, and I know what healing looks like. And today I'm here to tell you that SB 503 moves us closer to both. I've watched men and women walk out of Connecticut's prisons and do extraordinary things, many of whom were beneficiaries of Connecticut's earlier juvenile justice reforms. They've come home, built community, established organizations, and are intervening in the lives of young people, striving to keep others from repeating the same mistakes in a new generation. Their work is absolutely making our communities measurably safer. Their lived experience is not a liability. It's one of our state's greatest untapped assets, and we have many more on the inside that could be doing similar work. I wanted to just give you one example of some of this work. I was approached by some folks who had come home because of some of these changes in policy and came home with the question of how do we ensure those closest to the problem are part of the solution, and how do we make sure they're resourced and have the resources to do so? With these questions in mind, I was asked to be part of building a Credible Messenger Leadership Academy. I was invited into this work because my own background as a trauma clinician and clinical educator, so bringing my professional expertise to the lived expertise for the people that have come home to co-design a credible messenger curriculum. So credible messengers are community leaders who carry their own lived experience of violence, incarceration, and reentry, and are trained to serve the communities they come from. We've already piloted aspects of this work, training more than 40 formerly incarcerated folks as credible messengers and restorative justice practitioners, and have plans to launch a full year-long program later this year. This is only one of many powerful examples of the possibilities for what can be built in the state of Connecticut. This is what lived experience leadership looks like when we give it room to grow. Men and women who've had the opportunity to come home due to previous reforms are not just rebuilding their own lives. They're building systems, developing curriculum, cultivating leadership, and creating something that will ripple far beyond their individual reach into the lives of young people, families, and communities in ways that no outside professional ever could. I also know people still on the inside because of my work, thoughtful, passionate, self-aware individuals who've made a serious mistake before their brains were fully developed and will never have the chance to bring their hard-learned expertise back to their communities under the current law. Neuroscience is clear. The prefrontal cortex, the seat of judgment and impulse control, is not fully mature until the mid-20s. Young people under 26 are not the same as adults that we sentence them as. No survivor of violence is served by permanently closing the door on someone who's grown, changed, and is ready to get back. I share this perspective as a survivor myself and someone who sits with survivors as part of the healing process. Yeah, I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you sticking around with us to provide us your testimony. I do not see any questions from the committee. Thank you again and enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay, next we have James Pender. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I lost my place. You'll come up in a moment. We have Crystal Sow.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Crystal Tao, and I'm yet another law student at Yale Law School. I am here today to testify in support of SB 503 on behalf of an incarcerated individual who goes by the pen name 21. At the age of 21, I was sentenced to 32 years of prison for a crime that was committed 3 years prior at the age of 18. In my adolescence, I maintained a survivalist outlook towards the world that reinforced hyperactive, defiant, and aggressive behaviors. Raised fatherless, my mother also suffered from substance abuse and alcoholism. I had very few positive influences and instead received negative lessons that gave me a blueprint for anger, carelessness, and selfishness. Many of the people in my life expressed their emotions violently, which led me to understand life to be that way. The only family I knew taught me to get ahead through violence. The first day I entered prison, I decided to rewrite the script which falsely guided me. Scripts which forced a certain life upon me way too early, which permitted drinking, smoking, fighting, and other harmful practices that tragically led to the loss of a human life that would affect many other people. I didn't understand the delicacy of decision-making or the impact of my choices before then, and at 18, I didn't know that what I thought mattered, that how I thought about others mattered, and how my actions could badly influence another confused kid, like it did me. I needed change. Through programming and education, I learned how to transform feelings of discomfort and embarrassment into feelings of thankfulness and understanding. I've adopted a calmness, a heightened awareness that has not only sharpened my personal outlook, but also how I view the world. I am committed to civility, always upholding respect for people and the environment, understanding that patience and helpfulness are nourishing, and recognizing that being bold enough to ask for help only strains my character. I refuse to take sole credit for the transformation of my life. I couldn't have accomplished anything without help. Individuals from across the state with similar upbringings and hardships chose to trust in me. Incarcerated together, we've made a unified effort to simply be better. The arbitrary October 10th, 2005 cutoff date prohibits us from strengthening these links, stalling the important work that should be done beyond the environment we've collectively matured in. The limited age eligibility of 21, when science confirms that our brains are not yet fully developed until the age of 25, damages our rehabilitation even more. It is only through our unification that we can create real change within Connecticut's inner cities for the younger generations who are in desperate need of not only positivity, not only guidance, not only opportunity, but examples of a different path. Young people from our communities need real role models in front of them, delivering life lessons and redesigning the blueprint so that we can all achieve a different outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. I want to thank you very much for joining us this evening. So I'm going to tell you the next three persons so that you can be ready. It's Alpha Jallo, James Pender, and Dr. Ismail Ali. So Alpha Jallo.
Good evening. My name is Alpha Jallo, and I am testifying in support of SB 503. I'm a junior at Yale University and alumnus of the Yale Prison Education Initiative and the current president of the Yale Undergraduate Prison Project. I went to college while incarcerated. I earned my degree inside, and I came home and continued my education. I think it's important that I say this. None of that started when I came home. It started when I was still inside, years before anyone gave me permission to be seen. I was 22 when I committed my crime, and long before I stood in front of the parole board after serving 85% of my sentence, I had already begun changing. Not all at once, not in a way that you could measure, but slowly, quietly, in the way young people grow when they are finally forced to sit with themselves. By the time I stood in front of that board, I wasn't asking for the chance to change. I had already done it. I just needed a system to recognize it. And that is what this bill is about. Because what we are really talking about here is not just policy. We're talking about time and what time is allowed to mean. Right now, in our state, in Connecticut, the system uses time to punish, but it does not use time to understand. It measures how long someone has been held, but not who they have become during that time. So what happens is this. A young person makes a decision at 18, at 19, at 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and the system captures that version of them forever. It freezes them at their worst moment and refuses to update the image. No matter how much time passes, no matter how much they grow, no matter who they become. And I've been thinking about how unnatural that is. Because outside of prison, we expect young people to change, right? We expect mistakes, we expect growth, we expect transformation. But inside prison, we deny that same reality. We demand growth, but build no way to recognize it. I also want to speak to something I've heard, and I've heard others address this, that this bill takes something away from victims' families. Just to reiterate, nothing in this bill erases harm, nothing in this bill undoes loss, nothing in this bill guarantees release. What it does is allow time to be considered honestly, because accountability is not something that ends at sentencing. For many of us, it deepens over years. It becomes something we carry every single day. And allowing someone to be evaluated after decades of that work does not take anything away from anyone. It simply asks, what has time done to this person? SB 503 does not promise freedom. It restores the possibility of being seen, because right now there are people who have done the work, years of it. They have educated themselves, they have mentored others, they have learned how to live with what they've done. They have become different people, and still they will never get the chance I had. Not because they are dangerous, not because they refuse to change, but because of a date. And the commission needs to sit with that. The committee needs to sit with that we have built a system where time passes, but people are not allowed to. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. I want to thank you for your testimony and sticking around and providing it to us. Okay, James Pender.
Hi, I am speaking on behalf of Senate Bill 503. My name is James Pender, and I served 30 years in prison. I received parole a year ago after this body raised the juvenile age from 18 to 21. I have benefited greatly from the second chance and have done well in my transition home. I was not simply let go. I had to pass a rigorous standard and had to demonstrate my growth and change. I was a mentor in the True Unit for 8 years and spent my time learning and educating others in physics, computer repair, electrical engineering, and art. And I've helped over a dozen men earn their GED. Only after showing 3 professional board members the man I have become did they grant me that second chance. As grateful as I am, I weep every time I think of those I left behind in prison. Men I have known for a generation, men who are better than me, but have been denied a second look merely because of the date of their sentence. Those who oppose this bill may do so out of fear that dangerous people will suddenly be let out in the streets. But this bill is not an instant second chance, it's a second look. The board does not grant freedom lightly, and every metric has shown that previous versions of this bill has been successful and kept communities safe. So if it works, why not extend it to others, those who would qualify, if not for some arbitrary date? Also today, we had some corrections officers complain about being understaffed and underfunded. An easy solution is to let go those who no longer pose a threat to the public. And there are so many incarcerated individuals who fit this description. The cost to incarcerate one person per year is nearly the same as the starting salary for a corrections officer. So for every person that is released means another officer that can be hired and one less person to incarcerate. Please increase the number of those behind bars who receive a second look and make both our streets and our prisons safer. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions or comments from the committee, so I want to thank you very much for joining us today and providing us with your testimony. Dr. Ishmael Ali.
My name is Ishmael Ali. I'm a doctor here in the Springfield area covering also Connecticut. I have a program that primarily deals with, first, is for individuals recovering sound thinking. The Bill 503, which I'm supportive of in relation to a gentleman that's in the institution and been there since he was 22 years old, November the 1st, 1991. He is 56 years old, and he has requests me to try to express emotions concerning the time that in which he has been incarcerated, which I will not able to do. However, I've been waiting to speak for 9.5 hours, to speak for 180 seconds. It is almost impossible for me to pour out my feelings that I want to say and express as a result of working with Brother Khalid Ibrahim 22888 in the Connecticut institution. I was in the court the day that he was sentenced. He has been there now for 34 years. And he wants me to express, a free man on the street, the sorrows, the degradation, and the sickness that goes on inside of the institution. So just to conclude, and I know that you're tired, the committee, you're doing a wonderful job. But I made it a point that I was going to be more patient than y'all have been, so I could say a few words in relation to this Bill 503. And I will say, in order to be remembered where I stand, and also expressing where Khalid Ibrahim stand, I'll say it 3 times. 503 bill should be passed. 503 bill should be passed. 503 bill should be passed. Is there anything else I really need to say? And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking around to provide us with that testimony. There are no questions for you. Appreciate you sticking around into the evening. Okay. Let's see. We have Anaya Augustin.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ananya Agustin Malhotra, and I'm a Yale Law student and New Haven resident, here to testify on behalf of Ms. Ashley Pace in strong support of SB 503. Hello, my name is Ashley Pace. I became incarcerated at the age of 20 years old for committing a crime that was the biggest mistake of my life. I was living a life of pain, with the feeling of being unwanted by both parents and just looking for love in all the wrong places. This led me down a dark path of self-harm for 14 years and drug abuse for a while. I'm actually really thankful for my incarceration because I would have been dead and I would have never had a chance to know the new me. I've been incarcerated for 8.5 years and I've been working on myself since the beginning. I had my hardships in the start, but who hasn't? The programming they have me here has me doing self-check-ins within and looking at my past that I've ignored for 20 years. Looking into my past scared me. I've dealt with a lot of physical abuse, even more verbal abuse, and sexual abuse. I've dealt with this since I was a child until my young adult years. Being here in prison, I was forced to deal with my past and grow, but during the process, having the dark nightmares at night, thinking that it's real when it wasn't anymore, was hard and scary. PTSD had a strong hold on me. It took years of long talks with staff here, trained staff that actually cared, not just anybody, to work through it. I believe anybody who has done a crime deserves some time, but not like the time I was served with, not 30 years given to just a 20-year-old for their first crime. I say 15 is enough, but I cannot choose for myself. Only you can. But like I said, I'm 100% grateful for this incarceration. If I didn't get this time, I would have been dead. I'm so thankful for all the people who are trying their hardest to get the unjustly made sentences deducted for children. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions or comments. Thank you very much for joining us and spending your day into the evening to do so. We have Tamira Graywolf. Tamira Graywolf.
Tap on mute. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long day, and I'll try to keep it minimal. I'm writing in regards to supporting the bill SB 503. I strongly believe in the merits of this bill, not only as a resident of the state of Connecticut, but as a mother of an incarcerated son. At this point, you've heard all the facts regarding the hundreds of individuals being, affected by these bills and the arbitrary cutoff date, the currently age-defined juvenile, and you have the facts about the updated science research validating the common sense reasons to have this bill pass. To date, I have been navigating the DOC system along with my son for the last 18 years, 4 months, and 23 days. In that time, I have witnessed incredible growth on his part, and he's grown into an incredibly upstanding human being who could only benefit the world by being in it. Never have we intended to minimize the impact on his victims, for which you always carry great remorse. But today my intent is to support the bill and the opportunity to have him be seen in the true light of the person he has now become. This one event should not define him, it was as horrible as it may be, because that is not who he is and not who he wants to be in the future. I can also testify to witnessing the success of several individuals after their lengthy sentences go into their communities, become mentors, teachers, solid employees, employers, and sources of outreach on levels that I can't even speak on to any length in this period. Please allow this bill to pass, the second chance for those who are deserving of it, and thank you for your time and attention.
And thank you.
Okay.
Have a great evening.
You as well.
Paul Nagin.
Oh, I'm fucking fucked it up anyways.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of SB 503. My name is Dr. Paul Nagin. I'm here with my wife, Rabia Nagin. I'm a computer scientist and business owner, and my wife is a retired chief of staff for a New York State Assemblywoman. We recently moved from New York to Wallingford, Connecticut, District 103. We are here as longtime civil rights advocates, as people of faith in our neighbors' capacity to change, and as citizens who want a justice system that reflects both accountability and compassion. My wife and I are lifetime members of the NAACP and are members of the NAACP Executive Committee in New York, where we serve multiple roles. As such, we have worked with law enforcement for decades and have worked with formerly incarcerated men and women. We have seen up close how bad decisions made by very young people can carry devastating lifelong consequences. But we have also witnessed something profound. We have seen youthful offenders turn their lives around, earning degrees, supporting families, and giving back to the very communities they once harmed. We have personally met men and women who went into prison as impulsive, scared kids and emerged decades later as mentors, caregivers, and community leaders. Many of these individuals told us the same thing. The moment they realized the system would take their growth seriously, they began to take themselves seriously. Those experiences are why we're here today. When we moved to Connecticut, we assumed we were moving to a state with compassionate values, a state that understands both public safety and second chances. SB 503 is a test of that promise. It asks whether we will treat people who committed serious crimes before the age of 26 as permanently defined by their worst moment, or as human beings capable of growth. As longtime NAACP partners, we have seen how race, poverty, and policing practices combine to send far too many Black and brown youth into prisons for extremely long terms. SB 503 is one way Connecticut can begin to repair those harms by at least allowing these individuals to be evaluated on who they are now, not on what they did as teenagers or very young adults. SB 503 respects the expertise and responsibility of the parole board. It does not open the prison doors automatically. It simply says, if you were under 26 when you committed your crime, if you have done the hard work of change, if you can demonstrate rehabilitation and have a solid reentry plan, the state will at least listen. That is not leniency. That is justice informed by science, experience, and our shared humanity. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Nagin. There are no questions. I want to thank you for sticking around to provide us with your testimony.
Thank you.
Hamza Berrios.
Yes. Committee. Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hello, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Hamza Berrios, and I'm a resident of Massachusetts. Currently, I am a student at Harvard University earning my master's degree, and I'm also a policy organizer for the Transformational Prison Project. I am also formerly incarcerated, who was an emerging adult at the time of my offense. I was released from the DOC in Massachusetts over a year ago now. I am in support of Bill 503 because as a neighbor to your state and a concerned person who knows all too well of the criminal justice system and prison system, that to continue to hold young people to the standard of adults is not only arbitrary, but an act of injustice. As I waited patiently to testify before you today, we heard from many people discuss their reasons on why they support this bill, and each one made a legitimate claim. I will share my experience as an emerging adult who went before the parole board and now living in the community as a taxpayer, student, and husband. This bill does not exclude responsibility and accountability, but it allows the person to be responsible and accountable to the communities. Every day that I am out, I live a life full of responsibility and accountability. And I also hold my peers to the same standard. Currently, I work in the Department of Youth Services, and I help to reshape the trajectory of young people by sharing my own lived experience. This bill we are discussing essentially is geared toward children who committed their offense at a young age and who experienced trauma, loss, and hurt themselves. They too are survivors and should be given a chance. And I say chance because these young people may have never experienced a chance, let alone a second chance. As a person who is an emerging adult who committed harm and experienced harm, I believe I am a testament to when people or a state allows chances, they are able to be productive and contributors to society. And I personally know many other juveniles and emerging adults who are working to restore themselves and their communities. I will end with this: credible messengers. Those men and women who are behind the wall are the credible messengers society needs to heal their communities. We may have the message, but we may not be the messenger. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and please thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, and you have a good evening as well. Okay, let's see. We have Vanessa Rosa.
Yes, hello.
Yes, you may testify.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Rosa, and I'm here today in support of SB 503. I am also here speaking on behalf of Julian Marquez, who has been incarcerated for over 2 decades. With your permission, I would like to read a short statement that he wrote. Hello, my name is Julian Marquez, and I have been in prison for more than 20 years. During this time, I have spent many years reflecting on my past and the harm my action caused. I carry deep remorse for the pain that I received from my decisions. Throughout my incarceration, I have worked hard to change and become a better person through reflection, personal growth, and the program available to me. I believe I became someone very different from the person I was when I first entered prison. Today, I am simply asking for an opportunity. I no longer have the same opinion, attitude, or mindset that I have more than 2 decades ago. Time, maturity, and experience have changed me. SB 503 will give people like me the chance to at least be considered for release through the parole process. If given the opportunity, I hope to return to my community and contribute in, in a positive way, living on an honest and productive life. I respectfully ask that you pass SB 503. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Um, Appreciate your time and have a good evening.
You as well.
Thank you. Adam Lerner.
Hi, everybody. Hope you can hear me okay. My name is Adam Lerner. I am here to express my strong support for Senate Bill 503 and to share the testimony of Kari Miller, who is currently incarcerated. So here is Kari's testimony. My journey to prison began one bright, cool, early morning, my first year of junior high school. I was excited because Lewis Fox Middle, located at the corner of Blue Hills and Albany Avenue, was far from my neighborhood. I had to be bused to this unfamiliar part of Hartford that I couldn't wait to explore. One morning, I went to the Jamaican beef patty shop around the corner on Albany Avenue. When I came out, biting into a beef patty and cocoa bread, a person I'd never seen before walked up and asked me for $1. I never suspected anything was off, other than the fact that this person was older than me. I told him, I don't have it. As I took another bite, he punched me in the nose. There was so much blood. I couldn't believe the human body could hold so much blood. I was in shock. The police came and all I could do was cry. They took me to the hospital and everything seemed to move without me, like I was just a witness to the events taking place. I was never the same after that. The incident brought on a lot of unforeseen consequences that my mind couldn't comprehend. A neighborhood beef erupted as a result that I never wanted and that I wasn't ready for. At that time, I was just trying to discover who I was as a person. The streets were filling in the gaps, answering the questions of a traumatized young mind. School was no longer a safe space for me. Not long after the incident, my close friend, Michael Williams, was killed. The school didn't have any counseling available to any of us, and I lost myself to the streets. Smoking and drinking became a way to numb the echoes of past unresolved traumas and a way to face those yet to come. I was arrested at 18. Once in the system, I couldn't seem to find a way out. I was eventually sentenced to 95 years at the age of 24. I have since been incarcerated for 28 years. More than half my life has been spent in prison. We must stand by science, not opinion, with respect to adolescent brain development. Data shows that choices we make as children, teenagers, and emerging adults are heavily influenced by our environment and the traumas we endured. Connecticut has an obligation to address the discrepancies between the overly aggressive, often unreasonable sentencing of young people with the science behind youth brain development. Removing the arbitrary parole eligibility date and making those under the age of 26 eligible for juvenile parole consideration is a long overdue way for state legislators to begin to address the unfairness in the juvenile sentencing system. Connecticut needs to do better and offer support to help prevent the root causes that lead young people to prison. Growing up in abject poverty brought its own issues. The things you had to do to survive created traumas that most carry through life. When you're young and still trying to find out who you are, those experiences become ingrained. Once programmed, it's hard to reprogram and change what your environment taught you. If there had been a safe space and some counseling available, I believe my life would have been different. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Have a great evening. Carl Lubin.
Hello.
Yes, you may testify.
Good evening to the chair and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Carl Lubin, and I'm a resident of Bridgeport testifying in support of SB 503. My experience with the criminal justice system started at the age of 19. I was on probation and locked up until the age of 32. I'm 35 now. I served 2 sentences at 2 different stages of my life. When I turned 20, I served 4 out of 5 years. I remember being one of the youngest people in the Bridgeport County Jail. I remember the older, unsentenced men looking at me as I told them the time I was facing with sad, empathetic eyes, while I stared back at them with anger and defiance. I was too young, ignorant, and naive to understand what was headed for me and my loved ones. My son was born a few months into being locked up. Throughout my first incarceration, I sought out ways to grow physically and mentally through reading and exercise. I knew I wanted to come out better than I came in for him. Otherwise, those 4 years would have been for nothing. I did the best I could, but experiencing the trauma of incarceration during critical years of my brain development has serious impacts on my mental health and my growth. My anger and defiance snowballed throughout my time. I would get in trouble and sometimes be sent to segregation. Every feeling of abandonment by friends and family, every mistreatment by DOC and neglect from health workers, even hearing news about an incarcerated friend dying while I was locked up away, hard in my heart and filled me so much resentment that it consumed me. All I could think about was surviving. When I came home at 23, I vowed to live life on my terms no matter the consequences. My son was 4, and I wanted to make sure I had money to take care of him and the freedom to spend time with him, even if it meant selling drugs. I was willing to take the risk since I already did time and survived. I made more money than I seen up to that point in life, and I made up for a lot of time with my son. I felt the thrill feeling like my time incarcerated didn't break my spirit. I thought my defiance was an act of strength when really it was still my immaturity. I only lasted a year before getting locked up at 24. While I was unsentenced, my mother wouldn't speak to me, and I would hear my son on the phone asking where I was at and why I never came to pick him up. Until this point, I only thought about myself, how being incarcerated made me feel, and whether I was able to handle it. I never thought about how it affected my family, but something snapped for me in my mid-20s. I knew how to view my time differently if I wanted to stay home and when I got home. I distanced myself from conversations about criminal activities. I learned what I could about legal options to make livable wages and mentor younger incarcerated people to show them that they had options too. I took college courses with Yale and as an Nantucket Community College, it created my own programs on financial literacy. When I first came home to a halfway house, I immediately found a therapist. I knew I needed to work through the trauma that came from serving time through almost all of my young adult life. Now I'm a real estate agent, licensed commercial driver, a founder of a nonprofit working on affordable housing, and I'm also a better son and father. People like me deserve the chance to demonstrate that they've grown and changed. I was lucky enough to have my time only 8 years, but there are people out there still that went through the same things I went through the same path to change that just need a chance to show they could be productive out here.
Thank you. There are no questions or comments. I want to thank you for sticking around and providing us with the insight that you did. Sarah Tejada.
Hello, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Sarah Tejada. I am a first-year undergraduate student at Trinity College with the Full Citizens Coalition, and I am testifying in support of SB 503, and I will be reading testimony on behalf of Fernando Rosa, who is currently incarcerated. He begins, "Thank you so much for taking the time and to care for individuals that were sentenced as young adults. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to express my support for this proposal. I speak with respect, sincerity, and from more than 2 decades of witnessing rehabilitation and personal growth. I entered the correctional system on June 14th, 1999 at the age of 22 years old. The next year, I was sentenced at 23 years old before reaching the level of emotional and neurological maturity that science now recognizes continues to develop until around age of 25. Despite my youth and being a first-time offender, I received an extremely long sentence, 35.5 years. More than 26 years have since passed, and during that time, I have not only changed, I have profoundly evolved. Throughout these years, I have worked consistently within the institution. I have completed multiple educational and rehabilitative programs. I have maintained sustainable and responsible conduct. I have demonstrated introspection, discipline, and genuine commitment to personal growth. I have developed a solid plan for reintegration into society. Most importantly, I have taken responsibility for my prior actions, reflected deeply on my past, and dedicated my life to become a man worthy of a second chance. This proposal does not erase the past, nor does it minimize anyone's pain, but it does acknowledge a fundamental truth. Young adults between 18 and 25 are not the same individuals, and they will become later. Science tells us this, experience confirms it. The exact type of person to reform to cease to consider. Someone who has made a mistake at a very young age, but who has demonstrated through actions, not words, that I deserve an opportunity to appear before the board of patrols and be evaluated fairly. I'm not asking for guarantees. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm simply asking for the opportunity for my rehabilitation to be seen, heard, and taken into account. I respectfully urge you to support this proposal. So not only for me, but for all the families who have watched their loved ones grow, mature, and transform over the course of many years. Thank you for your time in considering this deeply needed and profoundly humane reform. Sincerely, inmate Fernando Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Alan Myers.
Here. Hold on, setting it up right now. Let's see. Can see me?
We can see you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alan Myers. I'm a youth leader and the owner of Snugz Clothing. I started Snugz at the age of just 15 years old. What began as an idea turned into something bigger. A brand built to inspire young people to believe in themselves, think differently, and create their own opportunities. Today, I use Snugz to teach youth entrepreneurship, helping young people in my community turn their ideas into something real. It's not just about clothing, it's about growth, discipline, and creating impact. I'm also grateful for opportunities that have helped me expand that impact, like being involved in the Fabric Over Fish Scale collection by Double GI, and my upcoming work with the Mama Bear community curriculum. Both focus on uplifting and educating youth. But I want to be honest, I could have easily been in the same position as the young people we're talking about today. Like many youth, I made mistakes, I faced challenges. There were moments in my life that could have gone in a very different direction. The difference is I was given the time and the opportunity to grow. Not every young person gets that chance. That's why I'm asking you to strengthen Senate Bill 503. First, the October 1st, 2005 cutoff date must be eliminated. It doesn't reflect growth, potential, or who a person becomes. A date should never decide whether someone is worthy of a second chance. Second, eligibility must be expanded to include individuals under 26. Science shows the brain continues developing into the mid-20s, especially in areas like decision-making and impulse control. That means young people are still becoming who they are. This is not about excusing behavior. It's about recognizing potential. It's about giving people the opportunity to be evaluated for who they become, not just who they were at their worst moment. I stand here as proof of what can happen when a young person is given that opportunity. And through my work, I see that same potential in others every day. The question is, will we give them that second chance? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate
I gotta wait for any questions if there are any.
No, I think no questions at this point. Thanks so much for sticking with us, though. All right, next up, we have Keegan Vasanti.
Hi, my name is Keegan Vacanti. I am a student at Yale Law School. I'm testifying in support of SB 503 and offering testimony on behalf of Nicholas Newton, who is currently incarcerated. Hello, my name is Nicholas Newton. I am 37 years old. I was 20 years old at the time of my incident and sentenced to 38 years. I have two co-defendants who are now home with a second chance. I was raised in a single-parent home, in poverty, being kicked in and out since the age of 12. I grew up in a drug and gang-led community. My role models and father figures were drug dealers, where street morals were drilled into me and became first nature to survive. I grew up in chaos with no help. I witnessed violence, fights, shootings, police beatings. I've been jumped, threatened with violence, guns pulled on me and shot at. I didn't have conscious thoughts of what was right and wrong. I just knew to survive and make it to the next day. By the time I hit the age of 16, this was my view on what life was supposed to be. That led me to running the streets, thinking I was a man. At 20, I had a son who I was trying to provide for. I'm truly sorry for my actions, and I know I can't replace what I've taken from society or the victim's family. I will spend the rest of my life living with that choice, but I will also try my best to atone for those actions upon my release. Only after spending a vast majority of my life in a cell and educating myself did I realize I wasn't living before, but was being taught to kill myself and community. I now know if I had the strength, guidance, and tools, I would have known I had different options and that that wasn't life. I know if given the opportunity, with the skills, knowledge, and outlook on life I now possess, I would be a better man for my community. Since my incarceration, I have completed programs I paid for and DOC recommended, including a high school diploma, Intro to Business, where I won an Outstanding Achievement Award and was promoted to teacher aide for that class, anger management, embracing fatherhood, child psychology, drug and alcohol treatment specialist, substance abuse, personal responsibility, domestic violence for educational purposes, AVP Advanced, and I also worked in the industries, in the wood shop, and I'm currently working in the American Vet Dog Program as a way to give back to the community. I have plans to give back and mentor youth. I want to open a restaurant where I can share my story and tell youth that there is a different path. I have a platform through the Salvation Army Church, who has a campground where different cities and towns send inner city teens throughout Connecticut. I want to experience being a hands-on father, get married, and live a life where I'm not looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds. Most of all, I want to be a productive member of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vacanti. Have a good evening. Let's see. We have Andrea Ho.
Hello. Good evenings, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Andrea Ho, and I'm a resident of New Haven, testifying in support of expanding early adult parole eligibility under SB 503. I am also a doctoral student in the Department of History at Yale University, where I study Indigenous history and the history of prisons and policing. I have previously worked for Criminal Justice Policy Center, and I currently volunteer with the Yale Prison Education Initiative. My support for SB 503 is informed by my experiences with YPEI, my doctoral research, and my previous volunteering and work. In my time, I've seen incarcerated people work tirelessly to improve themselves through engaging with thought-provoking college-level materials or other programming. I have taught undergraduate classes at Yale University, but my incarcerated students are among my most dedicated and brilliant. Passing SB 503 would support a reduction in the racial disparities in incarceration and an appropriate redistribution of taxpayer money. Incarceration is a costly endeavor. Supporting incarcerated people's second chances not only frees up the state budget for other pressing concerns, but allows people to reunite with their families and support the growth of the economy outside prison. Emerging adult parole eligibility requires people to demonstrate that they understand the harm that they have caused and that they are dedicated to transforming themselves. The folks affected by this bill have spent time behind bars where they may have engaged in higher education, vocational classes, occupational training, and behavioral and victim-oriented rehabilitative programming. SB 503 allows people a meaningful second chance for many folks who are ready to embrace life outside the prison. For years, they have missed the anniversary and birthdays of loved ones, pregnancies and marriages, and countless other important experiences in one's lifetime. The bill recognizes the dignity of folks behind bars and the possibility of another life. SB 503 also follows research from programs in states like Pennsylvania and California, which show that only around 10% of people released under similar laws experience recidivism. Most of these cases were brought forward due to violations of the often complex technicalities of parole, not because of additional crimes. The vast majority of those released have found jobs, homes, and reconnected with their families and communities. In my undergraduate degree, I studied neuroscience, in large part because I was interested in understanding how youth who've been imprisoned are still undergoing important developments in their neurological, emotional, and social growth. The research is clear. Our brains and decision-making capacities undergo significant change in our mid-20s. Many youth may face structural barriers to access crucial resources and programming that would reduce the level of violence in their communities and the way in which that violence affects their choices and life outcomes. This bill does not erase the significant consequences that incarcerated people face for their choices. Many incarcerated people have done their time and reflected deeply on their actions. Without SB 503, many folks will be denied an opportunity to create new lives for themselves. I came to study in the United States at Yale University because the US has the highest incarceration rate of any country, and one that disproportionately incarcerates Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. If we want to imagine a world in which our communities are safer, then allowing incarcerated people to make new lives for themselves is a crucial component of rebuilding social ties that make our communities stronger. I urge this committee to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Sonia Akhtar.
Thank you to members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Sonia Akhtar. I'm a Cornell alum and currently a full-time prison advocacy specialist at New York County Defenders. And I'm here in support of SB 503, and today I'll be sharing the testimony of Eric Amato. I believe that such legislation should be passed, given that as a younger individual, I would often react to situations without thinking about my actions. I would also fail to immediately consider how my actions could be harmful to others. I would just react impulsively to situations that occurred in my life. I saw that the peers in my age group reacted in the exact same manner. I viewed my behavior and our behavior as being normal, a way to survive within my surroundings. Oftentimes, I would never stop and look at the situation clearly before reacting as I do today. Now, as an older individual, I stop, think, and look at the situation clearly before reacting. I now understand that the decisions that I make today will affect me tomorrow. I have learned that lesson all too well. In such learning, I have devoted my time to maintain active engagement in work, college, programming, mentorship, and religious services while incarcerated over the past 33 years. Even more importantly, I've maintained an excellent DOC disciplinary history over these past through 33 years. The man that I've become today through my rehabilitative efforts is certainly not the 23-year-old juvenile that I was at the time of my offense. Not only have I taken full responsibility for my actions and have expressed on many occasions to my family and peers the deep, heartfelt remorse and empathy for the families of the deceased, I truly and sincerely understand the magnitude of how my actions have caused the pain of the families of the deceased. Living with that empathy for them daily has given me the fortitude and determination throughout this incarceration to take every step necessary towards giving back and becoming a better person each and every day. In 2023, I was granted a full commutation hearing before the Board of Pardons and Parole, only later to be denied that wonderful opportunity due to the BOPP's changes and newly adopted policy denying individuals sentenced to life without parole eligibility for a commutation. Irrespective, I continue to remain steadfast. Although my hope of one day coming home to my family, friends, and loved ones were dashed, I persist in taking the initiative to rehabilitate myself. I continue to be a model inmate amongst my peers and DOC staff. Most recently, I have been working towards an associate's degree in business administration. I have maintained an overall GPA of 3.0 throughout my classes. Motivated daily to give back for my actions, I have become a patient care assistant with the hope of making a difference in the lives of my incarcerated peers that are medically or mentally unwell and need care. My hopes are that this committee strongly considers raising the juvenile bill for all those under the age of 26 years old for the opportunity to receive such hearings based on the lack of cognitive ability to process their actions at the age of their offense. Respectfully submitted, Eric Amato. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Have a great evening. Okay, let's see. We have Joshua Levin.
Good evening. Thanks for sticking around this far. It's pretty late, so I appreciate you guys. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Joshua Levin, Legislative and Advocacy Manager for Connecticut Votes for Animals. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5566, an act concerning accelerated rehabilitation in the case of animal cruelty. On behalf of CVA and all of our Connecticut members, I'd like to start by saying thank you for the work that you've put into this bill. It's clear that this is a thoughtful step towards treating animal cruelty as a serious offense and addressing gaps in oversight within our current system. At its core, this bill helps ensure that animal cruelty cases are taken seriously by expanding the time frame that an individual may use accelerated rehabilitation, or AR, in these cases while still maintaining judicial discretion. And that's important because animal cruelty is not an isolated issue. It is a warning sign of future violence. We know that there is a strong link between violence towards animals and violence towards people, whether that's intimate partner violence, child abuse, or elder abuse. And the data supports this. Research shows that animal abuse serves as a stronger predictor of sexual violence than past homicide, arson, or firearm offenses, and a significant percentage of violent offenders report harming animals during childhood. So when we're talking about AR, we're not just talking about second chances. We're talking about how we as a society respond to behavior that can escalate. And to be clear, AR absolutely serves a vital purpose in our justice system, but not every offense and not every offender warrants a second chance. There are certain situations where AR makes sense. Minor, non-violent cases like leaving a dog in a hot car. but it shouldn't apply in cases where intentional, violent harm took place. The perfect example here is Desmond himself, the namesake for both Desmond's Law and Desmond's Army. His abuser inflicted horrific harm and ultimately strangled Desmond to death, but he received AR and he walked. Right now, this bill doesn't fully distinguish between these differing levels of severity. We at Connecticut Votes for Animals would be honored to work with the committee to refine some of the language to strike a balance between second chances and appropriate consequences. One way we think this could be done is by defining what serious means under the statute, and another way could be to outline what constitutes a minor, non-violent offense and only permitting AR use in those cases. Doing so would create more consistency, support earlier intervention, and better protect both animals and people. The committee's approach to this bill is commendable, and overall this is a strong bill, and with a few targeted refinements it can go even further. So please support House Bill 5566 to ensure that the most serious acts of animal cruelty are treated with the gravity they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Is your testimony submitted?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you for joining us this evening. Have a great evening.
You too. Thank you.
Rose Brooks.
Hi, I'm here.
You may testify.
Thank you. My name is Rose Brooks, and I stand before you not just as a speaker, but as family, as someone who has loved, missed, and waited for nearly 20 years for my nephew, Gaddafi Fernandez, who is serving time at McDougal. Before I say anything else, I want to acknowledge the victims and their families. Their pain is real, their loss is real, and nothing I say today is meant to take away or diminish in any way. My nephew was young when this happened. Like so many young people, he did not have the maturity, the guidance, or the understanding of consequences that only comes with time and growth. But time has passed, and with that time, he has changed. He is no longer that young man, he has grown. He has reflected, he has become someone who understands life, responsibility, and the value of doing better. Yet, despite that growth, he continues to define by a moment that happened decades ago. This is why SB 503 matters so deeply, because this bill is not about erasing the past, it's about recognizing the present. It's about asking a simple but powerful question. Do we believe people are capable of change? If the answer is yes, then we must also believe they deserve to be seen who they are today. SB 503 give people like my nephew a chance, not a guarantee, but a chance to be reviewed fairly, to be considered based on their growth, their rehabilitation, and the person they have worked to become. Right now, the opportunity does not exist in a meaningful way, and that is not justice. My family has waited nearly 2 decades for hope, not excuses, not shortcut, just hope. Hope that one day he will be seen, not just for who he was, but for who he is. I am asking you today to please see that. Please support and approve SB 503. Give individuals who were once young and made mistakes the opportunity to prove that they are more than their worst moment, because people do change and second chances should not be out or of reach forever. I am so sorry. I don't even look to par. I was ready this morning. Right now, I'm just comfortable. I'm in my feelings. I'm emotional. And I appreciate you guys for even being here this late and hearing me out, giving me a chance. So thank you very much.
And thank you. And there is no part to look or play. You testify how you testify. I mean, clothes on, but you testify how you testify, and you did amazing.
Thank you.
All right, Brian Reyes.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Reyes. I'm a student at Yale Law School. I'm here today in support of SB 503, and I'll be reading testimony on behalf of Justin Hapgood, who is currently incarcerated. To begin Justin's testimony, my name is Justin Hapgood. I'm 25 years old, and I have been incarcerated since January 1st, 2019, when I was 18 years old. I was sentenced to 40 years, suspended after 24 years and 5 years probation. I want people to understand that it doesn't take a large amount of years incarcerated for a teenager's mindset to change. Sometimes all it takes is a few years and the thought of being in jail for the rest of your life. I feel that I have matured a lot in the past 7 years, learning how to balance PTSD, depression, anxiety, physical pain, and my mental health. I was only an 18-year-old kid when I came in, dealing with trauma because I had been a victim of an assault and home invasion in which I had to have my right arm amputated due to a shotgun wound 5 months before my arrest. I'm paying for the mistake that I made as a kid. Nevertheless, I take full responsibility for my action and my choice, and I'm truly sorry to the victim's family. I'm also sorry to New Britain for the disturbances I have caused. However, I hope I will have a chance to show the system that I have learned and I can be an adult. I never had a chance to get a driver's license or learn how to pay bills or get my first apartment. I never got a chance to live an adult life or learn to manage my disability, and some days I'm scared that I will never get a chance. I have a son that I've never met, and I want to be able to raise him better than I was raised. I want a chance to do all these things and learn to be a father. I want to help kids with similar disabilities that I have, teaching them how to handle their emotions and depression, which I learned how to deal with in the worst possible place, prison. I suffer every day in prison because I have one arm. Prison wasn't designed for people like me. I tend to be a weak target. I feel that I am at a standstill currently because prison has helped my mindset and my mental health, but I need to learn things that prison can't teach me. I am an adult that's ready for the world, ready to learn real responsibility, and I pray for people to understand me. I hope people will hear my testimony. This is all real, and it means a lot to the population this bill would affect because we were all kids, barely given a chance at life. I don't want to come home as an elderly adult with no time left to fulfill my purpose. I have already lost my grandma, my aunt, and my mom to COVID-19. I'm asking for a second chance to demonstrate the growth that I'm committing myself to while incarcerated. Again, that was the testimony. Those were the words of Justin Hapgood. Thank you, and I urge the legislature to pass SB 503.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Alicia Strong.
All right. Hello, good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you again for staying on this late. I'm a public school teacher full-time, so I missed my turn, so thank you for giving me the opportunity now. My name is Alicia Strong. I am co-director of New Britain Racial Justice Coalition, as well as our affiliate organization, CT People Survival Programs. I am here in strong support of SB 503. Through our work, we stay in direct contact with people who are currently incarcerated, with many individuals who have already returned home after serving long sentences for offenses they committed while young. What we see over and over again is real transformation. I especially want to highlight the Alternatives to Violence Project, or AVP. AVP was founded by incarcerated individuals in New York, and today is an international program that has been running in Connecticut prisons for decades. It focuses on conflict transformation, accountability, and real de-escalation techniques, skills that are essential for breaking cycles of violence. We have worked with multiple people who were trained in AVP while they were in Connecticut prisons and are now home and working with us in the community. These are individuals who are now mentoring young people, helping prevent violence, and supporting others who are trying to change their lives. They are not returning to our communities as the same people who went in. They are returning with the tools and commitment to stop cycles of harm. Their lived experience gives them the credibility that traditional systems often do not have. When they speak to young people about violence and consequences, young people listen. They are actively improving public safety in ways that punishment and incarceration alone never could. At the same time, we remain in close contact with individuals who are still incarcerated and are doing the same work, educating themselves, participating in programs like AVP, mentoring others on the inside, and preparing to return home with a real commitment to give back to the communities that they once harmed. SB 503 recognizes what science and real-life experience both show us. Young people have a strong capacity for growth and change. This bill does not guarantee release, it simply creates an opportunity for a fair and individualized review based on who a person has become. From what we see in our day-to-day work, many of these individuals are ready to come home and contribute positively to the communities and help us prevent future harm. So I respectfully urge the committee to support SB 503. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and good to see you again. There are no questions, so thank you for sticking around and make sure you had the ability to testify. Let's see, Rosanna Ferraro.
Good evening, Senators and representatives of the Judiciary Committee. I appreciate you letting me hop on here at the end. I missed my turn earlier. I am Rosanna Ferraro. I'm a resident of North Branford and the Policy Director at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. Universal envisions a world where health is respected as a human right, justice prevails, and equity is realized. I'm here in support of three bills, SB 503, SB 391, and HB 5587. At Universal, in our work, we prioritize Black and Brown folks, immigrants, LGBTQIA people, individuals with disabilities and chronic illness, and residents with low incomes because they are most impacted by injustice, including in their health. Many, if not all, are disproportionately impacted by incarceration, and we feel strongly about being here today in support of SB 503. You've heard a lot of testimony today. I think it's been really powerful. I've never been prouder to be a Yale alumni today, so I appreciate that lesson. One thing I do want to mention about SB 503 is that we know that the school to prison pipeline is real, and that one of the ways that we can undo the harm done to Black and Brown children and young people is to pass SB 503. It's one of the ways we can start to break that pipeline. On SB 391, we absolutely support increased access to screening, diagnosis, and treatment for breast cancer in the carceral system. Just want to uplift what my colleague Quinn Meehan said earlier. Their suggestion was to utilize gender-neutral language to ensure access to all cis women, cis men, and trans folks in the carceral system. On HB 5587, I just want to reiterate what I shared with the Government Oversight Committee. They had a similar bill. Healthcare is a human right, and we need to ensure that those in our carceral system have access to the care they need, regardless of why they are in the system. The Ombuds Office should continue to handle individual complaints, and I believe in the bill it sort of puts the onus of delivering care in the Ombuds Office, and just want to reiterate, probably not the right office, but we absolutely need to improve the care that folks inside are getting. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you letting me hop on again. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking around, and it's good to see you again. Let's see. Pedro Carrasquillo Velasquez. Pedro Carrasquillo.
Yes. Hold up. I'm trying to figure all this out now. Give me a minute. Oh, there we go.
We can see you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good evening. I've been waiting for this opportunity actually all morning, all day. Again, good evening to everybody in the Judicial Committee. My name is Pedro Carrasquillo Velasquez. I stand here before you as a husband, a father, also a USA boxing coach. I was given a second chance through the 1584B, the juvenile bill. And, I appreciate the fact that we're here doing the SB 503. I'm for it. I served 20 years in prison. I was amongst the first group that was given a second opportunity from 2012 until the day I re-entered society. I committed myself to transformation. I stayed out of trouble and sharpened my thinking, developed new skills, and practiced clear, responsible communication. I did not know then that science will validate the change I felt. I only knew I wanted to be different. I used my time I use my time not as an end, but as a beginning. Today, I give back to the community that raised me, my wife, and I organize school supply drives and toy drives, provide financial supports to amateur athletes, teaching discipline, accountability, and respect, and uplifting people through media and mentorship. I continue to mentor men who remain incarcerated and those recently released because one voice, someone who believed in me and fought for my freedom, made all the difference. I also want to say that most of the guys that are still in there hoping on this opportunity, everybody, prays on how I have turned my life around. Well, I owe that all to them because I went in at the age of 15 and they were the ones who technically raised me because they were a little older, which helped out a lot, and they mentored me, and all they asked of me was to return the mentoring. So that's why I take it as an obligation, one, to speak here, and two, to also pass down the message that was provided from them to me, to the youth, so they won't make the same decisions that we made when we were their age. So I like to truly, sincerely say that I am the change. The second chance that was given to me is because of the guys and the females that we are speaking of now. They all deserve a second chance, especially if they meet all the criterias and the circumstances of data that shows about growth and brain development.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yes, and thank you for sticking around. It's not that easy to sit around all day waiting. Okay, let's see. Gilfredo Santiago.
Good evening, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gilfredo Santiago, and I'm currently a member of the CEW. And I am writing this to express my strong support for SB 503. The core reason for my testimony is simple. Hope should not be the last thing taken from an individual that's incarcerated. Passing this bill will restore hope for many individuals that have been suffering for 15 or more years. I was incarcerated from the age of 18 to the age of 40. For the greater part of my sentence, hope was non-existent because my release date was set for June 24th, 2035. The hope of returning to my family was only granted after the passing of HB 23169 that was adopted from House Bill 1584. I am profoundly grateful for this opportunity as it allowed me to see my mother before she passed 3 months after I returned home. It is important to note that my personal transformation did not happen because of the legislation. It happened in spite of it, in spite of all my circumstances. I chose to become an asset to my community rather than just a liability that I was at the age of 18, when I was impulsive and sought only to instant gratification. During the last 6 years of my incarceration, I was fortunate enough to join the Lifers Group and eventually serve as a mentor for the last 6 years of my incarceration in the True Unit. There, I witnessed young men mature into responsible adults and become mentors themselves once they move past the age of impulsiveness in the brain. I currently work for Full Citizens Coalition, and also as I hold the 8-hour job. In closing, I urge the committee to pass the bill forward and grant these individuals the hope they need to become an asset to the community instead of the liability that they once was. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too.
And finally, Miles LaFemina.
Thank you. Good evening. Senators Winfield, representative staff from ranking members and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Miles LaFemina, and I am a correction officer for the state of Connecticut with over 13 years of experience. And I also serve as a member of the executive board of AFSCME Council 4, Local 1565. I appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening in opposition to Senate Bill 476. Under Department of Correction Administrative Directive 10.6, individuals in custody are already eligible to receive 2 visits during the week and 1 visit during the weekend. However, things are not always as easy in reality as they are when put on paper. Correctional facilities operate in a high dynamic and often unpredictable environment. Staffing levels fluctuate due to illness, emergencies, mandatory training, and other operational demands. When a policy is placed into statute, it becomes far more rigid and limits the ability of facility administrators to make a real-time safety decision. For example, when facilities face severe staffing shortages, the Department of Correction may implement what is known as facility-specific emergency staffing protocol. These protocols are used when staffing levels fall dangerously low, and the priority must be maintaining security, supervision of housing units, and overall safety of the facility. Under those circumstances, requiring a statutory minimum of 3 in-person visits per week could create serious problems. The bill states that incarcerated individuals must receive not less than 3 in-person visits per week. In a situation where a facility is already operating under emergency staffing conditions, this language could be interpreted to mean that visitation must still occur regardless of whether there are enough staff to safely supervise it. Visitation is one of the most staff-intensive operations inside a correctional facility. It requires officers to screen visitors, escort inmates, monitor visiting rooms, and maintain perimeter and movement security. If facilities are forced to meet a statutory visitation requirement during staffing emergencies, it will almost certainly result in increased mandatory overtime, placing additional strain on already exhausted staff. More importantly, it could divert officers away from critical posts, creating dangerous security gaps inside the facility. Correction officers already work in a challenging environment where assaults and safety risks are very real. Policies that limit operational flexibility and force facilities to maintain non-essential programming during staffing crises only increase the danger to both staff and inmates. To be clear, visitation is important. It plays a role in maintaining family connections and supporting rehabilitation, but the current administrative directive already ensures that inmates receive regular visitation opportunities, while still allowing facility leadership the flexibility to adjust operations when safety demands it. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to oppose Senate Bill 476 and allow the Department of Correction to continue managing visitation through existing policy rather than rigid statutory mandates. Thank you for your time and for your work you do on behalf of the people of Connecticut.
Thank you. Question for you. Is
Yes,
there
sir.
any statutory minimum that would be acceptable? 3, 2, 1, any?
I don't think it's so much as being acceptable, sir. I think it's letting the administration and the executive team within the Department of Correction and the agency itself being able to have the administrative directives speak for the safety and the security of the facilities. I think if we go down the road of statutes and codifying this, I think it opens that dangerous staffing concern. And I think this would just permit the management and the agency itself to be able to ensure the safety of staff, inmates, and the public.
So I'm going to pose that question one more time. I'm not going to go round and round, but is there a number that works? Whatever language you want to use on it, is there a number that works? You can say no. I mean,
in my mind, no. Like I said, I mean, yeah. I guess the short and simple is no. There's not really a number that works in terms of codifying it.
And would that remain true if there were additional language that clarified when there might be an out and what would have to be done to have that out?
I think that would certainly be appreciated if it had to be codified.
And so if you hold that position, would you send that information to us on how it would be done as a professional doing this work?
Certainly.
Thank you.
You got it, sir.
Any other questions? There are none. Thank you. Have a great evening.
You as well. Thank you.
I don't think we have anyone else. I think we've actually gotten to the end. So, Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've been pretty quiet today. There's been a lot of testimony, and I think we'd be remiss if at the end of this we didn't thank all the folks who came, shared their stories, shared stories for others, and really highlighted the importance first of the legislation we did pass a couple years ago, and how we can build upon that in future sessions. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for sticking with us.
Thank you. I concur. Have a good night, everybody.